What it do? So if anyone's welcome, or if anyone's welcome, if anybody's wondering why I have a little pause before I jump in addition to showcasing dope ass background, it one of the fastest ways to get demonetized on a video is to say like drop an F-bomb in the first 15 seconds of a video. So even though none of my streams end up being monetizable anyways, I try to just sort of cut out a big chunk of that. Occasionally one's monetizable. Wow. I'm gonna change shirts. This color's not working for me. But which is too bad because I like it says diet and it's got made out of pills. Substance humor. See, that's why I skipped the first 15 seconds. What's up, Bluebird? Chuck, what's going on? Just a small town girl. I bet nobody can see your name without singing it in their head. Hi. Chopper Jeff. Yes, ma'am. Good evening. High flow, high chest. My chest says hi back. What's up, Cynthia? What's up, Lindsay? You like that shirt? Well, you can have it. I found it at a thrift store, but I don't know. I'm just looking at me now, and I don't know if it's the color of the light or the fact that I've spent the last month basically sitting inside because it's been a tundra outside. But I just don't think it's flattering. I'll survive. Yep. Yeah, I killed a stream last night, and I thought about killing the same one again tonight, but it's full moon, so there's all the full moon sort of everybody's a little fighty, myself included. And I didn't catch much of Jack's show but it seems like I caught a little bit of the end, and Jesse and Joe sounds like they had a dispute about something that might be something. Anyways, we might get into it. Might drop the link later. Let me put up this banner. We're gonna go with that right now, and then I might open that up later. We'll see. This isn't really even, I mean, it is kind of gray, but it's like bluish gray beige. I don't know. It's a weird blend of colors. Basically, everything I own is some like on the black-white spectrum, right? It's white to black or some gray in the middle. So it's not gray necessarily. I don't know. Maybe it's just in my head. And mostly that's because I suck at matching colors. Utopia for all. Yeah, Chuck, I don't know if you saw my comments in the of Jack's thing. I think that he is dialectical in his management style of wrenches. That's the only conclusion I can come to because nothing else makes sense. Like, I like Margot. Margot's always been nice to me and very complimentary. But on what planet? But she hasn't been that way to Jack. And so for Jack to give her a wrench because somebody blocked her. I'm sure that she said something derogatory about him. I mean, I didn't see it, so I'm just speculating. But given the history of their relationship, for Jack to give Margot a wrench tells me he either wants the chaos or he wants to be a victim, or both. So hopefully Utopia is going well. And then, which brings me sort of to my point about Utopia. I've said this before. I think that Utopia would be a prison for humans psychologically. I think that we would hate it. And the first thing that we would do is break something so that we can have something to fix. I mean, look at what we do on here. The thought that people would use their free time to enrich themselves, like utopians like to suggest, is absurd. Because we don't. We just fall down into our more base behaviors and then entertain ourselves with drama. Hi, Venus. 10-4. It's an extra large, maybe 2. I don't know, 1 or 2. I'm sort of at that weird size. I'm almost 6'2", and you can see how broad I am. I need something that's the height of a double XL, but not the width. But 1X is really about the good medium. Lindsay and Crispy Treat hitting it off well. They recognize each other. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've never done anything like that before. Kind of everything. Yeah. It just the perfect storm of people pissing me off and people pissing me off. God, that would be boring. An online data entry job. I had one of those for a while. Like I didn't get it online. It was an in-person job, but it was actually an internship, and they paid really fucking well. But one winter break, I was in college and I interned for them. But over that winter break, I had like a month off, and so I contacted them, and I had me do data entry basically, but didn't need to give me a whole office and a desk, and it was pretty good. Pretty good. They paid well for back then too. But God, it was nightmarishly boring. How is my dude RBR doing? I haven't been over there in a minute. I need to get over there. I've been my stream hours have shifted to night, and so that fucks with me seeing RBR who streams during the day. Most of these motherfuckers who talk about Jesus have never read a Bible. That's correct, but if I send it to you, it's not stolen. And if you stole it, I bet Sean would be mad. You know, the implications. Isn't this supposed to be a hoodie as well? Yeah, they're easier colors. Flurfers Ruse? What's the RU stand for? No, Margot is not Paul. Margot is somebody that Jack knew in person in his real life. They met at AA, actually. And she's been quite a big and loud and long time and local as well critic of Jack. I'm not sure what even means. See, people in the chat, you gotta, if the comments for me, or for the whoever you're talking to on screen, you got to be more specific with your comments. Not that Jonathan's not like, I'm not trying to dog on you or anything, but it's a recurring thing, right? Like if that question was to me, you got to specify what the that is. Yeah, but the way that he manages wrenches is he's constantly chopping up, right? Like he takes it away from good mods and cycles it to the problems, and then cycles and cycles and cycles. And so there's a constant turning over of which team, is in power over at Jax. And you just don't get there on accident. Which is, and honestly, that's a large reason why I just don't fuck with Jack now. He back to back, like I had his troll issues handled, and then he took my wrench away. And then the next day he went after Cynthia, who was also solidly in his corner. And then now I'm hearing that Paul has a wrench too. It's like, dude, you just want to keep this drama. You want to keep the water churning. So it bees Lindsay. El Perro! Wizard, you little bitch. Why won't you ever come talk to me, Wizard? One of the things I had on the... I'm trying to get more organized. And I have, for tonight, 3... it's not even a list. It's like I have 3 things in my head that I could cover. One of them is a video you made a while back, something about lying that I never saw back in the day, because I unsubscribed to you because your content's trash. But since I'm in it, it might be pertinent. I have watched it now, or at least I listened to it, but I wasn't really listening to it. I was really multitasking, so I'm not entirely sure what you even said in there. But Wizard, I would love for you to come up and ever speak with me. The only times we've ever spoken is when I have to chase you the fuck around. There's probably a reason for that. Drama does give people energy. That's what she said. So I have seen. It's really hard for me to dislike Bex. Mostly because she made me laugh like a motherfucker the other night. She is part of the crew, which is seriously sus. And a bummer. But as far as my personal interactions with her go, it's hard for me to dislike her, like I said. But I get it. I don't know whose channel she attacked. Again, there's another day of me only paying just fleeting and sporadic attention to the Panelverse. Yeah. And Jeff, it seems like it's getting worse. I think, I don't know, over my lifetime, it seems like they've been making shirts shorter and wider, which would make sense because people are getting fatter. I don't know, maybe not. But it seems like one of those, like how bread doesn't. When's the last time anybody saw bread mold? Like just regular grocery store sandwich bread. This is probably expired. If I can find a date on it. They don't even put dates on them because they don't expire anymore. No, it's not expired yet. Okay. But that shit creeps me out. But yeah, it just seems like one of those product changes. Nothing fits Sasquatch. Too tall or too narrow or both. So it sounds like you need the short, fat shirts like I was talking about. She's a spinner. Aw, thank you. I'm sure that you're attractive yourself. Salute. Addiction. We're all kind of addicted to the drama. What happened on OTW? You know what? I got a notification towards the end of it and he's somebody else that I'm unsubscribed to because, like I've said before, I never disliked OTW, and it's not even, my objection isn't a Paul objection specifically, it's an OTW objection. When I watched the way that OTW completely betrayed himself and continues to every time I check in, he's still betraying his own interests to Paul. I just cannot fuck with somebody who's that much of a coward and a pussy, and so just like, there's something gross about it. I hope that he grows some balls someday. But boy, when you see people just, like I said, the only thing that is not OTW's channel. The only thing that he gets sole autonomy in on that channel is paying fucking StreamYard bill. Everything else is subject to Paul's pleasure or displeasure. And again, this isn't even a Paul criticism. This is an OTW criticism. I actually don't even have much of a problem with Paul. If OTW is going to be like that, fuck, somebody might as well get control of it. And so I can't even really fault Paul for how he handles OTW. But yeah, I'm not quite 6'2". I'm just under it. I'm like 6'1.5". Oh, snafu! Look at you right there. You're not coming up. You know that. I dropped that link for Wizard, snafu, but you're not coming up on stage. Fuck, where was I? I don't remember where I was, anyways. Oh yeah, I always heard that dudes stopped growing after like, younger, right? So I quit paying attention when I was like, I don't know, early 20s, and 5'11", just under 6, just like I'm just under 6'2" now, is just under 6 foot back then, and I thought that's how tall I was for life. And then at 30, when I got arrested, they do the mugshots in front of the height chart. I was looking at my mugshot going, huh, I didn't quit growing when I thought I would. I would never put that expectation on you to not piss anyone off. That's true. Correct. That's about how big Katie is. I always buy boy jeans so I get the length. Plus, they like the way they sit a little what on your hips. How do men's jeans sit? Do they sit lower or something? You're allowed having crushes. That's cool. It'd be kind of impossible to unallow that, wouldn't it? Hey, thanks for coming in. Wizard, we know that you're old. What would satisfy you? Free stamps? That's true. Wizard, stop talking to Lindsay. You disturb her. Bye, Snafu Snaps. I don't know why you even bothered. Josh, what's going on? It's hard. It's I was looking at the comment above. It's not hard to see you. It's good to see you. What's up, Lawless? Good to see you too. If anybody doesn't know Lawless, check him out. He's got a channel. He's also got the best laugh in YouTube. Real low voice, so when he laughs, it's I don't know. It's something from a movie, or it should be something from a movie. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy people on YouTube. That's also a good tip. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of people. That's not unique to him in YouTube. It's exactly like you'd expect. People who want to have an audience while they sit here and talk about nothing. We tend to be a little bit more narcissistic than the rest. Hey, Lawless for 2 months. Right on. Nice. Lawless, I dropped the link for Wizard. If you're still around, you're welcome to join. Actually, whoever, if anybody can still see the link, they're joined. I'm not gonna pin it just yet. Because I haven't even started addressing anything that I thought I was going, or that I plan on. Un momento. Reading is good. I do have to at least get that topic. We'll get it. In world media, yes. What are you pausing on me for? I didn't say anything gay. Oh, at Dave's? I might. I did last night just for a bit. Yeah, Wizard won't come up because he's a coward, and he knows that I know what I'm talking about and that I'll stomp all over his claims. A lot of these people, a lot of the online frauds try to hide behind, well, they take advantage of people's ignorance, right? Like law, for instance, is something that there's a whole bunch of shit to learn about law. One of them, the odds that you're going to run into somebody who knows what they're talking about enough to call you. Why are you on stream? Say something.
Hello.
I got something going.
You seem to have something going on.
I do, but I don't know why.
It just booted you out and brought you back in.
No, there we go. It was trying to add an item or something. I don't know what button I pushed. But now I can see both of us. So somebody like Wizard or Paul or Paul's new stooge, what's his name? Or Jack, to an extent. Like all these fucking grifters take advantage of people's ignorance. And then they also know that if they do encounter somebody who knows what they're talking about, their audience is then going to have to make a choice between two people, and that the audience is not equipped to make that choice. So it's sort of a double toehold. See what I'm saying?
If you don't know what you're doing in this forum, I'm sorry, I'm from the South. Forum, not a farm or a form, but
a forum.
Yes, thank you. You can very easily, through the mere utterance of a handful of words, render your channel completely obsolete. You simply get memory hold, and no one will ever find you again.
What do you mean?
Let's say, all right, let's back up a few years back when they had an issue with the whole Kung Flu issue.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who spoke on it was just demoted in the algorithm.
Right.
Vanished like a fart in the wind. Nobody ever heard about it. Nobody ever knew about it.
Just blew away.
Just gone. Just no notifications. I've only recently started getting notifications from you. I used to wait until about 6 o'clock and then start checking your channel every couple hours.
So
only I could find you live.
I heard somebody say that YouTube only actually sends out notifications like 3 times a day. So if you've got too many bells turned on, it will prioritize 3.
There is a limit to the number of notifications that you get. Okay, as a creator, you can only send 3 notifications a day out. Now, if you don't use your notifications for like normal linked videos and you just upload shorts, you'll only get 2. If you do a live stream, a medium linked video, and a short, you get all 3 of your notifications. If you just do live streams, then you'll get 1 notification for that live stream. Have you ever started a live stream and something go wrong and then start another one and no one showed up for it?
Yeah, once or twice.
Right. 2 within the same hour or 45 minutes maybe, and you got
like back to back, like on top of each other. Yeah, I had to stop one and then start another one. Right. Or accidentally ended one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So it's not so much that they send them at 3 points in time during the day. You as a creator get 3 notifications a day that you get control over. However, if you do something YouTube approves of, you'll get bonus notifications.
Really? Like what?
I know a guy who I'm not exactly a huge fan of, but they do the whole full-on globalist empire thing, you know. And
like Vegan Gains or Vegan Gains or somebody pushing that.
Exactly. And he can do 10 live streams a day. You'll get a notification for that every single time. Like 27 live streams, 27 minutes a piece, and you'll get notifications all day long. He'll just stack 9 deep in your. No, that's not.
It was. I don't know if you saw the. I did a video where it was mirrored from Speakeasy's channel where he and I and Vegan Gains were discussing things. It wasn't until after I talked to Vegan Gains that I've learned that he's a somebody. I thought this was just a dude with a quirky thing. I didn't realize he had a big ass channel. Probably the biggest one I've interacted with, actually. And it wasn't until afterwards that I realized how exactly his narrative fits into the UN agenda. It's like perfect. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I like vegans. They're going to deal with this whole overpopulation thing all by themselves. They're just going to starve themselves to death and die. It'll be fine. Nothing of value lost.
Have you ever seen a healthy looking vegan?
There's no such thing. And if they are, they're lying to you. I knew one healthy looking vegan. She was absolutely smoking hot, had a bodacious booty, big old titties, an itty bitty waist. You could see like the workout.
And a cocaine habit.
Probably. I knew her for 3 years. And then one day I looked at her and I went, wait a second. You're not a vegan. Yes, I am. Do you eat fish? Yes. Do you eat eggs? Yes. Do you drink milk? Yes. I rest my case. She's like, I am vegan. And I'm like, are you though?
I mean, but if you look at our biology, like you can just tell. If you take if you just step out of yourself and look at humans objectively and go, we have forward-facing eyes, we have canine teeth, we hunt all over the globe for all of recorded history. We hunt things to eat. How the fuck did you say that we're not supposed to eat meat?
You can find a chunky Inuit and they never eat vegetables.
Just blubber. Yeah.
And she is hot. She is smoking. She's a little short, but other than that, I have that's
There's
just I'm sure.
yeah. Yeah, the Eskimos don't eat like anything except for whales or some shit. Like there's no
Seals.
plants up there.
Exactly. So you're going to have to come at me with something else other than we're supposed to eat. But if you go back in history and you look at a specific time period in the American West when the fur trappers were moving west, there is a condition called rabbit starvation where people die with a ton of food in their stomach, not because they weren't vegan, but because they did not get tallow. It is required for brain function and for your metabolism to do proper work.
Tallow?
Tallow. You can get it.
The bone, that's the bone marrow.
Well, some is in bone marrow. That's true. But I like bacon fat, the really, really thin, light oil.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, it doesn't take but just that much once a month or so, and you'll be fine. A very tiny amount is all that's required. You do better with a sufficient amount of it, and too much of it gives you a good old beer belly.
Well, I like too much of it. I've noticed that if I wake up and eat pancakes, which I also love maple syrup. I've got this weird. All I want is a foot job at Denny's with maple syrup. If I don't eat meat, like I'm moody, my brain isn't functioning as quickly, like I'm a meat eater.
I got a challenge for you. If you want to test this one out, this will happen really quick. It takes about 3 weeks for you to do it. There are 2 types of diets on this planet that are weird and not necessarily dangerous. The vegan diet is basically a meat fasting diet. Mm-hmm. If you eat vegan for a month, at first you will initially start feeling all lethargic and you can't fill up. You'll always be hungry and all that stuff. Tallow is the compound from the fat, not from a specific animal, but from, I'm sorry, I got distracted by chat. But if you turn and you do the keto diet where you eat all meat, you will also feel logy and messed up for about 2 weeks, and then you'll start feeling better. In both directions, you will start feeling better. And one side is because you are getting rid of all of the heavy fiber type things that are in your gut, and you're developing the proper gut bacteria to break down the meats that you're eating. And the other one, it's because you're getting rid of all of the fat and stuff that's in your gut, and you're developing the gut bacteria to consume the plant materials. The problem on both ends is there comes a point where it's no longer good. You need a little bit of meat, a little bit of veggies. On either side, you'll be fine. We do not need corn.
That's all grains.
Filler.
All grains are pretty much not. Could you imagine going around and eating grass seeds? Like if you were a hunter-gatherer in large quantities, that would never happen.
Well, obviously it did, because if you look at the development of corn, it came from a grass called teotihuacán.
Right, but that's my point. Is it's not like, if you believe in it, to the extent that evolution may or may not exist, like evolutionarily, grain is not a food, would not True. Be a food for us. I don't necessarily even believe in evolution, so I don't. I'm kind of making a moot point, but
I do buy in selective breeding. Look at dogs.
I'm down with microevolution. I'm not down with macroevolution. I don't think that you species jump, and I don't think that life popped out of a rock. I don't think that we know. We don't know. That's the only intellectually honest answer that I've heard. And fake.
Sasquatch. Didn't that rabbits thing you was talking about, didn't it have another name?
Yeah, they called it if you hadn't asked me, I might have said it by accident.
Rabbit?
Yeah.
What about rabbit?
I thought there was.
So
did he say something about rabbits?
Yes, rabbit starvation was the term used Trap.
Okay.
I can't remember the technical term for it, but
there's another name for it.
Yeah.
I shot a rabbit. I haven't been hunting that much, but the last time I went, I shot a rabbit and then I took it home. It was clean. I took it home and I tried to bake it.
Yeah. He was talking about dying with a full stomach.
Yeah. Well, that's what they would do is they would go out and take whatever they got in their traps and eat whatever they got in their traps. But most of what was gotten in the traps were things like beavers, fox, mink. These are not tallow possessing animals. Rabbits are not tallow possessing animals. Now, when I say tallow, by definition, tallow is a series of compounds derived from animal fats. All animals have some amount of fat, but not all of them have tallow. Pork lard has tallow in it, whether you want to believe it or not, it's up to you. Because you can live on nothing but bacon.
Well,
I think
they lived on lard during the Depression.
They used to put lard on biscuits instead of butter because it was so necessary out there in the West, because you work so hard, you sweat so much, you do so much just to survive. That little extra gave you a little boost.
Me too, Watt. I've started gardening. Last summer I was kind of lazy about it, but I do try to do that.
I have a aquaponics system that I grow chives and garlic and
do you cook?
I cook.
Yeah. I don't really I used to. I can, but Katie's a better cook, and so we've just sort of settled into. We also live have a pretty traditional relationship, and
Well, I mean, she grew up in a house where everything was either delivered or came from a box, and she learned to make lasagna and mashed potatoes at my request, and she makes an excellent lasagna and the best mashed potatoes you can find. Sasquatch food. And I grew up with allergies, and so I learned from an early age that I can't eat what y'all eat. I have to eat around the edges of the things that bother me. So like butter beans, peas, black-eyed peas, chickpeas, garbanzo beans, or whatever else. I can't eat none of that.
Oh shit! You're missing the good stuff.
I ate it up until I was about 14 or 15 and realized you see how poopy my eyes are sometimes. Have you ever noticed that sometimes I look swollen and sometimes I don't?
Yeah, I thought that was from the booze.
It's from the food. It's from eating things that are from a fast food restaurant that are cooked in soy oil, which is a bean derivative. Then I have a mild allergic reaction to it. I take a Benadryl before I go to bed, and I feel okay most of the time. I get little lines in my fingernails from it, but what are you gonna do, man?
Well, that's why mice will get up and eat your wiring out of your car. It's because that rubber coating is made out of soy on the wire.
I did not know that.
Back in the day, they used to use paper and cornstarch for wire to cover wires.
I thought it was plastic.
Before plastic, it was paper, wax paper, and cornstarch.
No, I mean, I thought wires today. I thought that was plastic coating them. I had no idea that was soy.
The plastic is derived from soy products. It's meant to be biodegradable if it reaches the ground.
Okay. I mean, that's still kind of fucked that you can make soy into essentially plastic. And I don't know.
I agree.
It's like microplastics and soy. These are the two things that are like breaking down testosterone and shit. I don't know. There's something going on.
It's gay. Exactly. That's exactly.
That is. You know me. I absolutely think that there's an intention there. It's intentional.
Here's the thing.
Call it soy boy.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, you can say that you can make the case that the microplastics, the soy, all these, the fact that they lower testosterone is a byproduct. It's a side effect, unintended consequence of what they wanted to do, which was sell a certain product. But you can't say the same thing about fluoride in tap water. So To think that they wouldn't introduce soy into your diet to make people more passive and agreeable is nonsense. Go ahead. I know you've been trying to talk, Sasquatch. I keep going.
I have my own show. I can go talk on it all I want to, man. I understand how it is. Feel free. It's your job.
Yeah, Flo's not like Talcott. He won't spank you if you overtalk him.
I wish he would, though. I mean, maybe we should talk about that. Anti-social justice ninja. I forgot I put that in.
Oh, I like that. I thought you were talking about me.
Maybe. I don't know. I just put it in there.
I've been accused of being the first and the last. The first more than the last. There's not a lot of context in which it's appropriate to accuse somebody of being a ninja. But you can accuse an antisocial person of being antisocial basically anytime they do anything.
Yeah, you can accuse anyone of being antisocial anytime they do anything you don't like because you don't social component in that.
Right.
Now, if you let Joe cool up, he can't tell no jokes.
Watch me. Hey, watch me.
Joe Cool got in trouble at Jack's for telling a joke.
I didn't hear the joke, but I did see it. But I saw part of it.
It was Jesse came on screen and he said he was on his way to Angeline's house, and Joe said, "Ooh, good thing I just left." And Jesse got butt hurt.
And I don't know. I think that personally, I don't think that that joke is offensive. But if I had offended somebody with it, I think I would have been a little bit more cooperative than Joe was.
It's the savage.
Well, Joe was at first.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I started having sex when that thing started going on, and I quit paying attention.
Yeah.
I came in at the wrong time.
And Katie wasn't even home yet. Oh man.
But it did not sound like. So I didn't catch it really, but it did not sound like. See, if I had said something that offended somebody, and they're like, "Hey, that joke bugged me," I would just be like, "It was not my intention. I apologize."
It was blown out of
that
proportion.
That would have been it.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Huh?
That's what you get out of me. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, I know. Actually, I'm kind of lying. I won't even always do that. I mean, I would with Jesse because I like Jesse. So I would give him more slack than probably most people.
I saw the post that you made earlier.
Which one?
One with Jace. What's his name?
Oh yeah, with Jesse and Donut Factory.
Right. That was like. I was flabbergasted. Why would you do that?
Well, no, that was just, you know how when you're live, if you don't choose a thumbnail, YouTube will auto select the still frame. That was the still frame that YouTube selected when I was scrolling by. And if anybody didn't see that post, there's a comment that had been pulled up on screen that said Taylor Swift has a moose knuckle or some shit like that.
Yeah.
I thought it said mouse knuckle. I thought that was funny.
Oh my god. Okay, just breathe.
So now what? Fearless.
I was getting that.
We're just waiting on Barbie to take off her clothes.
Wait. Can we look at that just a little bit longer?
The frog?
Yeah.
The frog on the skateboard.
Oh yeah, we can.
That was like really cool.
So I was scrolling down. This is a screenshot. I'm scrolling down. There's Jesse's interview with Donut, and then on Donuts, and right there, boom. This is the still frame that YouTube chose. It says Taylor Swift has a moose knuckle. Yeah. And so I posted the screenshot and I tagged Jesse and Donut and the chick who said it and Taylor Swift.
That's fucking awesome. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so we could do a topic. We could do it.
Wait a minute. Isn't she dating that
Joe
dude
the
that plays for
Frog.
Kansas City?
Yeah.
Joe the Frog.
Taylor Swift, isn't she?
What did you say, Chuck?
Swift.
Show the
She's
Frog.
from
Oh,
Kansas City.
Show the frog.
From the
That's what
Chiefs.
you wanted. All right.
Yeah, that too.
You know, the way I figured, it'll take 20 minutes for those cops to get here, leaving me 15 to beat the flying piss out of you.
If you got a skateboard to hit him with, fewer. No, that frog is symbolic of JG or Hoppins, who's a 40-year-old man who skateboards. Mostly he rides trains around the country because he's a cardboard box dweller. But
Hey, man, some people choose to live a hobo life. I used to think they were homeless, and then I met a guy who
was homeless
by choice. I mean,
Is
it
this a
wasn't.
living?
Dude, he was one of the coolest guys I ever met. We traveled all over Southeast Georgia over here for a little while together, just kind of wandering around aimlessly, never hungry, never really tired, never really looking for a place to stay. This is where I learned the hobo language, the writing.
Well, there's nothing else to do in Georgia. I mean,
you should come to Kansas.
Facts.
You ain't never seen an Atlanta
Especially
strip
since
club.
they took the guys from.
Yeah, I bet that there's a lot more to you could do swamp things. Do you ever hunted alligators? That's on my bucket list, is to hunt alligators. Also is to shoot one of those big mini guns out the side of a helicopter. I don't think I'll ever get to do that.
No, you can do that in Kentucky, but you can't do it from the helicopter. You can do it in Texas with a license if you're killing pigs.
From a helicopter?
Yes, sir.
yeah.
How the fuck do I do that?
Not
With a minigun?
Yes, you actually anything at all. You can get it. You have to pay all of.
I got to get my felony expunged. That's what I got to do.
I was like, wait till we get rid of our felonies. Wait till we get rid of that. God damn it.
Yeah.
There's so much cool shit I want to do. And every time I go to say it, somebody's like, oh, you can't. You're a felon. I'm like, oh, fuck, man. Damn it.
And you don't have a license.
And it's stupid shit we can't do.
Or
and you're a woman.
Fucking license.
And whose
Oh,
fault
fuck
is
you.
that?
I mean,
What?
that is
That I
something
don't
you're
have a
qualified
license? I
for.
choose not
but
to. I can drive. Just
She
because I don't
does
have a license
drive.
don't mean I don't know how to fucking drive. Because I know how to
Like
drive.
that.
Like, come on, man. Quit playing. You know how many car accidents I've been in?
None. You ran away from all of them because you didn't have a license.
No. Two. I stayed for
Just say-
one and the other
Say
one.
that you're a sovereign citizen and you're standing up for rights and freedoms.
Oh my God. In my defense,
So
though, there was another one.
OTW must have really been had it going on his show earlier, and I mean that in a
I
bad
did.
way.
I didn't watch
bad
it.
one?
I wouldn't
I don't
know.
Well, I mean, people like I was thinking about the problem of somebody like Snaps, right? Who runs around
I'm not getting
and
no
intimidates
place to
people.
go.
He's not coming up. Don't worry. He already tried.
And I kicked him from chat earlier, so
Oh, thank you. Good call. I thought that I had him blocked from chat already.
I
The
already
issue
blocked.
is that people keep giving him a platform. The OTWs and the Pauls are the problem with Snaps.
And the Bex gave me.
Oh yeah, and Bex. Yep.
She was talking about the Tommy stream today. Or I heard. I still haven't got to see it though.
See,
And I pretty much feel like Tommy low-key offered to be my pimp, even though that's not what he said. In a cryptic way, that's pretty much what he said. I was like, are you fucking, did this just, God damn it, Tommy. Why do you have to be so fucking crazy weird when it's like so not appropriate?
I enjoy it.
No, she was saying she hasn't had car accidents, and I was saying that it's because she ran away from them. I do know how to drive.
It's good.
I have a driver's
And
license.
okay, hold on. Go ahead. I'll explain the accidents and why I can still drive.
I thought that you were going to say, maybe I misinterpreted you. Maybe I just assumed that you were going to bring them up because you hadn't had any. And why the fuck would you bring them up if you had? Go ahead. You go ahead.
Because I've been driving for, hold on, how old am I? And I've been driving since I was like
We
16.
don't care.
And in like 20 some odd years, I've had 2 wrecks.
So you waited
Two.
until you could get a
And they
driver's
were
license to
actual
start
wrecks.
driving, but you didn't.
They weren't like wrecks. It
What
was
were
me
they?
bumping into a car. Like I backed into
called a-
one because it
that's
was
called a
pulling out
wreck.
as I was backing out of space. The other one, I
Congratulations.
bumped on the way out.
He is a BS.
There.
Sorry, he is a BS artist, and he does have zero credibility. But nevertheless, he is running around and mobilizing a few losers, and they're running around stirring up shit and attempting to strike channels. He's nothing but a cancer on the internet, which is pretty
Society.
low, right? To be too like scuzzy for the internet, you goddamn.
Dude, I'm just gonna metastasize you just like a cancer. I'm going to give you a Rumble show, and then we're going to make an Instagram show and a TikTok show, and it's going to go big, bro.
Okay, well, that's good cancer. That's good cancer. That's the fun cancer.
That's the nuclear cockroach design, bro. It's
We're
going to
not
be
going to
me
make
and
him get an OnlyFans. We're not going to do
I said
OnlyFans too while we're at it. No OnlyFans.
It's not off the table, but it's not off the table. But Sasquatch doesn't get to help me make that one. He sent me a text, because he's got way more like he knows things that I don't know. He's like, he sent me a text the other day. He's like, "Do you want me to push you out of the nest and let you fly, baby bird?" And I was like, only if I can, or you'll feed me like one too. And
Sasquatch's going to feed him the worm.
I told him I'd push him out the nest and feed him like a baby bird until he learned to fly, and then I'm gonna ride him like that damn what was it? Ride him like a Tigger.
I don't.
Good God.
When you grab a tiger by the
He's gonna
tail,
be
you
in the
need to
nest
hold it
forever.
real tight. But I don't like tigers. I like tigers.
It's not. I don't know if I think it's mental illness if we're talking about snaps. I think it's. I don't want to give him the
I don't
out.
think it's
He's
fair
just a
to
shitty
rob him
person.
of-
He's just a shitty person. He doesn't have an illness.
Yeah, that's not, mental, even people with mental fucking illness don't do fuck shit like that.
Right.
I would know.
For how many people are mad at Snafu, and like you'd think that it would be concerning to him. You'd think it would start to get concerning to somebody like OTW. I don't know.
So
Or Beck.
this is
You know what? Canadians. It's Canadians with the fucking problem again. Angela, if you're still here, what the fuck is it with Canadians?
Hold on. Keep it in
I
mind.
don't know. You want me to ask one?
Who?
Canadians will commit war crimes while apologizing to you.
It's true. Which makes it worse because it's the most passive aggressive war crime. Okay, hold on. Let me send something real quick. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Talk about
No.
How do we do that?
I
But you know
can't
what? I
talk.
did handle her in like I think the situation when it came up with me and Bex, and I think it was at one of Flo's streams a couple weeks back, maybe a week or two. Like she was insisting that I had said something that I was pretty adamant that I didn't say. And I told her, I said, but look, if you got proof of that, then put it up here and I'll apologize. But until then, I said what I said, and I don't give a fuck what you think about that. And that's the way it is. And ever since then, she's been cool. I put quotes around cool because I remember how I initially met her, and it wasn't through either one of y'all. It was through True Crime. And that's when I called that one True Crime creator the fuck out. And I still said what I said about her bitch ass. Because she's yet to prove me wrong. I fully proved her ass wrong. Fully. Made 3 videos about it. And she act like
Did you ever send your did you ever explain the Rex?
Which one?
Well, why did you
First
bring
one,
the Rex
neither
up?
one of them were Rex. Okay. So the first one
Yes.
happened when I was 16. And it was before I got my glasses. This is how I found out I needed glasses. So I'm making a left hand, I'm pulling out to make a left-hand turn. And I look, and when I first looked to see if anybody was coming, there wasn't. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to go. In that like 2.5 seconds, there was somebody. I T-boned them. I pulled over. They pulled over. They got all the info. I had to go to court, pay the ticket, had to do community service, all that shit. Why? Because I didn't have a license, but I didn't fucking run either. So there's that. The second one, I was at Walmart. I was on the phone, and that dude with the dark chocolate Milky Ways had called me, and I was on the phone, and I was backing up, and a car pulled up as I was backing out, and I just tapped him. He gets out, comes over. I get out, see that there's no damage, get in the car, and just drive off.
So you run away from a hit and run, is what you're saying.
That person is one of my viewers,
That's
and
not what I said, but you could. I mean,
yeah.
you might want. You can just do that.
that
That's
the
not what
person
I
who
said.
owned that vehicle watches my channel, so you should be expecting.
They
to be
got my
contacted
tag
by-
number that day, I'm sure. I mean, they were only right behind the fucking car.
I don't know. You'd be amazed how hard it is for people to pay attention to a tag long enough to get all the digits.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless it's a hot chick driving, and then I'll just remember it on
I
passing.
was not looking good that day. No.
Yeah, so I
I
don't
was leaving Walmart. I was like,
The title of the stream and the thumbnail is a little bit of a gloat. I don't know if probably nobody remembers because I say a lot of things, a lot of places all the time. But the Florida shit, when they were trying to deal with all the pornographic and weirdo books in schools. Sasquatch, what was that face for?
It wasn't just
that.
Florida. That went down in various states: Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia.
Florida got more attention for it.
He was the first.
What?
Yeah.
What
And
was the book?
DeSantis backed it immediately. And yeah. So yeah, he got the most.
Yeah. So I said at the time, I thought that it was a Hegelian dialectic and that the reaction was going to cause more. The solution was going to be just as much of a problem as the problems. And now here we are. If I can figure out which fucking tab to look at.
I found a full-on right-wing woman who completely snapped when she found out they were moving certain books from school. And she come to me expecting me to not to support it. And she's like, well, it's a public library. Shouldn't there be whatever books that the students need in there? I said, yes, ma'am. Every book that the students need, everything on their dossier that they have to do for the year. If it's on the syllabus, it should be in the library. However, it is a school library, not a public library, even if it is in a public school.
Right.
For instance, your public library has all of these books. Your school library does not need them. If the parents wish for the children to read these books, they can go check them out at the public library, which will have it.
So it's one of those situations where it's impossible to have a good solution, right? Obviously, and I heard the town hall meetings, some of the quotes that they would read out of books. If you can't go to a school board meeting and read the book out loud to the audience, probably shouldn't be in the school. Certainly shouldn't be on an end cap display, right? That's just common sense. But I said at the time, they're going to use this to restrict things that should not be restricted, right? This is
if you read it on YouTube, you'll get a strike.
Really?
Yes. Notice if you.
Oh yeah. Right. Yes, correct. I actually on Facebook, I got 30 days in Facebook jail one time because I put a screenshot. This was during the family. I'm doing air quotes, family-friendly drag events. I put a screenshot of a family-friendly drag event on Facebook and promptly got 30 days in the clink.
Yeah, I don't even post anything on Facebook anymore.
I don't know why.
Really, even my Facebook account has been in the warning for like over a year, but yet somehow I'm still able to get it monetized and get stars. I don't know how.
What's going on down here in the chat? Do I have mods here?
I'm over here watching it, but I haven't seen anything go off the rails, or at least what I consider off the rails.
All right. Well,
There's attack on Venus.
I don't know.
Let me grab the phone.
Anyways, yeah, I agree with Panhead. I mean, normal adult criticisms of other people is fine, but not the sort of shit, not the crew shit. I just lost my train of thought. Anyways, one county in Florida banned the dictionary 5 times.
What?
We're now seeing. I said it was going to be a Hegelian dialectic, and now we're seeing it. And keep in mind that just because I'm calling this a successful Hegelian dialectic because they're starting to ban things that shouldn't be banned. Keep in mind that the alternative the reaction to this could be another dialectical problem, right? If we pull back too far the other way, then you've got, Penthouse and FetLife all over schools, right? So there's a balance. Especially since school's compulsory. I've got a big issue actually with that on its own, that school is mandatory. But that's a different thought for a different day. They also got, the same county got the dictionary 5 times.
What county?
It is, where'd it go? Escambia County in Florida. Over 1,600 titles are in the crosshairs for removal, including the dictionary, the Guinness Book of World Records, Ripley's Believe It or Not, Teen Vogue. When I was looking through things earlier, they had Bill O'Reilly's Killing Jesus was one of them. They had a bunch of biographies.
It sounds like they made a list of specific words they didn't want in the library and just banned everything that had them in it.
Well, the law lets it. Hold on, it's on a different tab. During the 2023 Florida legislative session, the new bill expanded the efforts of the Don't Say Gay bill, which is a bullshit title. One provision is that every school district must give parents a way to restrict library access for their children. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so parents can opt in or opt out their kid. That's not what I was looking for, though. All media accessible in K through 12 media centers and classroom libraries must go through an approval process that includes a certified media specialist, which is something. Here, I'm going to switch up the tab so that you guys can see this too. A certified media specialist. That sounds like an expert.
That sounds like a DEI person.
Yeah, doesn't it? I've never heard of I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't
Certified media expert. There it is. K through 5 libraries must also include an online searchable database of all materials made available to students for any Florida citizen to review. At the end of every school year, each school district is responsible for reporting any objections or removals of library materials to the Florida Department of Education. From there, the state will disseminate a complete list that combines all the district data collected for purposes of blah, blah, consistency with library material. Many districts have implemented a multi-level library access system where parents can choose to limit what books their child has access to in the library. Each district took a varied approach. So in order to combine the data, we narrowed the option. Okay, so that's the I agree parents should be in charge of their kids, not the government. But that sounds like a disaster of a cumbersome system to implement. What do you guys think?
It will ultimately reduce the amount of vocabulary the individual children have when they face the world.
Correct.
They're dumbing your children down, people.
See, Johnny, run.
And then eventually it'll be very, very restricted what they got it all together. And it'll be pushing a one narrative. There goes your new world order, guys.
Yeah, I mean, as if kids aren't already dumb enough. We're all already dumb enough. I was listening to, I did actually kind of a stream about
For a while.
John Taylor Gatto in another stream, and I was listening to one of his other videos last night, and he was talking about what the education of an elite student, you know, like one of the, I don't know, a Bush kid or a Clinton kid, you know, who goes off to these expensive house schools, and he was mentioning books I had never fucking heard of. And so I ordered a bunch of them on Amazon. They got more books coming, but
right. I love that. That's great.
one of them was is by Julius Caesar. Fuck. I just bought it too. Anyways, it's about a war. Julius Caesar wrote about a war.
Well, Flo ordered them. There must be picture books.
Coloring books.
Coloring books.
Was it the Gallic War?
Yep. And the Gallic Wars. And he said that students today have never heard of this book, which is, I mean, hell, that was correct when I've never heard of that book until he said something. But he said that in 1945, fifth graders had to read this book in English. And in 1945, seniors in high school had to read the book in Latin at public school. Yeah.
Yes. My mother taught me a significant amount of Latin. I don't have any formal education, but she insisted that I be able to speak it occasionally. And that's messed up.
Hey, sorry. Panhead, you have a wrench. Hit whoever is bothering you. Go ahead.
Book that I have, how the entire forest.
Honey, you're clipping your mic out. When you yell like that, we can't hear anything.
Okay. So service. Hold on. My thing's swiveling.
Here's beautiful. She becomes frustrated and yells louder.
I know.
This is going to be a great process. Okay. Everyone enjoy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, she don't pull a Cecil.
What's that? I don't fall asleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, I can do it. Hold on. Let's see.
Hey, Cecil.
It's more like this.
You know, it's funny when I see that guy on camera, I can also hear him snorting when he's muted. It's weird. You can see the vibration in his face.
Yeah, I don't want to talk. I kicked him out last time for that shit. He was the first. I think, was it last stream? He was the first one up here. He was the first one to click the link backstage, and I warned him, and then I let him in, and the first thing he does is put his face all up in it. It's like, boom. Man.
I wouldn't even let him up. I was very clear when I started the show that he popped up backstage on us, that I will let previous guests and people that I know up, no one else. And it was specifically for a very narrow topic, and he was first one in, bam, and he popped up with his nose. Just,
No Browns boy, Jack hasn't shown up yet.
He is not.
He's with Machine Lies.
Oh yeah. I saw Machine Lies. I felt kind of bad, you know, scheduling my stream like right after Machine Lives goes live, but I don't know. There's too many of us to keep shit in track. So to alleviate myself of any bad friendmanship, Machine Lies is live right now.
There's 8 billion people in this world. There's plenty to go around.
That's correct. Yeah. It was more lip service to feeling bad than actually feeling bad. Basically all of my feeling bad is just lip service to feeling bad.
Right. I've been scheduling my shows exactly when they're happening for years now. I have over 300 previous guests, and they all want to hit me up when they decide to go live at the same time I go live, and they're like, "Hey man, I just went live." Okay. Is
Like
that a
you're
question?
supposed
I don't understand.
I know what days you go live, so I go out of my way to
You don't know
not
what
be
fucking
live.
day it is, much less what day I go live. You don't know what time I go live. You never show up on time.
It's Sunday. I'm not there for the blast radius. You do that on Sunday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
and
do it
you're
to Steve too, because Steve would do it. Yeah. Well, man, here's how you can avoid that. Everybody needs to recognize that night after about 8 is generally, even though I don't have a schedule, can't keep a schedule to save my life. Anytime after 8 is my time. Always, every night of the week, no matter what, until as late as until about 3:30 the next afternoon.
really?
Yeah.
I really thought you would go up against Jack
When?
on his time slot.
Oh, no, because I don't have animosity towards Jack.
I know.
I know that, yeah, a lot of people would probably like it, but no. And honestly, I choose this slot because I do stuff during the day.
No.
It's true.
Sometimes called a life.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. I know it's hard to believe, but we do that stuff.
Right.
No, you're supposed to stay at home all day and meditate in love.
Rub my knees.
Well, I don't know what you want to rub, but
Okay, just poke them over here.
I mean, did we cover? I've still got more material that I haven't even gone through on the cashless society. God damn. Okay, you know what? Since we brought it up, and since I actually happen to have the tab right here, coincidentally, it is a coincidence. Do you know how many tabs I have open? It's a constantly expanding list of tabs that I have not closed on all of my electronic devices. This one is no different.
Can I show you this little thing on YouTube called a playlist? You don't have to have them all open. You can just stick them in a row.
Oh, it's not a YouTube video.
Well, I can't help you with that.
It's a porn site.
That's the other 30,000 tabs. And see, and not everything is worthy of a bookmark. This is the USA Money Free Party.
Oh boy.
I just had to double check and make sure I got it. I actually got it on the screen this time.
What's that say? Policies?
Policies, yeah. How they're going to police every fucking thing you do. Sustainable, man. Sustainable.
That really is a party. Oh, Lord.
Sustainable is your cheat sheet word. Anytime you see the word sustainable, it's like, nope. And the Federal Reserve. All right, so they're going to lead with the, I can get behind this. Repeal the Federal Reserve Act. I'm down. The issuance of money returned to people. Depends on what they mean, the people. But it said, okay, I'm down. Fictional debt is forgiven.
The next one. I'll read really fast.
Okay. Well, I'm reading out loud. A debt jubilee frees everyone from the bankers, blah, blah, blah. With an imaginary pencil, we erase all these imaginary debts and begin dealing with reality. Just because something's, it's not imaginary. Just because it's not tangible, just because you can't touch a debt doesn't mean that it's not real.
But if people wouldn't make debt, they wouldn't be in debt on a personal level.
Continue making debt until we end the reserve. That's the issue, is the debt is generated by the government and laid against the Federal Reserve. I might have said that wrong. Did I say that wrong?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Say it again. I was sort of reading and listening.
I don't even know exactly what I said. I think it was right.
So the Federal Reserve System is corrupt by design, right? Like you could never get out of it's a permanent debt. It can never be repaid. The mechanics of the Federal Reserve System don't allow it because they loan you. They lent the first dollar into the economy with interest due on repayment. So the money in circulation can never be repaid. The country can never be out of debt to the IRS, or I'm sorry, to the Federal Reserve. But on a more day-to-day level, yes, people incur debt on themselves. So it'd be true both ways. But I agree with this, that the Federal Reserve System is a huge issue. They're just going to try to solve that problem by making bigger ones. Automated. Go ahead.
The only that I have not been able to pay completely off ever is to the IRS, because every time I get caught up, bam, another one lands in my lap.
Well, you've never gone to jail for you can't go to jail with credit card bills and keep paying those.
That's true.
I that's about to fall off my. When I went to jail, it fucked up all my credit, and I everything just got charged off. But those are about to fall off my credit report.
These are definitely Jack's talking points.
Yes, I think I got this link from him before he had that dude on. Automationism. God, that's a stupid fucking word. Automated production systems do. It is here, I guess. Automated systems do the work. It's magic. Everything will be produced for you. The goal to automate the necessary jobs while also getting rid of the unnecessary jobs and the unnecessary people is what they don't tell you, that actually produce nothing. Okay, and here's another big fallacy, that people will do meaningful shit with their free time. They won't.
They'll do this. This is what they'll do.
What we're doing?
Yeah, but it'll be on some other site saying much crazier things than we're saying.
If debt got paid tomorrow, they'd borrow more. That's 100% right. That's why it's amazing. Even when I was a banker, it's amazing to me how many people would wait until they got their vehicle paid off and then immediately trade it in for a new one.
Right?
Like that was the signal. The fact that you stopped making car payments was the signal to buy a new car. It was nuts.
Yeah. No, I don't get it at all. I don't get it even a little bit. All right. So you've heard of a Trackhawk, right? When we were looking to get us a car recently, she actually pitched buying a Trackhawk, and I went $132,000. It's more now, but $132,000 just to go zoom. Hold on now. That's cool and everything, but I couldn't do it. I bought a $4,000 Xterra.
And you hated it ever since.
Yeah, dude,
yeah, ever since I've got a 2011 Sonata that I bought new. Since getting that paid off, I haven't had a car loan. I can't imagine having another car payment. I bought every single vehicle. Basically, I think all of them have come off Marketplace too. Facebook Marketplace is badass for buying and selling.
If you've got the eye, yes. If you can look at a vehicle and I don't know how I do it, but I can look at a vehicle and guesstimate how much rumpus it's been through.
Yep.
Because there's no good buying you do not, and I'm going to repeat this again, do not buy a charger on Facebook Marketplace. Every single one of them have been completely smoked, and that's why they're being sold there.
Which buy a what?
Charger.
And I've also bought.
Well, okay, you're in Georgia, so you're going to have a lot more flood vehicles entering the market. If I lived everybody actually, because we've had so many floods lately, everybody needs to learn the signs of a flood car. Get in the trunk, peel back the carpeting a little bit, and look for rust where it shouldn't be in any used car. Because I bought one that was a flood truck, and I did it dumb. I knew better. I schemed. I conned myself a little bit. It ended up working out okay because I did some repairs and I sold it for more than I bought it for. But you gotta look for rust in weird spots. And then if there is rust in weird spots, don't ignore that shit.
I can give you another tip if anybody's interested. If you are below the freeze line, always go south to get a vehicle. If you are above the freeze line, always go way south to get a vehicle. Because, bro, there is an avalanche here in town that came from New York. Dude bought it on Facebook Marketplace out of South Carolina. He drove it in, pulls in, asked me what I thought about it. And I looked at it and went, that one come from New York? He said, yep. And I kicked it, and one of the freaking rails fell out from under it. That's Damn. There you go, right there. He's like, what'd you do? fixed it.
I think the eye is just having you just done it, right? Like I had to buy and sell a few cars before I got the hang of it.
I bought a bunch of cars out of people's backyards, so I've got a little experience. Also, there's a smell of a burnt transmission. It's got a scent. You cannot get rid of that scent without getting rid of the transmission. So if you've got a burned clutch in a transmission, you can pull the dipstick and sniff it. Burned rings have a certain smell. You can crank it up. It will run. You can sniff the exhaust and you can tell. Even if it hasn't been running in 5 years, you can reach into the tailpipe, scratch it, and sniff your finger. And if it's got a burnt ring, you can smell it.
What up, Margo?
Oil that gets put there.
Hey.
Somebody was suggesting that you were a sock account of Paul's. I mostly just wanted to prove that you're a person.
That was Lindsay that asked that, and I told her
no. It's me. I'm 100% real. And I
congratulations on your. Did you get a wrench today?
Yeah. Oh, I always get a wrench.
You've gotten wrenches before from Jack?
Oh God, yeah.
That's so weird. Why would he do that? You're terrible to him.
Because he needs people being terrible to him, because when things are chaotic, his numbers go up. And when it's just him talking, he'll talk in circles more than twice, and then everyone leaves. Am I wrong?
Yeah,
Nope.
The other day, he talked for an hour and a half and had 19 people.
Well, because there's no substance in it.
No. Which, I've known Jack now for what, 7 years, 8 years?
I don't know.
And here's the deal, he was drunk and then he got sober and then he got crazy, in my opinion. And a lot of people still cared about him until he got really mean and tried to help the guy out, me included. And he just couldn't get it. And then he just gets meaner and meaner. Hopefully one day the guy will realize he doesn't have the gift of being a healer or sent to save the world.
I won't even say that. I think that you can't heal other people if you haven't healed yourself.
I don't think Jack is totally sober either.
Well, you don't need to speculate about that.
Yeah, I'm not even really curious. I've noticed that whenever you go into a realm of communists, you tend to find a bunch of drugged out morons sitting around. How it'd be great if we just didn't have to work anymore, and they could just give us what we need, and I can game and shoot up dope all day. That's just an observation. I'm not blaming anybody or saying
most of them have that. I've noticed that most of them have a dad who is really good at capitalism, and that's why they can be communists.
Oh, but Jack didn't have a dad.
Okay, well, touche.
He was
immaculate with anybody else from AA. You guys met at AA, right?
I've been to AA.
Yes,
I did too, but only at rehab. Go ahead.
I got sober. My son passed away, and then I decided to drink myself to death. But then I decided not to drink myself to death. So I went to rehab, had a couple of years of sobriety, and then Jack came in, and we all tried to help him, and he's just such a lost freaking soul. And it didn't work, and something in me, now it's entertainment. Now I'm like done thinking that okay, let me back up. I'm sorry. I'm talking in circles. I'm a teacher. I'm a special education teacher. I call it as it is. I call it with my students the way that it is, and with the parents. And
hey, retard.
Well, some of these parents. Some of these parents want to hear the truth, not the bullshit that, you know, their kid's going to be a rocket scientist someday, right? They want to hear the good, bad, and the not so good and the not so bad. And that's kind of where I fall. And I've kind of found my niche here in the desert. Anyway, you know, Jack is Jack. I used to try to think I could help him. Now it's just entertainment.
Yeah.
And the people that I've met. I mean, I love Cynthia. I've got a big crush on you, Flo. You know that. That's not a secret.
I know. That's
I
why
hope
I've
your
always kind of
girlfriend-
liked you, even though you were
Somebody that-
terrible to Jack.
Well, you know,
I can't deny that I'm a flatterer, or I'm a sucker for flattery.
you know. Well, I don't flatter. I
Jack-
speak the truth. Remember?
Jack
Oh, I know, that's
accused
why it
me
works.
of talking to Marlo on a daily basis to connive against him.
Well, that's true, isn't it?
Well, and the funny thing is,
no.
you know how Jack says that I spread all this gossip around Spokane. Well,
Yep.
I didn't. You know, I've got a brother-in-law who is on city council. I've got a nephew who is on the school board, and you know, they start talking crazy, and my name comes up because I'm a family member. You don't have to gossip about Jack. He does that all by himself.
I think he likes it.
Well, yeah, on today's show, I think it was, he said he called the mayor again, and I guess the mayor politely told him we're not interested.
Hold on a second. I've got now 2 people backstage. I wasn't opening the panel. If you're backstage, I was dropping. That's why it said Margot in front of the link, is because it was for Margot.
Well, I'll leave if you want.
Well, you're here already.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to do the numbers right. You know, at some point panels get too big and then it's just like a shit show.
Mm.
So, you know, this is mostly me just sort of figuring out how to manage that dynamic. I'll open it later, but right now I'm just playing around with things.
As far as big panels go, you're the only one I've seen that has had panels the size that you've had and been able to keep them pretty, you know, even kill, or like from getting totally out of hand. Other people's I've seen it just go run straight in the fucking ground right out the gate.
I disagree. I don't think Flow State has the capability of keeping them from getting totally out of hand. I think he has the ability to wrangle them in like cats afterwards. That's the amazing part to me.
I don't understand what do you mean?
All right, so let me get on camera so you can actually see me. All right. So you'll let people in, they'll start talking, they start talking over each other, and you'll throw up something to break up, because everybody shuts up as soon as they get muted. You know, when they realize they're muted, suddenly they're mad and they want to just and you know, it has no effect on you, which is beautiful. I love it. I approve fully. Your use of your what do they call, blurbs or pop-ups,
video clips?
Yeah. Flawless. You get the right ones with the right people and you'll have some straight gold. Now, that being said, what impresses me more than your control of the panel is your ability, after 45 minutes of people losing their minds or talking in circles, like you pointed out, you have the ability, you take everybody down if you need to and explain how it's going to work. And then you bring people up individually and see if they're going to bite. If they bite, then you put them back in the dungeon. Two thumbs.
And that's
up.
basically, that's panel management, and Flo's got it. I mean, it's, you know, that's knowing how to manage what the hell you're doing.
That also, I told him the other day, I was like, look, you know, a lot of people have to sit down and learn to do this stuff that you're just doing because it seems like the right thing to do. It just fits to you, but it took me 8 months to realize that I could just be rude as hell and not care.
I can be like that off of YouTube, but I can't be like that to an extent here. I don't like that.
Oh, I'm the opposite. If somebody's gonna say shit to me in real life, that's a lot more of a snub. It means that we're standing here in person and you think you can get away with that shit. online, like people are hiding behind, I don't know. It's hard for me to take it that seriously. Occasionally, like last night, Hoppins, the guy who lives in a refrigerator box, he caught me. But that's why he's not here, and I'm still going to talk shit about him because.
What did he do?
What did he do? So the night before, this kind of goes into I'll tie it in. So the last night, he showed up at a different panel that I was at. The night before that, 2 nights ago, he had said from the chat that my girlfriend's tits were nice, which they are. And it caught me the wrong way. So I didn't that night. I just blocked him. And when people say shit like that, I typically undo my blocks like the next day. But the next day I went on a different panel and he followed me to the other panel and said the same thing, exact same thing. And last night I was not in the mood. It caught me bad. I was on someone else's panel and I had just started restreaming it to my channel. This is what our poll was referencing. He said he saw me take down a stream last night. I told the guy whose stream it was, I said, you need to block this guy from your chat. And he was drunk, but he was also kind of like not acknowledging it or not complying. And so I ended my stream because he wasn't taking it down. And then I ended his stream because he was not complying at all. And I thought about going over there again today because I saw that he started a stream again today and doing the same thing. He has stated his policy of nobody is banned, which is not going to work at all. Not on YouTube.
No.
You can't have a policy that's more liberal than YouTube's. So I did not do it today. Last night I went ahead and I dropped a few. I suggested people stay away from the thing a few times on his stream, and then I played a few songs on my phone, just in the microphone.
Hey, Flo.
Yeah.
Your girlfriend's got nice tits.
Thank you. I agree.
I'm like, where was I when everybody got to see? What the fuck?
And
Thanks,
see,
that's awesome.
He caught me at the weird time, and then it was a kind of a combination of things all had to play out perfectly to actually get me pissed off.
Disrespectful.
And see, and so that's the thing, and this applies to what I saw, at least from the Joe and Jesse situation earlier on Jax, is that what you can get away with and how funny the joke is sort of depends on the relationship that you already have. That's
and your timing. Come on,
and your timing, right? Your timing is fantastic, and you're a chick, so it's automatically cooler than another guy saying it, right? But if Joe Cool said that, I'm saying it's his name because he's not here, and I don't want to give. If Joe Cool or somebody else said that, it would be there's already a relationship there, a friendship there, right? Me and JG.
Well, you can read the intention. You can read the intention.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's what.
When that person said that shit the other night on your stream, it was like, I would totally crank it to this chick. Bro, I don't know you from a hole in the ground. That's creepy. I don't care if you, thanks for telling everybody.
But see, it's not even that. Because if I didn't know him from a hole in the ground, I'd just be like, oh, another troll. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do know him well enough that we have there's enough of a paradigm there, and it's not a friendship. So it's definitely intentionally
name again. He will appear. You've said it twice, and
he can't appear here. JG, you're a little homeless bitch. You sleep in refrigerator boxes. You never get laid. If you do, it's with another little homeless bitch on the back of a train that you might fall off someday, get run over, and nobody will notice you're missing.
We're talking about different Joe Cools, I think.
No, I said JG, not Joe Cool.
Oh, my bad.
Not Joe.
I don't care about him. But if you just said his name again, he's going to show up now.
Well, he was here earlier.
I love him. He's awesome.
He was here earlier?
Yeah, at the beginning.
Oh, was he in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I did unblock him. Huh.
I'm
And
talking about Joe
aside from what
Cool.
that person said, I'm pretty sure there was a particular person in one of your streams last week that was actually doing that on camera and nobody realized it.
Doing what? Showing their tits?
No, I
Who?
wish that's what it was.
Me too.
Whacking it.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll clip it and I'll send it to you. And you tell me that's not what the fuck is happening.
Oh, somebody playing with their shake weight.
Steve, this one's
I wish they had.
Thank you, Steve, for the for carpet bombing the chat. If you were looking for JG, he's already a member. At least his Hoppins account is. So.
All right, friends. I'm gonna.
Hey, thank you for coming up.
You're very welcome. Everyone have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, Margot.
Bye.
Right, Provo? I think it's cool too.
I literally said that your thing in the background where it says "call the cops." I don't give. Said that 5 minutes to an hour before you went live. I've been having a bad.
It's a full moon, so
somebody says they're gonna call the cops. That lets me know exactly how long I can whoop on them before I have to leave before they get here.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
you don't
don't.
really-
They didn't. I said it. I said I don't care what you think, and if you want to call the cops, I don't give a fuck. Call them. Tell them to get here.
I couldn't tell if it was the microphone or her voice that was glitching out.
I don't know either.
Because I don't. They know that. The cops know that. I don't care.
She keeps clipping.
Yeah,
Screaming. She's yelling.
It's not me. It's not.
Use your calm.
Oh, you know what? What if it is my voice?
It is.
That's what he was just telling. When you yell, your mic cuts it.
When you get upset,
not my ear.
your voice goes higher and louder, and then you project like you're trying to talk to somebody on the other side of a loud school lunchroom. And that clips out the mic. No one can hear what you're saying. And we just said we can't talk either. When you're doing that, we all have to shut up and wait for you to finish so that we can say, hey, you're fucking up your mic. Hate all you want. I'm just trying to be honest.
We'll make up an answer. What you got?
Where's the moon at? This full moon, where is it located astrologically?
I want to say it's in Cancer. I want to say Cancer. I don't know. I don't know enough about astrology to know what that means, but I do know that like full moons, full moons bring out the demons. And it brings out the demons in me too, as well.
Moonshine is called moonshine
because they would make it by my moonlight because it was illegal.
They would set up the stills by the full moon, but wait until the new moon to make the run. So you would go in and lay out your path and put up a string so you can find your way in the darkest dark. Because moonlight don't shine a whole lot up under a whole bunch of oak trees there, brother. You gather your string on your way in. You wait till daylight to come back out.
Yep.
You're from a moonshining family, aren't you? Aren't you related to one of the legendary families?
I might be, maybe both of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. Mr. Sutton's not a too far distant relatives.
So your families were fighting each other? The Hatfields and the McCoys?
Are the same family. You got to understand.
I'm from another family.
After that much inbreeding in the South, you get
well, after the feud, there was a series of weddings that occurred between Hatfield sons, McCoy daughters, McCoy sons, Hatfield daughters, and then they went on to establish what is mostly the East Coast McCoys from that point. McCoys from before that date they typically don't, there's no difference. We don't put a difference on it. So, if a McCoy runs into a Hatfield in a bar, there's probably going to be a drink ball just on the basis of we're not feuding anymore. It's family.
Did not know that. That's how that ended.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, once Susan got shot, it was all over. She was crazier than shit.
I don't know the stories at all. I just know the names and that they've feuded.
There's a family saying, and it's called "Going Susan."
So, is that like going Barbie?
No, it's way worse, dude. Susan married 3 different McCoy brothers, and all 3 of them died. She might have a higher body count than everyone pulling triggers.
My ex-wife's uncle, a few years back, got divorced and then remarried a chick. He's her 5th husband, and every previous one has died.
Black Widow.
He's still alive.
She like a praying mantis. She eat their skull after they mate.
I don't know what the fuck she does, but I met her and I remember thinking, like, how the fuck did she get 2 husbands? Voodoo.
That some of these women have, yes, they are witchcraft. Some of the men too. If you have you noticed the different personalities that are on the different social media sites?
What do you mean?
Okay, Instagram is largely inundated by beautiful people pretending they're beautiful, or rich people pretending they're rich, or not rich people trying to convince you they're rich.
And Twitter is loudmouth liberals, and Reddit is even more loudmouth but nerdier. And
Reddit has at least one saving grace in that it always counters anything you say. Whatever opinion you may have, post, I can approve of that. But then you've got like Rumble, and Rumble is like the news that can't be on any other site. And that's it. That's what you get there. You got talk shows that go too far. You got people that can't control their tongue, and then you have people like Alex Jones who are over there just screaming about all the gay frogs. These are the personalities. If Reddit was a person, he would be one of those basement trolls with Cheeto finger dust on his fingers, smelling.
Dude, he's such a basement. Reddit is such a basement troll cesspool. Like, I like it more now, but at first, especially, it was just the worst. It was like all the worst Discord bros took too much Adderall and then spurred the fuck out together. Yeah, just like that.
Actually,
and Twitter, it makes sense to me now that it's like widely known that Twitter is formally, like just an FBI influence program
operation.
Right.
If Facebook was a person, it'd be a 55, 65-year-old woman sipping daiquiris by the pool, petting her cats.
See, and I feel like Facebook is universal. Everybody's on Facebook. I keep it because it's like a Rolodex, but then I remember I'm 37.
I'm not on Facebook.
Okay, everybody except for Chuck is on Facebook. See, this is why Jack kicks you out, Chuck. You just got to disagree with everything. You're always looking for a way to undermine the conversation, aren't you, Chuck?
I'm not on Instagram either, bitch.
Me neither.
You're not a beautiful person.
Actually, I do still have an account, but I haven't used Instagram in forever.
I'm sorry, Chuck.
My OnlyFans, I end up having to pay them.
I bet
you do.
And the kids are all into Snapchat these days. I had a Snapchat.
That's old, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's still one of the main ones they use, as far as I know. Maybe I'm just not up to speed with it.
Oh shit!
Ooh, my ears.
Yeah, who's doing that? Barbie.
Quick, that's Barbie beating the shit out of her fucking mic. She's
Yeah,
Yeah,
over there
it's on the cord when you pick it up and rub it against your head.
I'm holding it still.
Is that because she needs to shave or what?
I don't know. She looks like she needs to fight somebody.
No. I'm
I will
good.
beat your ass if you come to Kansas City. Just straight beat the
Motherfucker,
fuck out of
please.
you.
I have a bright pink Barbie paddle that literally has your name on it.
For real?
Ooh.
It's an unfortunate byproduct of an old Barbie fan I once had.
I do not even want to know.
You really don't. And I'm not going to tell you on his channel.
Come
I'll
on
just
now.
drive to
I was
Georgia.
waiting, I was waiting for a reason.
You really wanna know?
Yeah.
I had it long before she changed her name to Barbie Sasquatch. I will tell you. It is a byproduct of somebody throwing. All right. You see your cord where it's twisted up?
The mic's right here, Papa.
Ooh. Ow.
Shut up, nerd.
You're killing us. Holy shit.
Just
You can come back up when you set your mic down.
Yeah,
I can see your hand.
she's over there flapping it at
She
you.
had
I
She
don't
was
know how
biting
this.
it. She was biting it in her fucking mouth.
I don't know how it is with you, Flo, but when you got headphones on, it's loud.
No, I know it is, and I obviously don't wear headphones, but Barbie, you can't be a douche to everybody who does wear headphones by biting your microphone.
Well, I got a mic she can bite, but that's another podcast.
I do too, but you can't talk into it. It won't do nothing. Nobody will be able to hear you.
Feel free to speak into the mic. It's not going to talk back.
It works. It works best if you fit the whole thing in your mouth, sort of like Paul.
Didn't they used to call that a
Like that?
dictaphone? Oh my god.
She
Will
got to
she
do
ever
better.
learn?
Me and Prova are disappointed in you, Barbie.
And that
Look
is
at that.
that.
Viewers are down by like 10.
You go.
God.
All right. Yep. I'm just
Damn.
kicking you out. I just kicked her from the studio.
It's getting worse instead of better.
Because
I
she
know.
gets upset, she starts flailing around. She's like, I'm going to fix it and get some more sensitive setup. and holds it and was sitting there tapping it against her freaking earphones because she can't stop moving.
You didn't see it when she was backstage. She literally had the cord here, out of your mouth. It's like,
No, man. I love that girl to death, but good God, she is almost impossible to manage because she can't hear what's going on. She has no idea it's happening. When you tell her she doesn't believe you, she thinks you're just trolling her. It's like,
it's the moose knuckle chick.
thank you for your support.
Thank you for that comment. I can't believe that not Donut, not Jesse, and not Taylor Swift, nobody else responded to that post. Are you done acting out?
I don't know.
Yes, you are.
Good girl.
I can't move.
No, you can't move.
That wasn't me.
What was it? I kicked
That
you.
sound.
I didn't hear a sound. Now.
Oh my God.
You can call me Sasquatch.
Okay.
But you better not do it too loud. Fuck, where was it? Do we want to watch the video where that wizard made about me?
A new one?
Are we interested in that?
Let's
Yeah.
watch it. Maybe he'll show us how to make stamps.
I told somebody about that, and
Do
homie was taking notes.
you remember the first time I told you about him? Do you remember what your response was?
Bro, what kind of nightmare did you just link me to? What kind of trash is this?
That was you when I showed you his page.
Yup.
Give me a second. Let me pull it up here. It's got something to do with lying. I don't remember what the title was called, but it said something about lying.
I'm fixing to tell a man that I think he should be streaming to Facebook rather than anything else, because his viewer age group is 55 to 65 plus. That's like 3/4 of his subscribers and viewers.
What's he do? Weather?
It's news. It's kind of ironic. Right? Yeah.
Why does one lie? My age, my viewers are all like my age bracket. It's actually really kind of boring. My age distribution is the bulk is my age, and then it just like perfectly pyramids each direction.
Yeah, dude, I've seen yours. It's kind of odd. I thought it was a very strange look. You've seen
How
mine,
are you able to see mine? Did I show it to you?
You showed it to me one time.
Oh, I feel like
almost-
you've got access to information that the general public doesn't have access to.
I must be the oldest one.
No, I think the oldest age bracket is 75 and up.
65 plus.
Whoa.
65 plus. Okay.
Wow.
Mine is
How old are you, Cuck?
How old do you think I am?
I don't play this game with women.
1 million years old.
I'm 60.
So you're almost in the oldest age bracket.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Congratulations.
You definitely look like you could be already there.
I really hope to look as good as you do when I get to that age, man. It's not looking good over here, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I hear you.
All right. Why does one lie?
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure everything's all synced up.
Just a little expose on why does one lie. We'll never know, will we?
Yes, let's save this because I'm actually curious. I do lean towards let's not jump to the conclusion.
I can't turn it up any louder than this.
I
So
can if you send me the link.
okay. Then we'll come back to this. I'll send you the link in the back chat.
I
You can make
hear
it.
Wizard,
I don't. You
but
know what?
couldn't
I don't
hear
think
the
that.
video.
Yeah, the video. It's all a video of him. I don't think that you can do it so that
I
just
can
what.
get louder. He will also be louder when he talks. What that is he has himself turned all the way up in StreamYards and everyone else turned down to 25%.
So that leaves people. Everybody can hear Wizard fine, I assume.
Yeah, no, it comes
Yeah,
out.
He was
fast and
loud.
it's real,
Okay.
real quiet.
Okay. Well, I mean, so people are going to have to turn up and turn down their shit anyways, right?
Yep.
I will have to mute myself and turn it up and turn it down.
No, I mean
to-
the
when he
audience will have to adjust their volume when it switches from him to right.
well, I can adjust my volume in going in StreamYards.
I'm gonna just here. It's in the back chat. If you just want to share stream, then we can. Well, whatever you're talking about, we'll try to do it that way. What manner of trouble are you causing now, Flo? Just the same shit. I'm responding to trouble that I didn't even know was caused a few months ago. And I presume this is he's reviewing an older clip, so I presume that it's from when I uploaded a video a while ago.
But what
He
did you
said-
lie about?
Well, that's what I'm telling the backstory. Well, Sasquatch
okay.
gets shit queued up. A while back, Wizard had said during one of his streams, he said that he responded to Joyce, somebody named Joyce in the comments. Joyce had commented in his stream that Eddie heard his voice and was confused, right? So she was laying in bed watching Wizard on a tablet, and Eddie was in the room with her and heard Wizard's voice and was confused about it. And then he didn't elaborate on it. So I asked him later, I said, who's Eddie? You know, like what the
Yeah,
you guys
remember
got
that.
this. Yeah, you guys got a thing going on or whatever. And he didn't give me a straight response. He was just kind of gave a douchebaggy non-answer. So I assumed that they were doing some sort of weird poly shit, and I made a video kind of making fun of it. Then later, somebody in the chat said that or in the comments said that they thought Eddie was his dog. So I made that video. I unlisted that video until I could talk to Wizard again, at which case he gave me the same sort of bullshitty answer. And then when I said, okay, well, I'm relisting the video because I tried to figure this out and you're being a douchebag. And then he started crying like a bitch because he wanted to play games, but he doesn't like when other people play games. So anyways, I believe that he's talking about that incident.
Well, I was the one that told you Eddie was a dog.
Okay, was it you? There's a few
Yeah.
people. I know EBT is the first one, I think. I remember EBT said something.
Did he?
And so yeah, so because I remember seeing that and going, nah. I just kind of like because I made
like
I made the
your
video.
version better.
I went through the process of making the video and then uploaded it, right? So once you've done that, you don't really want to hear that like, oh, you were wrong. So I was hoping he was wrong, but no, Wizard was wrong because he didn't correct me. But go ahead, Sasquatch. We can't hear it.
I do lean towards, let's not jump to the conclusions. Certainly raise questions, but
Yeah, let's not jump to conclusions.
Actually, I think that is better. Like his volume didn't increase as much as the rest of ours.
Like always, right?
who knows?
And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like I tried to tell Tommy that he didn't hear. I have a lot more loyalty to the truth. Like if I think something's untrue and continue to promote it, that weakens me.
If I think something's untrue and continue to promote it, that weakens me. It weakens you as soon as you promote something in belief rather than knowing. So as soon as you open your mouth without knowing, you are denying your own righteousness to that very truth that you say you hold up so prominently. You're fucking facetious.
I have more loyalty to me than I do to disliking anybody else. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to weaken myself by holding to something that I think is untrue, which is why
Not going to weaken myself by holding on to something I think is untrue. Now pay attention.
Which is why I enlisted the video.
Many times when you come up against somebody and say that they're committing fraud or that they're a fraud without any basis to substantiate your claim, in things that you don't know.
I was just making noise. Okay, go ahead. I'll save myself for the end.
Therefore, it can only be a belief. And therefore, as soon as you start pushing beliefs, that is your downfall. I don't give a fuck what you say as long as you admit that you know what you're saying isn't true.
I made the video I did on Wizard a while back unpublic. It's not public anymore because there was a reasonable doubt that what I was saying was true.
There was a reasonable doubt that what he was saying was true. There was a reasonable doubt that what he was saying was true when he started out saying things that he believed without knowing they were true or not. That's the problem. When you start opening your mouth against people that are trying to help you in your situations by explaining how things work, and you open your mouth instead and call them liars and frauds without knowing, you're the one that isn't placating to the truth. Therefore, how can you hold truth in such high standards when you're willing to open your mouth and insert your fucking foot? You dumbass, bitch ass slaves.
I still think that Wizard is a piece of shit. But I'm not willing to jeopardize myself by pushing something that I believe is false or could.
So that's why he's still pushing it, right?
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking your ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
And yet here he is still pushing it. Really?
Could definitely be false. So, anyways,
Okay.
you want to get smokes? I'll be on in a bit.
But just so you know, folks, it doesn't matter who you're listening to. I'm going to tell you once again. Don't believe me.
We don't.
For crying out loud, people, I've got 94 fucking cases on the docket. Why would you fucking believe me?
I don't know.
Don't believe your neighbor.
Nope.
Don't believe the government.
Don't believe your mama.
Crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. That is called knowing.
That is called transferring responsibility. That's what that is.
Yeah, no. If your research methods are faulty, you will only find faulty data.
Correct. But by presenting faulty information and then telling people to do their own research, you're transferring your culpability for presenting bad data. They should have done their own research.
Yep.
And
He's a child.
You thyself.
Here, do you guys? The video is basically over. He's just doing his little closing things. Do you want to hear? Here it is. Let's listen to Wizard. Where'd it go?
Wizard.
Hold on. Somewhere here I've got saved. Wizard explaining something about stamps, how to make them, basically. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. I'll hold it.
No, I've got a red ink pen, I've got a black ink pen, and I've got postcard stock paper.
I don't have that.
Wink, wink.
I don't think I have any of that.
Yeah, there's a little bit more information going to go on it too. But that red pen and the black pen, I can draw right on that fucking postcard stamp. I can draw the stamp right on there myself. It's called a prepaid postal impression, and it's a routing number. Specifically, need prepaid number, and then that number, that special number you need to know. That's all it really takes. But you can make your own postcard. Did you know postcards sent for 2 or 3 cents across the United States still to this day? That's the 2 and 3 cent postage principle that people are using. Yeah, it's postcard stock.
I want the stamp to be made in this stylings of the towel cake. Which
So you get that? You need a red ink pen, a black ink pen, postcard stock, and then it's routing. Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense, does it?
And that routing number he's talking about is that special number that you get from the Social Security Administration that you transfer over into your own name.
Wait, what? Sorry, I was dropping the link. What did you say? Start over again.
That special number he was talking about is the special number you get from the Social Security Administration when you try to switch it over to your own name.
Switch what over?
To say. Your
Switch
Social
what
Security
over?
Your Social Security account.
Oh.
All right. Let's back
that
up.
nonsense.
Yeah, back us up, Sasquatch. I'm not following.
Let me draw. All right. So sovereign citizens believe that when America incorporated, they created a fake straw man to represent every single citizen that's born. And that's why you have a social security number. Your name is in capitals on the license and on your birth certificate. It's basically a chattel exchange for services, goods, and everything in your life. It's your specific number. It is not your social security number. It's not your birth certificate number. It's a separate number that is secret from the universe that no one can find out except for special, super brilliant sovereign citizens who have their windows broken on traffic stops.
Yes. You nailed it.
I sat and had a 4.5 hour conversation with a full-on sovereign citizen one night, and we chased the puppy's tail around and around and around linguistically. When you try to corner him on a particular detail, he changes the phrasing so that it doesn't corner him. He's like, no, you misrepresent what I'm saying. No, sir, you said exactly what you said. Back it up. But no, he wants to go to a slightly different terminology so that it doesn't corner him like that. And that was just the way it went round and round and round and round.
Yeah, those goalposts are mobile.
Now,
Them things are golf carts, baby.
Right?
now, Flo, did he not say stamping in that video?
He
just
said
played?
he said postage impression.
Impressions. This is one
But
of those
then-
deities that you get for the business mail stuff that's for like U.S. government and,
Yep.
and soldiers, and it's got that little 3 stripes through it and shit.
Yep. But when you called him on that, what did he change the word to?
Well, so originally he was. This is after I'd already been through the song and dance with him. That audio I played. So he started off saying stamps. That was his narrative, and then I confronted him a handful of times with the law regarding counterfeiting stamps, and so he changed it to franking, which is a message of or a method of stamp. Basically, if you're a member of Congress or the Senate or the president or vice president, and you're doing business mail, you can just stamp it. You can frank the letter, and what that does is the Treasury Department pays for your postage.
Yes.
Shat Bricks, I don't think you're coming up. I don't know who you are. You look like a troll, and your camera's off. Machine Lies, you are definitely coming up. What's up, man?
What's going on, Holmes? We're also live on my channel. Let me go ahead and full screen this shit. But yeah, I was just doing my show, and I was like, oh, this is Hegelian shit. Let's do this. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not bringing up Shat Bricks.
Shat
Jack
Bricks.
Brick.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
my God.
what's his name? The guy who sleeps.
Shat Bricks. No.
Yeah,
it's not-
he followed you over here. He's backstage. I said, I'm not bringing up Shat Bricks. You look like a troll.
yeah,
And he
my
turns
whole panel should follow me over here.
Okay,
There.
yeah, that's. But he turned on his camera and he's doing the thing I told him not to do last stream when I had to kick him off. I said, "Don't hold your face so close to the camera. I can feel your breath when you speak."
It's
And so,
Must be
close
Cecil.
take.
it was, and so he turns on the camera and he's all up in it again. Let's see.
Well,
We
I
got-
told him we'll go back if we get thrown out, but
I don't.
no worries.
You know,
if
I'm
get
pretty
thrown out.
chill with it, honestly. Like, I think I am at least, but I'm not afraid to use it. But
I've never
the
seen
Lanza came
P&L
through
get
with the
thrown.
best name change double tap, I think, in channel history. Last stream.
I did. It was a world record, I feel.
It was fucking funny. It's not like I've uploaded it as its own short. I'm just waiting for the monetization review to get over, but
Let's
yeah,
go.
it was good enough that it deserves to be its own short.
That's what's up, man. Internet fame. I can't wait to watch it, bro. That's funny.
It was that and when Bex came in and trolled Tommy at the end of that same stream. There's a couple funny ass things last stream.
Bex trolled Tommy, eh? Yeah, I haven't
He
been
did
keeping
it
up with
good,
Tommy recently because he unsubscribed to my channel. He never comes on my channel and tells me like what he's been up to anymore. But yeah, I got into it with him one day.
I just got my first notification from your channel, and I've been subscribed for almost 2 months.
Whose channel?
Yours.
Oh yeah.
I'm Caucasian Sasquatch. I've been subscribed to you since I met you on Flow State Channel that night, and I just today got the very first notification without having to go look for it. I usually lurk your chats; they're kind of strange.
They've played me hardcore. Oh wait, what was that, Barbie?
Because if you set the bell to all, then you'll get all of his notifications.
Oh,
I
don't
get
be
all of them.
silly. Stop that. Stop that.
Oh.
Don't be silly.
I
Don't
do.
be silly.
Yeah, there's some
And I
type of
get
there's
one
some trick to it because I noticed like Talcott and Gen X Jeff, like I watch those fucking shows every day, but I don't get the notifications for them, so I don't know what the fuck is going on, you know? Like it won't even tell me that they're live. That's the fucking
Right?
odd part. Like they'll be
That's what-
motherfucking live and they'll just show the blue dot. It won't show the 3 red shits. You're like, what the fuck is this? This is like shadow banning or some shit. Like how the fuck
You
is
would
this
think that
possible?
they would promote Gen X Jeff because he like is actually
That's
he's
what
an
I thought.
autistic Satanist who believes in the
Man.
system.
That's
He's
why
everything.
you guys yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it
all
doesn't
my
make any
opinions.
sense. That's what I keep telling some of these conspirators. It doesn't make any sense how little power Jeff has, how little attention I get.
No, Jeff
So it
is gonna
doesn't make any
blow up.
sense.
He's gonna blow up way bigger than Machine Lives and Flow State because the thing is that he you guys are picking onto something, and that's why I'm sneak tip doing these appearances on Gen X Jeff because you guys don't know it's gonna blow up. You know, so that's
Oh no, I'm not shit talking him. I think that he's really a good. He's calm and even keel. He does good with panels.
He is,
And he likes
skilled.
Hollywood.
Yeah, he's skilled. He likes Hollywood. He likes the modern world. He fucking hates conspiracy theories. He's like the perfect New World Order shield. They need to hire this motherfucker. I don't know what the fuck.
I mean, he's
I don't know
also
what the fuck
gay.
they're doing. Yeah,
Hank,
I mean,
in the
like,
middle.
yeah. How has Gen X Jeff not blown up yet? That's my question. I mean,
It's probably because the conspiracy people are wrong about who's in charge. That's pretty simple as that. I mean, out of everyone here,
Well, first of all, you have to know who the conspiracy people think is in charge.
I think it's
right
the
now it's
conspiracy
called
people.
Klaus Schwab. They think Klaus Schwab's in charge. I mean, I watched play of Alex Jones's game. Klaus Schwab was the final boss. So,
Am I in charge, or am I a conspiracy person?
probably.
Yeah, I think I am.
Yeah,
I don't think Klaus Schwab is in charge, but I do think I'm probably a conspiracy theory.
No,
weirdo.
if you were just a former member of the Proud Boys, you'd be considered a conspiracy theorist, just right off rip. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, so there'd be no way in the mainstream narrative you'd be considered a conspiracy theorist just right off rip. Just for
They
being a member.
they would consider me a fascist.
Yeah,
The
just
joke
being
is
the
on them
alt-right.
though, because our economy is fascist.
Yes.
Yeah, I think just alt right on the right or Antifa on the left. If you just have those ideological like divides, like you're basically just considered a total conspiracy theorist.
What about like I mean, there's two ways I know. There's two ways around conspiracy that I know. One is it's called pretty sure because everybody can agree to pretty sure. And oh shit, I forgot the other one. Oh, the other one is a conspiracy theory analyst.
Oh
yeah.
Okay, I got you. You're talking about how to get like media attention, like that one. There's a what's his last name? Oh my god,
What's his first name?
a Rothschild. There's a Rothschild who's a conspiracy theorist expert. Have you seen this dude?
Yes, I forgot. I need to look him up.
Yeah.
Rothschild and Rockefellers are the richest people in the world today.
No.
No, not.
I don't know that that's accurate either, but
Some of the richest.
they're definitely scuzzy and they're
They're
rich.
still in the 13 family. They're still up there with them. Yeah, they're still.
Another one of the books that that John Taylor Gatto mentioned that was recommended.
David D. Rothschild. Yes, he's the guy.
That was
That's
recommended.
That's an excellent author, John Taylor Gatto. You know, that's
yes, he's awesome, man.
He's great. He talks
I was
about how the
listening-
public school system is basically socialism. You know, so yeah.
I was listening to one of his videos earlier today, and he mentioned books that elite students get at like these, you know, where the Rockefellers and whatever send their kids.
Yeah.
And I bought one of them, the Julius Caesar one about the Gallic Wars. And then the other one that he mentioned in that same video was Thomas Hobbes.
Oh, yeah. That's so essential. I covered that on my show. Yeah.
Which one is it?
State.
Yo,
well, I covered the Leviathan. That's the
You
one.
said you had two books from the Rockefellers or Rothschilds. Isn't one of those books the Enchiridion?
Oh,
I did. Oh, that was. Are you asking him or
have
me? I don't
to
have one of
play.
those.
he was asking you.
Oh, I don't have a Rothschild book.
You don't have a Rothschild. Oh,
No.
you must have been in part with.
I've got 2 different versions of Black's Law Dictionary.
Ooh.
What was
But yeah,
that second book?
That's
Not
hilarious.
Hobbes,
Illiterate,
Hobbes
but what's the
Leviathan.
second one?
Leviathan
Thank you.
by
Yeah,
Thomas Hobbes.
Leviathan of Thomas Hobbes is one of the most important books in modern times. He was against the Cromwell, protectorate, so he was kind of on the wrong side of history. But the thing is that the thing he supported was government by consent, even though he believed in a monarchical form of government. He was an inventor of government by consent, but he also was a scientist. He formed the concept of gases. Like how they say like solids,
As
liquids,
an
and
element.
gases. Like he did experiments, and he was like the first to discover things like that. He also was like a proto-Darwinian guy who believed that man could be reduced to biology. That man that the nature of man was mechanical, just like Newtonian physics
Right.
said the whole cosmic realm is kind of based on mechanism. He reduced man to the same quality, and he reduced him to a general equality in the state of nature, which influenced things later like socialism and stuff. Hobbes was hugely influenced by
Darwin.
Marx was
Marx.
influenced by Hobbes, a lot.
So I was looking up that book because I want to buy it too. And with books like that, when I'm on Amazon, I try to find the oldest publishing date that I can. But when they're translated, it throws another wrench in it. I actually thought about emailing you.
Get the CB McPherson, the Penguin Classic Edition.
All right, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
The Secret History of the World is a good one too.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah.
By
My
Martin
dad
Luther.
has Penguin, and I actually like the book. I read the small version of it.
Of Penguin?
Of Penguin. And
I've never read that book.
Thing about how the Constitution was written, actually.
Yeah, and after you read it, it's very lengthy, but after you read it, you can read the preface written by C.B. McPherson, and he shows you how the notion of general equality actually influenced Marx and Engels as well. So it's fascinating stuff. But Thomas Hobbes, because Marx was looking for a response to Locke, the Lockean notions of labor, and Locke himself was writing his true treatises of government as a response to Hobbes' Leviathan, which Hobbes was writing in response to Machiavelli's Prince. He actually refers to Machiavelli as the fool in the Leviathan. He has this
Where does Monte Russo come in on that?
Rousseau, it basically goes that Hobbes is a response to Machiavelli, Locke is a response to Hobbes, and Rousseau is a response to Locke.
Okay.
In his second discourse on inequality, he begins the second discourse of inequality, the second part of the second discourse, with the statement that whoever was the first guy who plucked the fruit from the tree and said that the trees are the tree and the land is mine, and the fruits of the earth belong to somebody, and created the notion of the property, is the most influential and the stupidest person who ever lived. So this was Rousseau's statement, which they used to find the radical ideas of the French Revolution, especially derived from his social contract, but in the discourses on inequality, he rejects the views of the Enlightenment. So he's like he's like wiping his ass with Diderot and Voltaire and these guys, so it's fucking crazy.
What were you saying? Tell me about how he responds to Prince, or what the relationship between those two are, because I've read the Prince and I quite like it.
he talks about the notion of justice, and how the prince had said in his heart, he said the fool had said in his heart that there is no such thing as justice, and that's his response to Machiavelli, and he brings an order of justice into the picture through this government of consent, this notion of the autocratic state, and says that the concept, the main pull of his argument is in the concept of sovereignty. He talks about sovereignty, how you can derive rights through this notion of sovereignty, and how the sovereignty could be brought forward through the notion of consent. So they vote in the sovereign, and then and they give their rights up to the sovereign, and they allow the sovereign to create rules for the society. The sovereign is the artificial man.
Oh, shit, that sounds like Jack.
Yeah, so he empties the sovereign of like his will and creates this notion of this artificial man in response to Machiavelli. So he turns it like this hollow prince, you know, guy who's kind of like this fucking, you know, I mean, artificial man, I think is like, you know, like I talked about on my show, it kind of sounds like AI. You know what I mean? Like,
do you think that there is, but I sort of agree from just what you've told me. I agree with. I do not believe that justice is achievable.
Yeah. So yeah, you would go with Machiavelli, you know, versus Hobbes, and there's good arguments for that. You know, there's good arguments for that, especially the notion of yeah. Go ahead.
Because it's subjective. Because because my definition of justice is going to be different from, say, JG's definition of justice. I think it's perfectly just that he gets to sleep in cardboard boxes because he's homeless and he sucks, and he probably doesn't feel the same way, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's why
justice can only be achieved through the effort of trying to achieve it. It is an admirable aspiration, but an impossible eventuality.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Plato says in the Republic, you know, and all of these books, by the way, of these modern books are a response to Plato's Republic, you know. So really, in Plato's Republic, he says that everybody has their own notion of justice. That's how it starts out. You know, it says, therefore, it's not achievable. So you have to create a political ideal. And then the thing is that you imperfectly follow that political ideal. You know, so the thing is that this political ideal that you imperfectly follow, this notion itself is called the noble lie.
That's the justification for hurting the goy.
Yeah, and the Sidian speech is the justification. Yeah, and then in Machiavelli, he says that all sorts of political idealism, all sorts of imaginary states like the Republic, they're just nonsense. You know, he says that's just made up shit. So he says, you know, what do I think about the Republic? I think history doesn't show it. You know, he says if you study history, there's been no such thing as the Republic of Plato. So what the fuck does it matter? You know what I mean? Is what Machiavelli says, you know.
Oh.
Machiavelli also believed that any amount of manipulation applied to a situation is perfectly justified, provided the ends justify the means.
There's no such
go ahead.
thing as true justice.
Right.
It's persuaded on multiple dynamics is what it is.
It's
everybody wants their own set of justice.
Right. Yeah. I agree. Justice is it's a righteous indignation of sorts that justifies, you know, whatever. You know.
I thought that one leader used Plato's Republic as a rule. Oh, what's his name? I can't remember.
While you're thinking of it, I want to say, where to go? I started. Flurfers are us. Oh, flurfers. I was like, what does RU stand for? Like plural RUs, but that's R us. Okay. Flurfers are us. You mentioned that you wanted a hoodie like Angela's. They discontinued that. they've since, last I checked, I think that they had brought back something else in the similar design. I'll get back on, actually probably after the stream and try to see if I can make that again. But yeah, she bought the only one in that design, and they discontinued it later the same night she bought it, or the same day that I uploaded it. So check back on the store tomorrow. I do have a merch store if anybody hasn't seen it.
As soon as I get my car.
So they only made one, and once they sold it, they was done.
That's it. Yeah, you can, and on her channel, she did a little short modeling it. It's dope. She loves it. It's a great hoodie. I'm a little jealous myself. I didn't buy one. I actually had one in the cart, but just like most of my carts, most of my carts I ended up loading up online and then just forgetting to check out.
You need a Mr. Rogers sweater.
I did.
One.
Did you agree, Sasquatch? Is that what I heard?
I fully agree. You definitely need a Mr. Rogers sweater. You need to use that for one night a week when you come in and sit down with a little tinkle-linka-linka background music.
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
And that's what will happen.
Except I'll think that will happen, and then
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
Dude.
Just stinks.
I'm thinking more like the music video.
oh, yeah, then it'll evolve, is what you're saying.
So you want to be hip? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity what? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity dick.
That's not right. That should actually get stuck in my head though.
I know you're not.
That's fucked up. You doing that to people.
I hope nobody's like sleeping right now, just like and hearing that, just dreaming like right now.
Programming their subconscious.
Hey TML, you seen the Utopia video, didn't you?
Yeah. I've seen the Utopia one. Yeah, that one's funny. Yeah.
I'm gonna retitle it to Jacktopia.
Yeah.
Jacktopia.
This one costs me nothing.
Yeah.
I like that one where it's like Jesus Christ is my nigga. You ever see that one?
I think it sounds like Tommy's.
Respect.
The original G.
I don't know that one.
I don't know, man. You're sus to me, bro. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I don't know that one either.
Truth or Cop, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he said that to me the first time. I don't remember if it was the first time I did come up on his panel or that I had mentioned from the chat I'd come. I don't remember, but
he's not been fucking with the Proud Boys shit because he went into the J6 whole conspiracy angle of it. So he was very, very
Well, we've talked to him a few times. And he seems pretty interested.
That was when he first learned he was in the Proud Boys. That's why he said that.
Yeah, his show last night was pretty epic, man. If you guys haven't seen his show last night, he was on some other shit, man. I wouldn't even. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's doing talking to people like that. I wouldn't touch people like that with a 100-foot pole. But yeah,
who was it?
It was the former bodyguard of John McAfee.
Of John McAfee?
Yeah, and he was also a former SEAL, and also I think he was involved in Blackwater and stuff. So this guy was like
yeah, I did. I came in right as he was ending.
Yeah, this guy's like a fucking cyber ninja, So I mean, it's
okay. Time to tell everyone what I was cooking. This is literally what I was cooking.
Hold on a second.
Oh man, you got some good scallops on it for your
and
potato, man.
Andrew approves. And is this is the after picture?
Tonight, yeah, this is the after picture. Yes,
with my dad.
Well, I can cook it some more in the broiler.
How did they know you were cooking? Did you say something in the chat, or were you like hot plating it off screen over there?
They were seeing me drinking coffee. They thought I was cooking, but they're maybe there's an association. But yeah, I was just drinking my coffee. They thought I was cooking, but they guessed right this time. So
Yeah, my cam is fucking up. I apologize for that.
Oh, you're fine. Don't matter. I can.
That
Well,
happens.
see, I'll put Barbie here, and then she'll turn off her screen later, and then I'll move her, and right after I move her, she'll flip it back on because she doesn't like being moved.
That's not it. It's just timing. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Sure.
Oh yeah, that's the sort of mood we're in.
Most of the time, people aren't paying attention to me anyways, unless I'm picking my nose.
It's the rest of us as dudes. You think anybody's looking at us?
They're
We
looking
could
at me.
probably just do the rest of the stream like this.
No, but they're looking at you.
I
We all know
always
that's why
felt the
people
person.
here.
I always felt the person in the center was like the target for some reason.
I can see that. It makes sense.
And that's why they called us the brain.
Um.
All right. Good. Yep. You can end the stream. Just end the
Wait,
stream right there.
What just happened? I was.
Oh,
Did
I'm
you just
shaking
show
my
your
butt
ass?
over his head.
Oh,
Over his head, yeah,
you know what?
because he's under me. That's
Oh,
hilarious.
over his head.
Oh, you teabagged him?
Sasquatch, you want to hit her with
Kinda.
the nuts? Hit her with the teabag.
I prefer just to be shat on. It's fine.
I got you. I got you.
Dude.
Barbie, tilt your head
Yo.
back. Tilt your head back.
Look up, Barbie.
Oh yeah.
Yo, dude, when I saw Flo pull out the Call of Duty teabag on someone for the first time, I was like, "Oh my god, that's genius, bro!"
Oh, is it Tommy? Tommy's the first
dude,
person
when
to
I
have a
saw
teabag.
that, yeah, it was Tommy. And I remember I didn't really like Flo at that time, and then I saw that clip. I was like, okay, I fucking think he's hilarious now.
That clip, that was when I first started fucking around with shorts, and that one kind of like, that's the first one that took off. I mean, I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna get a. This is how I'm gonna be. This is gonna be my ticket up. It only made like 1,600 views, but at the time it was like I'd had all of my shorts be at like 40, and then I did that one, and it was just like going. I was like, fuck.
Welcome. Yeah.
Chuck, do you want to hit Jeff with the teabag too while we're on the topic?
I've had 10 back surgeries. I don't think I can.
Jeff,
do
you want to
that
hit
move.
Chuck with a teabag? Welcome.
I don't have a teabag to hit him with.
Okay.
All right.
You moved it.
Before I lose the thought again,
Andrew's been hit.
I'm gonna drop some scissors on Andrew real quick.
Andrew's been hit. Oh, by Hank.
I don't have anything to drop.
And then he dropped scissors on you. Mitch, before I forget, what do you think about the new edition that you were arguing with?
Yeah, you called it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
It's obvious. I mean, I can get into some specific details, but it'll bore people to death.
I'm interested in it. That's why I brought it up. I sort of left it obtuse in case you didn't want the drama of.
Is this another fight? You're in?
No, it's not. Like I haven't. It's not. It's just. Mitch called. There's a dude who. What's his name even?
Steve Martin.
Yeah. And he's just full of shit.
You mean the Sandy Machine, Steven? Dr. King.
No, Paul's little.
Esquire.
He's the new guy on Paul's channel, and Mitch got up and debated him, and I just saw a few minutes of it, but well,
That's
Mitch
about
was
all
making
that
all
it
good.
Yeah, I was just he's
All right.
He's completely full of shit. But basically, when I pressed him for evidence of, to substantiate his idea
that happens all the time.
he can do what he's thinking, his only evidence is he got a message from God.
Oh, okay. Well, I got a message from Eris that said that message from God was a lie. So there we go now.
Thank you.
Oh, we can figure it
Thank you
out.
for confirming.
He got a message.
First of all,
from
you can't
God.
even spell, dude. That's not we.
I know, right?
We should correct his spelling so he can pay to have it spelled
No.
wrong again. Like
I can't. That would be dishonorable of me to extort him. I can't do that.
You did it last. I have no sympathy for dumb people or any
Thank
issue
you.
with stealing
When
it
you
at all.
spell, come the fuck on.
It was spelled wrong on purpose.
You
Well,
know
that's
that.
not.
No damn
You know that by complaining and resisting, you only guarantee more in your future.
He doesn't know that yet.
Now, Jeff, you know that's not true.
It's abundant.
Hey, Jeff, you want me to pay to change your name to something better? I know you don't have to.
I do. I think that you should. Yeah, you should definitely
yeah.
do that. Oops.
I just had a short removed that I don't
enjoy
even
being a host.
making. I'm not sure how to feel about that.
Was that another carpet bomb?
No. People, the carpet bombs only happen for membership gifting because the concept that you light up because you light up the chat. It's not for. I was actually working on a new on one for name changes. Oh shit, my phone's going down.
No apostrophe.
But I didn't get anywhere with it.
Bye. Have fun storming the castle.
He just says that and walks away.
Yeah,
What
right.
kind of host is that?
Don't worry, we have spare hosts here. We have Jeff here.
Oh, he's got to charge.
We have
He's got to charge that
Vacation
shit.
Sasquatch here. We have the Machine Lights here. And we have me here. So we're
I'm a
fine.
host, not a host.
Typical Emma shit. That's typical Emma shit right there.
What is?
You pointing at Mitchell?
What
What,
you
happened?
just did.
What did he
What?
do?
Abruptly walked. I wasn't screaming into the mic. I wasn't chewing on my microphone. I wasn't squawking. Not one squawk.
No, the getting up, the walking off, and the going to get the charger because you're so fucking unprepared. That's so mean.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing too.
Walk.
But
All
actually,
right, well, I guess everybody wants to steal the attention from me that I didn't know I was getting. Fine, Emma. It can be an Emma thing. You can have it. It's yours. Everybody was thinking about Emma when I walked away. Hank, hit her with the tea bag. No, hit her with the scissors. Give her both.
Scissors it is.
Her head's tilted back for you.
Gives a whole new
I
meaning
got
to
it.
deep throat.
I was gonna play the guillotine one, but I got to change that audio. That audio gets me a strike every time. Not like a full strike, just a monetization. Because it's got a few. It's got 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds long. 10 seconds of a perfect circle. Or no, that was. Yeah, that was a perfect circle.
Okay, we had to get some other soundtrack, probably something.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll give you a
or something.
You give me what? Oh, I can do it. It's unless here I will though.
Hanging out.
Well, I'll have to do it later. I don't know how to do that.
We're scissoring.
No, shit! I didn't even look at that. Just us.
You guys are in that strange
Stay here,
stuff.
Chuck. Oh, that won't work. Does anybody else have strips? Ah! Damn it! All right.
What are you trying?
Chuck, are you trying to get in this here? Chuck wants to scissor somebody. Will you please scissor Chuck so that?
My pleasure. I mean, you ain't gonna tell me twice, bro.
That's some of that lesbianic shit.
Out scissor Chuck.
Well, we lost.
Move him under me.
Scissor Barbie.
Sure. Again.
All right.
Yeah, did Chuck? Yeah, I think Chuck made up the word lesbianic. I like that word.
Yeah, I did.
Lesbianic faggotrons.
It's the
I
best
just
made up
said
word
anything.
since Amulet.
Hey, Flo, what was that word off of that money political party from a while
Here,
ago?
I got it. Automationism.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, automationism. I'm looking at it right now.
That was a new
If
one.
it's an ism, can it also be a tism?
If it's an ism, it's not great. From scarcity to abundance. This is actually, I'm looking at it again. I'm not, from scarcity to abundance. There's Jack. Restoring ecosystems. There's Jack. End inequality. There's Jack.
Commies.
Dissolve the corporations. Collaborate. Creating world peace. Fuck. Open source everything.
Oh, I'm in favor of that. Yeah.
Dude, Jack's entire fucking channel is just line for line pilfered from this shit. That's crazy.
Is there anything about secrets and lies on there?
Yes. Open source everything. The
Yeah,
hoarding of information works
yeah.
against progress. Our science and technology will increase exponentially once we begin sharing knowledge and discoveries online all around the world. This is the kind of collaboration that will deliver a world of abundance in the shortest amount of time.
Yeah, this is one of the main. Yeah, this is one of the main philosophies of of the alt-right. Even if you read these guys like Peter Thiel, and and also Mencius Moldbug and and Nick Land and these kind of guys, they have this kind of philosophy, in terms of, they talk about how open source technologies. This guy, Mencius Moldbug, which is his pen name. He actually is a guy named Curtis Yarvin who developed an open source software system. And Peter Thiel talks about open source software systems and how the idea of developing open source technologies can be applied to organizing a society. It's crazy shit. So they're actually talking about, like developer groups and stuff like in Silicon Valley, and how you could organize society around that concept, and also around stakeholder capitalism.
Yeah, but they mostly got the idea from Richard Stallman's free software, so they're not even relevant when it comes to open source.
I haven't heard
Stallman
of
and Larry Wall.
Richard Stallman. I've never heard of that one. Hank,
you're in for a little treat. Richard Stallman
yeah.
made a GNU system, which is pretty much the user land of Linux.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Linux. Yeah. This guy, I forget exactly what his internet thing was, but yeah, it's a similar to Linux. He created a open source software. This Curtis Yarvin fella, and he's one of the mainline accelerationists. But the thing about the accelerationists is that they go ahead and reject classical liberalism. They want classical liberalism without Christianity. So they accept classical liberalism but reject universal values. So it's interesting. They're influenced by
Yarvin's a monarchist now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's a monarchist in his ideology. I mean, but his ideology,
and he doesn't really have relevance in the open source software space. He doesn't. Whatever he developed, I don't know what it is. So
yeah, it's coming from Thomas Carlyle. These guys are influenced by Thomas Carlyle, and Flo, I think you'd really like Thomas Carlyle, because he talks about Machiavelli and those guys. He was more in line with Machiavelli's view of history. He thought that history was a result of the actions of great men. That's the true engine of history. It's like real motherfuckers do some shit, and it just changes the tide. Of history. That was Thomas Carlyle, and he had this whole series called Lectures on Great Men, and it's really influencing a lot of people today. A lot of people are
Thomas Carlyle.
Yeah, Thomas Carlyle. Yeah, he was a monarchist.
Artur Resartus on heroes, hero worship, and the heroic in history.
Exactly.
That one.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the one I'm recommending.
I think,
yeah.
Do you have a version that you recommend?
Oh yeah. I'll put it in the private chat. There's one version on Skeptical Waves that's just YouTube. You know, it's just audio book.
Oh, I meant as far as translators.
Oh, as far as translators,
I've got it here on Amazon.
Wrote in English. He's an
Yeah, I
English
mean,
writer.
yeah. I mean, it's 18th century, so it's not really hard to.
Oh, it's written in English. Okay.
Yeah, and it's very, very modern. Compared to Hobbes, for example. But yeah, Hobbes is writing in like a kind of, Hobbes and Locke are kind of interesting to read because they're a little bit, they sound different. Like they sound like the old English, But yeah,
one of the points about reading those authors is it very much determines in what order you read them, how you come out feeling at the end of it.
Yeah.
That makes
yes. But yeah, the open source initiative was founded by Bruce Perrins and Eric S. Raymond as response to that free software movement.
Okay.
Pretty much they were trying to be more corporate friendly, so it actually sticks.
Yeah, these are the guys that probably influenced guys like Peter Thiel,
Yes.
down the yeah.
Yes, he did influence them.
Yeah.
Come on
And
up, Dr. Cada.
Yeah, Peter Thiel funded a lot of the alt-right movement, including the intellectual dark web. That guy, Eric Weinstein, that's his hedge fund manager, I think. He
Really? I like
Yeah.
I like Eric Weinstein. I don't know that I trust Eric Weinstein, but I do like him.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're strange people.
Yeah, let me rephrase that. I do not trust him, but I do like him. Jeff would probably trust him.
Jeff
I
is
don't know him that well.
Yeah, Jeff is
Evergreen
Have you
documentary.
seen the episode that he has with Riley Reid on there?
No.
$10. Hank, can
I'm
you
getting-
teabag Jeff with your torso? Yes, he can. I just saw this. I hope that yours probably still. Hank, we got to have the torso.
I'm getting paid to be teabagged.
No, I'm getting paid
Hank.
Yeah, he's
that's
getting
by the
paid.
torso.
Someone's paying to.
But it doesn't have balls, so it's an impossible request.
I feel so cheap.
Sam,
So
slam,
$2,
I don't want to
$10.
argue. Get busy.
I mean, you need to start retaliating against these motherfuckers and start clapping back. Brown's boy sitting down there with his perfect B name.
I think you guys are all beautiful.
You stop it.
Oh, that's
Yeah, people.
Did you see
People-
Barbie's face? Now it's changed, but for a second it
thought
was
I
really like,
recognized his
oh my
name.
god, he's so sweet.
Flo, what's the magic word?
Wait for what?
For Barbie. Go ahead.
Aquadagio, right. I thought you were saying automationism. Look at her. She's going down again. She's going down again. She's not shaking.
That's all it
Her leg
takes.
isn't shaking her off the couch right now, but
No,
But that's all it takes.
It's extremely hot. Like across the
Yeah, I think that may be covered under topic switch. Yeah, it looks like I can interpret it as a topic switch. Let's go ahead and do it.
okay. We'll interpret it as a topic switch. I think that stand by. I believe that it looks like he's getting something. It might just be more food.
I hope it isn't. Is it? Are we the torso? Okay.
Aha.
Uh-oh.
Was that chicken?
Oh, is this it? Hey, would you look up, Jeff?
Is it chicken torso?
It's in the bag.
Hank, what are you teabagging me with?
Jesus.
It's the torso's in here, so technically
Of the chicken?
Okay,
Put it
Jeff,
down. I could
here we
smell
go.
that.
Is that your sex torso? Oh my god, it is.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
That actually happened.
It actually
Jeff,
happened.
Jeff,
Well,
you
glad
can
it
say
wasn't
you've
a
been
chicken.
had by a woman.
And her name was Hank.
Okay, so that all has to be straightened out conceptually before we as a species, let's say, can move forward intelligently on this front.
Yeah, that's
How
what I
much-
was gonna say. Is that is that Gen X Jeff, like he used to like be into the Jordan Peterson stuff hardcore. But then he
No, I
kinda, like,
never
went-
was.
No,
That's
because I thought
find
you were in the
Jordan
PF
Peterson very difficult to get into. I tried to. I
the
can't watch
PF
his
Jung
lectures.
the
I
PF
can't
Jung
read his
connect.
books. I can't read his
Jack was
Twitter
in the
feed.
Jordan Peterson.
All of my friends are. I was into Northrop Frye,
okay.
which was like his predecessor, a generation before him, and Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell, and that tradition.
So
My life was
incoherent
saved.
that it's barely comprehensible.
He's just a recapitulation of that, but I'm familiar with the same content through other authors that do it better, I think.
If anybody disliked that torso going across the screen, I mean, I think for $20, I think you could possibly pay to never see that again.
For $20,
that's a tip,
yeah, I will permanently retire that the torso teabagging option for $20. I can make that
Okay,
deal.
who's gonna pony up? I'm not paying for it because I don't think it's gonna be requested anytime soon.
You shouldn't have to pay for it, but now that you've said that, it might come back. Butthole Winker, your camera is spinning. Which, there he is.
See, so fake.
Careful.
Yep. What's up, big guy?
How are you doing?
Pretty
How's
good.
everybody?
Nice to see you.
He's got a solid C cup, dude.
I'm not taking the shit this time, but anyway.
You're not
hey-
going to pan down at your dick, are you?
No, I promise.
Okay.
No, I got more morals than that. But anyway,
I would not be back
As
here
if
if
we
you
would
ever
see it
did that.
anyways.
what's up, Hank? Hey, you got a thing where like you have people pay to kick people off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I am like the Cooler. Have you ever seen the movie The Cooler? People get annoyed by me really quick. So people will be paying you lots of money to get me off of here.
I doubt it.
Seriously.
Yeah.
There's like what? Is it 500 or 600 for like ever?
There is no forever option because the minute I put that up, they're going to kick somebody off forever who I don't want to kick off forever. It's never
like
going
Flow himself.
Right.
Yeah, but the numbers talk though.
I just
Yeah,
changed
once he puts an option up, someone's gonna pay for flow states.
right. Like, well, I just
well, you can't do that. I didn't even think about that.
all of it's listed in the description box below on YouTube below the video. But you can kick me off. You can kick Andrew off, or I'll do it for free when he makes a lot of noises. But to kick me off is the same. It's the same fee scale, but double. But it's also cost twice as much to buy me back on because anybody who gets kicked off can be bought back on. I kick twice as much to kick off, but I also cost twice as much to kick back or to bring back.
All right, 50,000 to never show up online again under the name Flow State.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, he'll just come back.
Yeah, you got it. Buddy.
You already have a plan.
Someone's got an extra 50K just laying around, not a problem. We can help you.
Do not give this man free reign to change his channel. You will.
I just brought up an idea with words.
So
Adam. He just rebrands Taylor Uncoated. So don't even bother.
No, if something's permanent, like, and I got that listed out too. There's a $75 for the rest of the stream, and somebody's banned for the rest of the stream, and they cannot be bought back in. But
I don't know though. I don't know if I mean if they can be bought in though. The 500p and the 500R, that's a PR right there.
But to get somebody out the rest of the stream is $50, and they can be bought back for $50. But like the very first time I ever went live, whoever's trying to get in, hold on a second, and I'll start cycling. The very first time I ever tried to, or that I ever did this thing, I don't know, by whoever left. All right, we got an open spot now. I thought about making a caveat for myself, but then I just didn't mention it at all. And the very first thing that happened is someone bought me off my own panel.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't Hank. I could see Hank doing that.
I could, out of all of us, I think maybe.
Ooh.
I could also see you doing it, Browns boy.
No, not me. No, depends on how much it was. If it was like $10, yes, but
it was 50.
No,
Who
not even
just-
close.
who-
Somebody,
Who
50
that just came up?
What
with?
happened? You were just gone.
Chuck! Now, this is why you're a fucking moron, Adam Lanza, and you could never step to me like you've tried to do on that stupid
Snafu?
Faggots channel.
Yeah,
Shut up,
no,
panel.
Yeah, let's hear him. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
Because you
We can
sit
figure
up
out what
here
time of
and
the month it is
if-
by the
if
tone of his
you
voice.
Gave somebody, if somebody was stupid enough to grace you with $50,000 fucking dollars, you would be stupid enough to tell Flo, okay, you can never come back online as Flow State. Deal? And he'd take 50 grand to make a new YouTube in 10 fucking minutes.
Yeah,
You're a
that's
fucking
why I
idiot.
said it,
could
and that's why
never
he knows that I
expect
said
you
it.
to invest 50K because you're a fucking
Okay, dude.
cracker idiot.
All right, go back to 5 minutes ago.
Unquoted. It's
Go
very simple.
back to like when the best Adam Lanza in the world did what he did. He's a better man than you.
Tom, your words get a little bit spicy for YouTube.
Yeah, but yours don't. His name is on the screen as Up and Atom. All right.
I know,
I can
I know,
say
I know,
Adam
I know.
Lanza. If you don't want me to call him Adam Lanza, don't.
If you don't want to call me Adam Lanza, pay $2, bro.
If you want to rub, if you want to rub in your face that in my face that you're going to stomp around what I'm trying to tell you, it's not going to work. It never has worked. You can be a defiant little brat all you want backstage.
Damn.
I liked when he did.
This is the thing with Tom. I like when Tom's here. He brings something to the panel. I want to bring Tom up, but the minute I try to rein him in a little bit, he overcorrects because he thinks he's gonna like
Why
show me
can I
something.
not say the name that's on the fucking screen, douchebag?
Because
say
of the
Adam
the
Lanza.
algorithm is looking for words audibly.
So why are you letting those words be the name of a person? Can I
Audibly.
be nigger boy?
Audibly.
This is Tommy
Look,
saying
I fixed it.
he's a free speech advocate. He's a free speech
No, the
advocate.
fuck he's not. Have you been to his channel?
Well,
I'm probably still watching
no.
the
I'm talking about on other people's shows. He's a free.
Oh
speech
yeah,
advocate.
yeah, right. Him, Snafu, Cecil's more just a free sleep advocate. All these people want to fuck around on your channel, but not.
yeah.
I mean, Snafu doesn't have a channel, of course, because
I don't think Tommy's ever been to mine.
Yeah,
he put in too many false reports that he took
Yeah, I
on his
told-
channel.
Well,
Yeah,
how
I
many
told
channels
Tommy-
do you think? How many options do you think they have? How many people?
No, I
let them
told Tommy
What are
the
you talking
game
about? Fuck around on
when
their
he
channel?
started talking about my channel on some fucking channel I've never heard of, and then I asked him about it, and he said he lied right to my face. So Tommy is on some shit, man. Tommy's gonna go report the information on these channels to fucking other channels and shit, and totally behave completely differently. The fucking Jekyll and Hyde motherfucker, right? It is what it is. But yeah, man. And he fucking did all sorts of shit,
yeah.
I did like that. The one thing he did when he was like that cop or whatever, I thought it was gonna be terrible, but it was it was actually pretty good. That was like the only good thing.
Yeah, Tommy's
Go M, go M, go M.
He's a cheerleader.
He's entertaining, but he's fucked in the head. And what are you gonna do?
He's entertaining good.
I feel like he just fully fulfills the role that he thinks we want.
Sorry about that.
I mean, I do appreciate
I
the role,
don't-
but I mean, it's just not going to happen. I'm just not going to.
I don't think he's making any real attempt to read the room and figure out what we want. I don't
Well,
know
actually-
how in control he is of. Like, I don't know if he could act any other way if he.
All right. Yep. And what else? Tommy, is he gone?
He's backstage.
Oh.
He can act different. Snafu acts different sometimes.
Yeah.
He can act different.
No, Hank.
So he's choosing to be.
You can't say that about.
Yeah, Tommy worked as a bouncer at a gay club, so I think that explains like 90% of his personality right there. You know?
I said that the day I met him. I remember saying that.
Yeah, it's a lot of projection going on in that spirit. Yeah.
All right.
What was he
Surfers,
bouncing
go
about?
find another channel to watch. You've been throwing all your money at this one for guys that are so
All right.
boring.
Well, get your purse out.
Who are you talking?
Mama's little Catholic.
Jeff, I didn't hear what you were saying, but it sounded like you were trying to chase off my valued paying customers.
No, I was.
It actually did sound like that, to be real.
I don't know why he is your most paying customer. And he's
Mama's a little defiant Catholic.
So I'm confused. I have a lot of.
Nick, what was the name? I forgot what it was supposed to be.
That's it.
Adamant.
Oh.
And what? Hold on.
I don't know. It's some. I tried like Adam. I don't know what.
Adam.
There's like 2 or 3 ways that could go. Probably some computer language or something. He just marked me.
Right.
He just marked my IP address with that shit, dude.
Right.
Johnny Quest.
Let's stop trying to hide.
Who's trying to hide?
Exactly my point.
Tommy supposedly came to fight with Machine.
Okay, let's see.
I'm the only one not trying to hide.
Tommy,
yeah,
if
he
you
won't
can't
do it.
be on my channel in a way that doesn't make me think you're going to drop a snafu bomb any second, then you can't be up here. It's that simple.
No, Tommy wants to yell. We can yell together. Tommy.
He can yell, but just
Why do you keep taking tips from your daddy Paul? And
About
I'm talking
what?
to you, Flo.
About what?
You're all
Because the tips
playing
are
the
good.
same Paul Daddy games. Oh, I'm gonna drop a
tips are
snafu bomb.
Your
tips are good.
Oh,
What
I'm
do you
notorious.
want?
Oh, say it like your daddy. I'm notorious for it, right? I pull guns on stream, right? I bounce at
You
a
do do
faggot
that.
club,
Scissors on
right?
stream. What? Look, scissors.
No,
See, he
no.
said
This is,
Machine, but
this is why
no, the thing
he
is
gets left
that
in back. He's throwing a temper tantrum. He's going to keep escalating until he breaks something.
no, the thing is
Put
that there's
TML
nobody.
and Tommy
like, you
on
know,
screen.
No, Flow State,
The rest of us back.
Flow State and Talcott go on Paul's show. I'm motherfucking persona non grata at Paul's show. Persona non fucking grata.
It has-
I go on Paul's show you more often than they do.
This has
They don't-
nothing to
they
do with
kick me out of-
Paul. It's simply
They kick
YouTube.
me out of the chat. They don't let me in the chat at that
He's
motherfucker.
Tom is the one who walks around with that name in his mouth constantly, like it's a
You can
big
go on.
black dangling microphone or something.
I have a feeling that they're stuck on stupid.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Stuck
Yeah.
on
Who
stupid.
does that black dick dangling by your face, faggot?
Stuck on
I'm
stupid.
sorry.
And OD'd
I'm
off
sorry
Cupid.
about that. That's why I shrank it for you.
Show them how it's done, Tommy.
I actually came from Machine Lies. I see that.
You can
Tom,
follow
I don't
Stan
know.
through his show.
Say it with your chest, Tommy.
Here's the thing. I
Isn't it
don't
funny-
trust you, Tom. And even
Isn't
though
it
I
funny
like
that-
you, I know that you don't like me, and I don't trust you at all. And you're already pissed off at me right now. So
Says nothing about Mama's little Catholic either.
where
No, but
did
isn't
I
it
get another
funny
name
that all
change?
the little troll personalities want to come at me, little JG, little skateboard fag, little other people, all these.
Well,
little
you and
guys-
JG are fighting?
Everybody's fighting me.
JG
Yeah,
likes
Jeff,
to-
that's exactly what he had just finished saying. Correct.
They don't
JG is,
give a
JG is a powerless cardboard box
Well,
sleeper.
I
So
thought
he
it-
likes
All right, Jeff. Maybe you just want to sit this one out.
What do you think? What do you think, Jeff?
JG seemed well liked and well respected by almost
who?
everyone
Thanks,
for a
bro.
while. So for it to go from that to this,
to go from taking all my respect and then using it against me. I mean, that is
What
some
did-
fucking
what
Hey,
emotional-
are you? Who are you arguing for, Jeff? Shut up.
emotional
no,
shit.
you
and
shut
then-
me up. If you want me to shut up, you should find a way to shut me up.
Don't tempt me, baby.
Anyway, Machine and I are going to go back to our adult conversation. You can
Yeah,
do
go
it.
ahead and
Toilet
fucking detract
That's
and go
another
for
one.
it.
That's another little guy. EBT and Toilable Earth are another bunch of little guys that come after me. So they got all these little snapu yaps. I see you, snapu.
I think
I see
Toilet
you,
Bowl.
snapu yaps. You know what I mean,
He must be in your chat because he ain't in mine.
I
Yeah,
think
that
Toilet
little-
Bowl changed.
Yeah, he's a dickless staccato from the dirty part of India. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the thing about Snapu is that he's a real shithead.
Of a clean part of India. And
Oh yeah, there is clean parts of India. It's called Pakistan. Yeah. I'm just fucking with y'all.
I've
He
seen
can do
those
that 'cause he's from somewhere around there.
That's not that clean.
Why here, hacky sacka?
Yeah, Pakistan. No parts of Pakistan are clean as fuck, dude. Parts
I
where
do
I'm
not
from.
see officer snaps.
You have a
Let me correct machine like, hey, autistic buddy, the only person I really like on this panel. Can you give me a sec, bro?
Yes, sir.
And I'll come to your stream whenever I see you're live. I'll be there.
Tell me, I still watch your show. How come you unsubscribe to my shit?
I
man?
know,
You
I'm subscribed to your show. I'm watching your show right now, and I came to give you a lot of shit for you said you were driving your channel
on
into
my
the ground.
You were in the
driving your
background of the
Hey, let
panel?
me reply to what you asked. I do watch your show. I am subscribed, and I'm really
Okay,
disappointed.
go on your
I'm really
monologue.
disappointed to turn on and find you on a show I don't watch. Why are you re-streaming this shit fucking money broadcast?
I'm hopping around the panels.
Tom, why don't you pay me some
panel
money?
fucking sucks.
Tommy, you're the richest one here, right?
I never said that. See, this
I mean,
is
who do
why
you think
you
is
don't
richer
know the
than you?
game.
Oh, man.
You don't know the game you're in and losing, Flow State. You're a douchebag. Nobody. I stuck it to you last night when you were coming on my panel, weren't you? You
I
got
did.
some truth. You
I
got
did.
some
While I was
truth,
sitting
just like
outside of
Z got some
Walgreens
truth
waiting
last
for
night.
somebody to
Just
come
like
out
Paul
from the
got
store.
some truth last night. I'm truthing it the fuck up in this community.
You're Are you
Yeah,
jealous
all right,
of Jack
all right.
ever?
Now let me continue my 30 seconds I asked for. Machine Lies, I bounced at the biggest club in Colorado Springs before I bounced at that gay club. And it doesn't make me gay to bounce at a gay club. Fucked more straight girls at a gay club than I've ever fucked straight girls in one place.
Of course it doesn't.
Now this shit you're saying about me lying on you, that's because you over talk and laugh while you believe Denise's stupid senile ass. I never said.
No, don't bring
I
some
never
random
said.
motherfuckers
See,
into
you're
this shit,
already
bro.
doing it, you
Don't
Muslim
let
fag.
that-
Are you
I do
over
it every
talking
day.
me? And as
He's
long
trying to
as this
connect me with this
motherfucker's
shit,
using
dude.
my clips and my
And
likeness,
that's
I'll say
defense.
nigger
Are you
fag
over
or
talking
anything.
me? Hard defense. You worked at the gay club. That's hard defense, dude. That's hard. You're defending it because you work there. I mean, it is what it is.
I'm happy to see Flow State right now, but that could change. Let's give him a shot.
But don't
news.
bring me. Don't rope me into.
Flow State.
Don't rope me into the Denise Matu stuff. Dude, you're into Denise Matu and Sewer Town stuff. I don't have nothing to do with those motherfuckers. I don't know those people, man. He's trying to rope me into this side of issues, and these people come and porn bomb my stream because of it. That's the problem.
He gets into all sorts of communities I never heard of and
That's
shit.
the problem. It's like you're here dropping my name with somebody's name. It's just like
By Flow State. Faggot, white trash, Missouri motherfucker.
And see, he knows. No. Look. I'll tell you guys what just happened. He knows that this Montegraph fellow comes on the stream, so he's gonna sit here and mention my name with this person, so to like involve me in some shit.
That's true. I know what he's saying.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Exactly. He's a metaversal
I know
pirate.
exactly what he's saying.
Dude, like fuck that
Hey,
shit.
he was lying. He's on my stream.
Just to make a clip and even take it out of context. Why not?
Metaversal butt pirate Tommy Slave. Yeah. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
what is he doing? Is he slaving?
Yeah, he's slaving for Paul. It is what it is.
Oh
man.
shit!
He mentioned
How is it with Paul?
He mentioned two people. He mentioned two people on here. He mentioned Paul Enslaved, and then he mentioned somebody who's connected to his other metaversal communities.
No,
because
Tommy's
he's
not saving for
upset.
Paul.
Bro,
He's
they're
not gonna
changing
post-
names too. I've seen them changing names
That
and
is
shit. Like,
quite interesting that he did. He does keep mentioning that name, doesn't he?
I just had sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
No,
Tommy, I'm
no,
too
Paul
smart.
doesn't like to do Tommy at all.
I'm too smart. I'm too smart for little internet games, Tommy. Fuckhead. Come on, dude. I'm
Yeah.
a fucking scholar here, dude. Like, you think I'm really gonna like not understand why you're dropping certain names and certain hints and talking up certain
running
ideas?
around to everyone else's stuff and
I
saying
feel
stuff
embarrassed
too.
for myself, but I had not even noticed that.
It's true. It is
I
true.
mean, it is
I
true, and
noticed
it's
it.
obvious too. I just hadn't noticed it.
And you know what they
What's
do, bro?
obvious?
I'll tell you what they do. I know what they do. They go around to panels, and what they do is they just make conflict. And even if you or me or any other person that's not a normie, if we just get on some sort of agreeable topic, they just will fight with themselves over nothing. I've seen Jeff do it on this stream right now. I've seen Jeff do it, but that's just me.
What have you seen me do?
I saw you do what you do, and we'll continue to watch you as you do what you do. How about that?
Yeah, we're all up here doing what we do.
Exactly. You're doing it right now. Shut the fuck up.
But there's a different pattern with
you said you saw me fighting with somebody over something stupid. So
no. Actually, I have actually lots of clips and video evidence to show that you, along with a couple other people who have a certain little agenda that's outside of anything of relevant practical value, will argue with each other, even though no one else is fucking arguing. That's what I have. What do you have?
AIDS.
Well, show us what you have, because I have no idea what you're talking about, and now you're accusing me of being part of some group that I don't even know I'm a part of.
You can play back my words if you want, and not put them into your words.
You can play whatever you want. It's all on a public stream.
Mr. Detractor, continue. If you want to keep continuing to detract, what's your end? What's your goal? Let's get to the goal here, buddy. What's your goal?
You show what you have.
I don't like this. These are two of my
Adam, you don't have.
I don't like this shit.
How do you think I felt with you and Mitch the other night?
Chatting with the people I want to chat. I'm doing my goal. I do it every day.
Shut up, Jeff. Who said what?
Who's this?
Machine doesn't like this because he likes both of you guys. I was telling Machine, I was like, how the fuck do you think I felt the other night?
About what?
I'm not afraid
him and Mitch were going at it.
Machine. Well, I told them they need to get some sleep. They seem fine today.
That's what I said too.
What do you think? What are you asking me?
I'm just generally like, as long as I tell people what I thought was wrong with the situation, like I'll forgive them. Like, it is what it is. I mean, I'm just a person like that. But
yeah, that's what I thought it would turn out to be.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, but as long as people acknowledge, and the same with Tommy, and the same with all these little fuckers, Snapu and Toilet Bowl Earth, and all these people. I don't know these people in real life, so I really don't care. But it is what it is.
Well,
who was that guy just running his mouth a minute ago?
Brown's boy, Adam Lanza.
I don't know.
Wait, Brown's boy is Adam Lanza?
What happened to what happened to Lanza? Shit.
I didn't realize that was the same.
He left.
Person.
What?
Yeah, he just left.
He was like flapping his lips about something about me he saw on a stream and couldn't back it up. So
yeah, I told him to put up. I told him to make his case because we weren't going to do it for him. So I guess he's going to do some research.
Wow.
I mean, that came out of nowhere. If you're going to start something with me, you got to bring something to start.
Exactly.
I could team.
That was for you, Tom.
Do you?
Oh, Tommy.
You think this is going to get you in on my show that you desperately show up to every time? Now,
no,
do you really think out of your viewers that we share anybody's missed? Has anybody not seen the 30 lame ass clips you play in rotation?
I know. I need to update
micro penis. Ooh, suck your own dick. Ooh, shut the fuck up. Ha ha ha. You didn't even.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic.
Yeah, the one. Hey, even a broken Paulie's right twice a person.
I bet you won't do anything about it but complain on the internet.
Man, lean into it. Lean into it. It's lame. Now
fucking catch up. Fucking low vibration pieces of shit.
I could fucking ban up with Jeff tonight on this Adam Lanza shit.
This is braggadocious nonsense.
I just watched Adam Lanza describe every fucking appearance he's ever made on. So what was Hank saying about
you are destroyed forever? You are destroyed forever. And you'll never be back. And you'll never be back.
He just Lanza took his own self out of the stream. He didn't need me or you. He did it. He did it himself.
Yeah, Lanza will do that.
Studio fun.
That's how easy he was.
Yeah, he'll flip the table over. That's just that's classic Lanza. He's done that many times.
Some of that's is burgery. a tantrum.
No weapon.
He's not lying though. I do need some new. I need to update these clips.
On every request.
But I don't want to get rid of some of them though. Like most of them.
Then just save the clips to your channel.
Oh, hold on. I got another one. Tom, come back for this
How
one.
gangster are you, cuz? How gangster are you, nigga? I'll show you how gangster I am,
What the
nigga.
fuck did I say that you got me backstage? Who paid for it? Or are you just mad that I knocked on your stupid little clip?
Nobody paid for it.
I didn't say any of the words.
Nobody paid for it. Tom, it went with the sending you to hell, right? It went with the clip I played. Oh, now he left.
Jeez.
It's more.
I mean, it's all about how you start off with Tom. If you start off smooth, fine. But when I had to start off trying to rein him in, all it does is escalate him.
I'm too conscious of the
sensitive,
autism, and I don't tiptoe around stuff like that. So that's why we're not.
And I can
compatible
tame
together.
people like that. I tamed
Long-term.
Officer Snaps a couple of times before.
Do you have a developmental disability?
We all
welcome special ed.
That's amazing.
It's like all of us
I
being
definitely do. Hank does. Flo does.
Does not.
ADHD counts.
I believe YouTube.
Yeah, any kind of autism, ADHD.
Yeah, I got that motherfucking straight up epilepsy in this bitch.
Sasquatch, you got to talk over us. We're all on the short bus.
I feel like I have some sort of temporal lobe epilepsy. Like I'll start like reading and shit. Like I'll go into trances and shit. Like motherfuckers, yeah. Like they don't know. Like I'll start listening to music and shit. Yeah, like if I listen to music for like 20 minutes, I'll go into a motherfucking trance and shit. Like it is what it is.
Motherfucker said yeah and kept talking.
What do you think, Jeff? We got a diagnosis?
No, I had him on the spectrum for a while. I mean, you
hold on.
don't meet Machine and think he's a normie.
Okay, Sasquatch, what were you trying to say?
I don't even remember, man. I'm laughing too hard.
So, Jeff, who do you think is not on the spectrum? Like, just it doesn't have to be someone here, just somebody that we know.
Well, I wouldn't say Barbie, but then I remember her talking one night. Did you talk about ADHD or something?
I am on the spectrum.
Oh, you don't think Barbie? Cam the fuck up. You don't think that Barbie is? You think you put me on, but not
no. But
Barbie.
it also it can present differently in girls too, and I don't have as much of an eye for it in girls.
Barbie's ADHD.
Because we mask it. That's a
But
problem
everybody's
with girls.
ADHD when
Not
you
that well.
if you look around for it.
Well, we all have our individual attention patterns, but some of them are more outside of the statistical norms than others.
I don't think there's such thing as a neuro non-divergent person.
It depends on how you define it, because no two brains are
I don't
alike.
think
Like
so
when you get
either.
down to the
That
individual
sounds
level,
like
we're all neurodivergent from each other.
Misconceivable. I'm sorry about earlier, by the way, Flow State.
You're fine. Yeah, I'm.
You're not sorry. Stop
It's
lying,
cool.
Andrew.
I'm just glad because I kicked him because he was like making a loud ass noise or something, so I booted him. You're fine. I don't hold grudges. So as long as you take shit in stride and you don't be mad, like I'm not mad. I just I just do what I got to do. I'm running a show here, So if somebody starts to make loud ass fucking noises, I'll do it to you. I did it to Barbie earlier today too.
Do you want an example of the most annoying noise ever made?
I don't think
Barbie.
so.
Jim Carrey had that one already. You want to use the most annoying sound in the world?
I don't want one, but I was sort of waiting for it though because I was expecting it.
No, I'm not that asshole. I figured I'd trigger one of y'all into doing it, and it worked.
Oh, I thought you were. I was like, why is he so polite?
I have a velociraptor sound that I do sometimes, when I get really excited.
How does that go?
See how that happens? It just
Whoa,
just
what the
that
hell?
fast, just that fast. You get snatched out the stage.
I don't mind.
I need a cigarette after that.
So, the difference here, Andrew? It's timing. if you could figure out when to do those things,
We can't though.
work flawlessly, but we all have different lags and we're all having slightly different sound effects and stuff. And so part of the issue is in StreamYards, like when like over there, Hank's sitting there cooking next to him, you know, that's not you kind of hear it going on. I sort of smell some curry. I'm not sure why.
That
There's curry in there. That's why. And what do you mean we, Jeff? I'm hilarious.
I wouldn't.
Hank is
mind
pretty
having
hilarious.
Some cooking.
I said the timing thing is something that a lot of us have trouble with.
Because it's a reading. Is it because you have trouble reading?
Part of it's reading, like reading the cues to begin with, like figuring out where to come in. But part of it is we're timed differently. So like the rhythm track that we're running on is not even in sync to begin with everybody else. So it not only is it reading where to come in, but it's how to fit our track with other people's tracks in the first
wherever. Just dump it on
doesn't.
them. They'll figure it out.
I mean, but there's pattern. It's just pattern recognition.
Yeah, but
right?
Like social pattern recognition is a skill, but not everybody.
Yes,
right. It is a skill, but I would think that because your logic isn't, there's no issue with logic, and that's what pattern recognition
emotional stuff.
I think that I think that you could probably practice your way out of it, but I don't know. I'm not.
I
don't even know anything about autism at all, but I think I've solved it.
But
you need to train, Jeff.
Born with it. I was born with it. I didn't learn this trash. I've never been in front of people before. I was so terrified of putting my face out there that I didn't do it until I did it accidentally. And that was the first time I got to meet people in chat.
Yeah, I'm definitely more on the psychopathic scale than the autistic one, I think, than internet.
It's the same scale.
Oh, it is?
Psychopath.
Definitely no, but there's some overlap. That's pretty high.
Yeah, there's what I call autistopaths.
Autistopath. I don't know why that's funny to me.
Because that's what a 90-year-old woman's vagina tastes like.
Okay.
That's timing.
Well.
Oh man.
That's timing.
Well, I'll have to make your word for that, I guess.
I was born with
I
that.
don't. I understand timing. Go pick up an instrument, Jeff. You can learn some timing. Pick up an instrument like this.
Anybody ever heard that stick?
I have a harmonica somewhere.
That's actually a good idea. Really, because I bet that is.
I can't play instrument. That's part of it. I can't coordinate my brain with my hand and my right hand with my left hand.
You have to train.
Make them do two different things.
You have to train. I leave this on my desk all the time so I can train on it.
I mean, I'm not buying the whole I can't thing. Like,
nerve damage.
Don't make me go into Yoda mode.
No, do it.
The amount of repetitions it would take me relative to the ordinary person, it's not worth the investment for me. So if I was really passionate about it, had some motivation to sit there and master it,
not
probably
how
could,
much
but it would
passion
take
you
me
have if you have nerve
10
damage
to 100 times longer than the average person.
Why do you have a gun? You're acting so negative. One less negative person on this earth.
Better get hop in that time chamber then. Better hop in that damn hyperbolic time chamber then.
Sorry, I didn't. I was not paying attention.
Em, you're muted.
Don't tell her that. She'll unmute.
That's what I'm trying to do.
What are you doing over there?
She played with a shake.
I'm trying to put some weed in a fucking bong here.
Oh, that's you were playing an air instrument.
It looked like a little finger air violin or something.
The weed.
Yeah, the world's smallest violin.
Okay, here we can look. Are you showing us? Okay. Ooh. Yeah, look at this.
Which strain is that?
All right.
It's some I think it's gelato or some shit. Yeah.
Oh, that's a rude word for half black people.
No, that's mulatto.
I know.
Gelato is Italian.
Quit immediately. That is
more of a bougie
wrong.
Oh yeah, no, I was confusing it with a different one.
Yeah, I'm the diversity hire here. I'm the one that will be offended.
No, gelato is that ice cream that the Italians make. The shit is the bomb. You guys ain't had that. You haven't really, yeah, it's the shit. whatever it is. Take some LSD and eat a gelato. Right? It's the shit.
Disavow. But yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
Hello?
like I need to like take LSD and then eat some ice cream, or I don't know why those two things go
I would
together.
just eat ice.
I just don't think I'm going to be taking a
It
lot.
was
eating
so
a lot of
good, just like
LSD.
suck it on ice on LSD.
Yeah.
Hey Flo, where did you find that?
Like some X. That's more of an Ice Cube thing. I mean, on LSD, I had an argument with a Super Smurf.
Where did I find that? What?
Super what?
Super
The
Smurf.
political party
White hat
website.
SRS.
Oh, here I'll drop it in the public chat again.
Okay.
Oh.
I didn't think we had one like that, but apparently.
Well, we really
do.
don't. If you go, oh yeah, see, I dropped the link to the your state tab. They're trying to organize it.
If money free is going to happen at all, it's going to be some kind of transition to some kind of cryptocurrency.
It will be. It's a trap.
That's still money.
It's a trap. It's so contrary to human nature to think that all work is going to be voluntary. It's so contrary to human nature that it has to be a trap. It can be nothing else.
And not all work can be automated. I'm sorry.
And even the automation, like it just shifts the need around because then you got to upkeep the machines.
Yes, you have to make sure the automation works, and then you need smarter workers just to do that.
Well, that's exactly what they're gonna have. They're gonna have selective automation to keep certain skills away from people. So it's just gonna be like a way to control
Like
people.
navigation.
Oh yeah, like automation is gonna be an excuse to take these things away from certain people, right? Obviously, I mean that's just how power works.
Completely done by AI. In the near future, you will no longer hire people to code for you. You will instead tell an AI what you kind of want it to do and learn to speak AI with the comma speech.
No, because it's not. You don't understand code if you think you can do that. Because
That's the thing. When you're writing complex code, of machines, they needed to create machines to do that work because those 1,000 calculations per minute, a human is not able to do that. So in order to use complex machines, they had to build language learning models and all these types of things. So you have to build machines to use the machines, so
Yes.
that's why people who believe in that technology is neutral are on a bad stripe. On the one end, you can't believe that
I'm one of those people.
Yeah. I mean, on the one end, you can't believe that that technology is going to solve all our problems, but at the other end, you have to realize that technology, it creates certain necessities, to emerge, and that it can't be curtailed in that way. That you lose a certain bit of control. All actions that go in arbitration lose in accuracy. It's just the nature of things.
Yeah.
So I gotta
so
ask
code
you.
is not it's not simple enough that you can say machine do this and you get the result unless
never said
answer all the
you can train
answer all
AI
the little questions that also matters that you don't think about. The stack is too large, too complicated
for an AI to figure out. For you to program an AI to do basic code so that you don't have to do the basic code, you can go for the more advanced code that needs human intervention, not basic code. So learning to code is not going to teach you anything. You'll have to learn to manipulate AI to code and learn how to stack code.
Do you know what compiler is?
Yes.
That is literally AI that outputs
Yes.
code. So we've been doing this for 50 years already.
So why do we need coders?
Because code's more complex than we thought. So we have compilers that's literally AI made up with code.
So do we now have AI capable of writing code?
We had AI capable of writing code.
Oh yeah, of course we do. Yeah.
So
I don't
yes,
understand
we do,
the
because we had 50 years
Asking
ago.
a basic question is just going in a circle. You can't get rid of my job because I have to do my job, but my job can be done by AI, but you can't get rid of my job because I have to do my job. That's what I'm hearing.
No, well, you don't understand.
Apparently.
Now we can just get rid of all the coders.
He's giving you the old Jack Talcott argument.
Right, it's just
not
right around.
Jack Talcott argument.
It just keeps going.
It's not Jack Talcott argument. If you code, you would understand how difficult it is.
I was saying that you don't understand argument is Jack Talcott's primary argument. Yes, sir, Andrew.
Reference to not falling for that machine. When I was younger, I watched a cartoon called Batman. Has anybody remembered Hardak?
No.
Who?
Hardak.
Hardak?
It's a monogram, or what do you call those acronym?
Oh no, I don't think I see that one.
Horistical and
shut up, nerd.
Reciprocating digital computer, something like that.
That is hands down one of my favorites.
So I'm not using the Jack Talcott. You don't understand. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is that we have AI to do output code for half a century.
But he's wanting to know the why behind it and and that's what you're not going into.
What I'm saying is half a century ago, we've had AI to write code. Do we not now have AI advanced enough to write more advanced code? Is there any reason to think that we will not have better AI into future to do that job?
You need to define what you mean by advanced. Otherwise, we can't get anywhere. Define what you mean by advanced.
It doesn't have to be
Sonny, you should hit the link. I'm interested in what you're saying, and I'm not sure if it's low key directed at me or who you're talking to.
Yeah. If I understood what you meant by advanced, then I can answer your question more coherently.
So you chose a particular word that I used to try to blockade the idea that you know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you mean by advanced, so I can't answer your question.
More advanced, which means better than the previous generation of AI doing the same job. Better, more advanced. In addition to the advancement that has taken place up to this point.
I mean, I still don't understand what you mean by advanced. You mean faster?
Relative to I withdraw the question. My bad. I didn't mean to play. This is totally going nowhere. Y'all continue.
Well, you don't know what you mean by advanced. I can't answer the question yet.
I got it, Sasquatch.
I used to code in machine language.
Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you this much. There's a line in cybernetics by Norbert Wiener. I'll break this out for you guys, because he talks about the concept of self-replicating machines as the goal of AI. And the reason is because once you have complex procedures, you actually need machines to write complex codes, and then what it is that what I guess what you're asking is can a machine create a more advanced version of itself in the future? Well, that's merely theoretical, but can the machine reproduce a version of itself? Can it replicate itself?
What I was asking is, do we not have now better AI to do the job than we had 5 years ago?
Presumptively, yes.
Okay, I'll accept that. Presumptively, yes. The AI is more advanced than it was. So, is it not natural to assume that in the future we will have even better AI to do an even better job?
And quantum computing.
Job.
We already have quantum computing. We just
I don't think
it's not as good as classical computing.
That assumes that like it's just gonna progress, but like they don't actually know if they're gonna invent like better versions of itself. They don't even know if the machines are gonna be able to replicate themselves. You know what I mean? So the thing is that the idea of the AI is based on the idea of genes. Because they look at a gene and they say a gene has the information in it to create another version of itself, right? So they look at a gene, especially an RNA, as a self-replicating machine. So they're thinking of a machine that can first produce a version of itself That is the one stage of advancement, a self-replicating machine, and then B, a machine that could produce a better version of itself. You know, that is the ultimate stage of advancement in their opinion. You know, is
True.
and that's
the goal.
that's discussed in Samuel Butler's work, Darwin Among the Machines. You know, he wrote a book in 1800.
Before we get to the point where machines can develop better machines, there is a whole phase of human intervention that must take place between the basic AI that we have currently and the strong AI people are trying to develop. The strong AI is this goal that you were I lost the word, trying to present or are presenting. Who was it presented it? I'm sorry.
Wiener, the guy who wrote Cybernetics, right here.
Oh, great. Wiener. I'd love to say that word.
Yeah. Wiener.
Yes.
Wiener.
He's presented this possible end product, right? That this ultimate AI, this strong AI that's capable of reproducing itself in more varied and more specific parts. I'm merely saying.
Yeah, you want me to you want me to read this section that I was talking about? It's only a paragraph. He says
I do.
Yeah, he says yeah, and I'm sorry, panel, if this is okay, you know, let me know. Cut me off if anybody doesn't want to.
It's your show too, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's your show too. And you'll know if I have an issue.
Okay. Yeah, it says interesting new attitudes both in engineering and in biology. He says in engineering, devices of similar character can be used not only to play games, but to perform other purposive acts, but to do so with a continual improvement of performance and the basis of past experience. I shall discuss some of these possibilities in chapter 9 of the book. Biologically, he says, we have at least an analog to what is perhaps the central phenomenon of life. For heredity to be possible and for the cells to multiply, a necessity, the hereditary carrying components of the cell, the so-called genes, be able to construct other similar hereditary carrying structures in their own image. It is therefore very exciting to be in the possession of means by which engineering structures can produce other structures with a function similar to their own.
I understand.
So that is essentially, like the question is like the same way life sometimes produces better versions of itself, through past experience, by building on past experience.
That sounds awfully Linnaean.
It sounds awfully what? I'm sorry.
Linnaeus, the predecessor to Darwin, who believed that giraffes got longer necks by stretching to get taller leaves.
Yeah.
Evolution. It's kind of a Linnaean concept where the AI becomes stronger by doing AI stuff. I mean, I don't know how to explain it.
Robot.
Yeah, I mean, it's merely theoretical, and sometimes they call it this concept as a singularity, so yeah, it's merely a theoretical concept,
Yeah. But you need to understand that a lot of this is an optimization problem. You can't. It's barely a general stronger. You can be stronger in some way and get weaker in another way. It's a rare case where you're just all around better.
But I was saying a specific topic, a specific purpose, directing an AI to do something specific and to do it as well as possible, using that capability to improve that specific line of thought while using a different AI to improve a different line of thought, a very specified break of duties. I don't speak computer language.
I guess so.
My dad does. He's sort of good with speaking the language. Anyway.
Okay. Cool. I'm sorry. I don't have.
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead. Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
Let it be known.
Oh man, it's fun.
I fucking love that shit. She's awesome.
I was never a homo saxophone. The weed turned me gay. Now I'm out here all alone, so I don't infect others. I wish I had never smoked pot.
If that had been made this year, he'd have 20 friends with him out there by that garbage can.
Well, that's JG, so that's why he has no friends out there.
What did I still don't understand the JG thing. What did he do? Like, why would he just blow up his standing in the community like that?
I don't know that it was ever very good. Like, yeah, because he's a douche, but it was never like. I tried to get along with the guy. He's just a douche, though. That's.
Wait, how did
I think you had a misperception of where his standing was.
Yes, and that's Blow State saying that, and that had to be really bad. Blow State's calling you douche. It's really
Wait,
bad.
how did he blow up his standing? I don't get it.
First of all, you guys talking about the same JG?
Hopkins.
Yeah.
Hopkins.
Everybody said that. Everybody said people were mad at him.
No, he's mad. He's emotional. It's not
emotional.
Yeah, nobody's mad at that little fucker. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I'm
okay.
not.
So
Yeah,
he
I'm not.
didn't do anything. He's reacting to something.
Oh yeah. He's just taking a shit. Like he took a shit on OTW stream the other day. Like literally,
Which is already just shit.
Yeah, he just
he
just
improved the color.
I mean, you could see how he would think this is the right place for that.
It's the poo poo and the pee pee. You know what I mean?
Right. It's basically what everybody does.
He seemed very
He's just been so childish.
It's cool. You know what? Sometimes you got to indulge your pettiness. It's a full moon. I'm feeling petty. Hank. Hank is Hank.
I came here to troll, baby. I came here to do
Yes,
the
I
job.
am.
Barbie's been sending me Facebook messages all day about petty ass shit.
Hey, no, she hit me with a good one this morning. I was actually pretty impressed. She hit me with the Summer Wells missing persons case, and you know how I am. I just kind of overlooked it. I went and checked out a little bit on it. It was like, it's obvious. And then later, I picked up a video about it and found out a whole bunch of more information. And now I'm utterly baffled and completely sucked in.
Keep going.
It's a very
I'll find more.
interesting. Go ahead.
No, keep going. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've been following it since the very beginning, and I cannot, for the life of me, actually figure out one solid, like, possible. There's some. I'll go, you know what? I think I've got it, and I'll sit on it for a couple days. I'll hear something else, and I'll go, well, wait a minute. Start going and doing some more research, and I'm like, well, goddamn, that sounds like this shit. So, like, did you see about the footprints? That's the particular thing I meant for you to come across.
Who the hell is Summer Wells?
Summer Wells
went missing several years ago. I think about 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. She was in custody of her parents when she went outside to play with her brothers. Her brothers came back in. Next thing you know, they're looking for her out there. Now, I don't know if she's been. I don't have any more information than that so far. That's about as far as.
It happened like.
Was it a little girl?
Yes.
Yeah,
she was what?
4 or 5.
All
and
right.
I haven't gotten to any of the
missing.
details of like where the shoes, the teeth, the hair, any of that stuff was found. I usually work cases backwards. I start with the end result of where everything ended up and then work my way back to where they were when they were lost, their last known location, and try to put together the pieces that way. I don't have enough information yet.
It's a very interesting thing. Like, a lot of my viewers, the most viewers I've ever gotten after joining someone else's panels was when I went on Ziggy's. If anybody is from, actually, probably some people in the chat are from saw me on Ziggy's. Ziggy does true crime stream. Yeah. And I didn't know. It was just a random stream that I just happened to scroll by. It was an open panel. I jumped on, talked to her. It was a Summer Wells case. I didn't know nothing about her channel. I didn't know nothing about Summer Wells. Now, Summer Wells is interesting, and Katie has wandered in the room while I'm talking about Summer Wells, which makes me think it's probably not a coincidence. Yeah, it's a very interesting case. It is a coincidence. She says it is a coincidence.
Yes. I don't
Sun's
believe in
getting low,
coincidences.
big fella.
Salute to Sonny. Oh shit!
I just realized that Machine is here on Flow. I was thinking like, oh, Machine's streaming tonight. I should go check that. out.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the spectrum, all right. That's exactly
And
the
I'm like,
spectrum.
wait,
That's
he's
the
on
point
this
you're on.
stream. Where's his stream?
Yeah, I'm
Jeff,
hopping around.
you're on both shows at the same time. Which
Oh,
is
is he
great.
double streaming? Like,
Yes. So he is restreaming.
so I
this
am on
room.
the machine. This is the Machine show. At this,
Yes.
This is what I call a cluster.
That's convenient. I don't have to go stream hop.
What up, guys? Hi.
What up?
And Chica.
Oh, hey. But,
Hey, that I'm so glad that video is too spicy for you to keep up because people are loving that Scott shit.
I know. And they're going to love other shit too. See my vision.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means hey, how are you guys tonight? It means I'm chumming the waters.
Okay.
And I was chumming the waters. I already knew it. I'm watching that close too.
Come harder. I feel like you're doing the Hank chum where it's like, hey, fight me. And then when you fight him, he just kind of giggles and agrees with you.
Hank, until you state your purpose, I don't trust you. My circle is closed. Hey, no, I'm chumming the waters and I'm watching that video and I already knew it was gonna get like
Which one?
The video you put up, and I appreciate your description box. I already knew that was gonna get. It's the topic, and it's the ability to bring it out of people that they like.
What?
Nothing.
I'm not following either.
Don't even worry about it. All you gotta do is just trust me and keep riding with me, Chuck. Flow. That's all y'all need to know.
She the type of chick that had 4 kids and 5 different baby dads. How does that happen? She don't even know.
Oh, right? Hey, anyways, what are you guys talking about tonight? I got off work early tonight. Yay.
Oh, so we're also on the machine lies. So we pretty much talk about whatever he tells us.
Love everybody.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Whatever he tells us
Guys,
here.
that's squash.
So tonight, well, mostly it's just been normal panel-ish. I did the title and thumbnail and what I started kind of with it. Well, anyways, is a reference to the Florida school. You know, they were doing the whole hoopla about sexualized books, and I said the whole time it's going to be it's a Hegelian dialectic. They're going to overcorrect and cause more problems, and now they've overcorrected, and they've got like one county banned the dictionary, 5 different versions of it. I mean, just all sorts.
Dictionary.
I heard you talking about that, and I saw a story where they were having like a sex type of a meeting like that on Zoom, and hackers hacked in and showed porn.
Speaking about porn, I'm reading.
They used to porn
Andrea
bomb
Dworkin right now. I'm reading Andrea Dworkin. I'm reading pornography, men possessing women. So
Yeah,
I was a book or a paper.
It's a book. I'm reading up some feminist theory. So
Yeah, me and Hank were talking about this feminism shit. But yeah, the thing is that I did 2 shows on or I don't know if it was 2 or 1 show. Oh, actually I think it was just 1 show I did on Hegel, but it was 2 to 3 hours I talked about Hegel, and the shit was pretty live. I was talking about how he supported the French Revolution and all that type of shit. And in the French Revolution, you had this cat named Marquis de Sade.
Hey, before you wander off of it, you should just explain in basic terms the Hegelian dialectic.
Oh shit. Well, it's gonna be hard to explain in basic terms. I highly suggest watching my video called Hegel invents robot gerbil theory. That's what it's called. But yeah,
Hey,
I'll give it a try.
Type something in the chat and I'll just wrench you, and then you can drop it if you want.
Okay.
Gerbil theory.
Yeah, but it's about the
If you want, if you.
the
I didn't mean to make
Hegelian
you lean
dialect-
forward.
Yeah, the Hegelian dialectic is basically this thing where you have thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis. That's the broad version of it.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah. Now the practical aspect of that is there's a affirmation. Okay, then there's a negation of that affirmation. Okay, coming from the concept of coincidentia positorum from Nicholas of Cusa, that every idea presupposes its opposite. So and it also comes from Newton, really. But the laws of it's like momentum or some shit. But movement or motion or whatever. Every action causes an equal and opposite reaction. So
in action, what it would look like, at least to me, right? If you're running an authoritarian system and you don't like the amount of information that's available to people, you start doing things like putting and bringing attention to a whole bunch of raunchy books in schools, and then you have. Then the obvious reaction to that will be that you start banning books in schools and giving parents or like in Florida, the community has the right to challenge anybody in the community at all can challenge any book at all. And so
stop reading, you perverted nerds. Stop it.
And that's why these figures during the French Revolution I was mentioning are so important, because Hegel believed in this concept of world history. He thought Napoleon was the world spirit on horseback. He actually said that. And then these figures in the French Revolution, like Marquis de Sade, they would actually propose putting displaying women naked in the theaters as a revolutionary act. And Robespierre and all these kind of guys, they theorized that like changing the name of the Notre Dame Cathedral to like the Temple of Reason, like that would be the great victory. That changing the ideal of the society to like uprooting its cultural and religious traditions, to ideas of universalism, that they were very, very fond of that. And they wanted to promote like pornography, and things like that. Like Marquis de Sade, where sadism actually comes from his name. Marquis de Sade.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, me and Jeff were talking about this. Yeah.
Was he sadistic?
Yeah. And Andrea has the chapter on Marquis de Sade too, but I didn't read it yet.
Yeah. See, see this feminist lady that Hank's reading. She has a whole chapter on fucking Marquis de Sade. See, guys.
But why? How did he earn that honor?
Memphis Stories. He
wrote plays that included sexual violence,
like Tarantino or something.
Yeah,
Yes.
among other things. Yeah, among other things. Yeah. He was like the original type of Tarantino type of shit. Yeah.
Tarantino is a genius.
Yeah, but his was more brutal than even Tarantino. I'm talking about like torturing women and stuff. I'm talking about like
that sounds fun.
Very vicious.
Right, Barbie? Right, Barbie? Sounds like a good time. Yeah.
Orgies.
As long as you don't get the websites wrong, it should be okay.
Yeah, we're talking about things that are possibly,
that happen all the time.
Yeah, too spicy for even Tarantino movies. Tarantino's. But yeah.
Yes, he was censored a lot. He talked about it.
Well,
I also heard y'all talking about Jeff was trying to explain to you how come he couldn't pick up on social cues, and you told him that you felt like he could train his way out of it.
Well, it's timing, right?
Yes,
and timing is just if it seems like since they can do patterns, right?
Right.
And that's just math. It seems like these are all applicable skills, and that if you actually don't focus on reading a person, but if you just focus on noticing the pattern of timing, that you'd be able to kind of bypass it.
Yeah, that's how I did it. That's why the reason I did this keyword. If I can help train my timing.
What do you think?
Well, I definitely do recognize the difference, and I do recognize the inability to process things the same way. Autism plays a huge factor in what I've noticed. If they have it, their ability to process my sarcasm is different, and their ability to communicate is authentic and genuine if it comes from a good place. If it's not, it's a whole different thing. But they really just don't. They can't. And it's not nothing they do, but they communicate other ways, which is why I always say you have to meet people where they're at and you have to learn how to communicate with people. So if I see someone such as Hank and such as Jeff, I know to be still when I'm talking to them, not to be so animated.
No, not with me, you don't have to be. You don't have to do anything different for me.
Yeah, with me neither.
Okay,
Because
cool.
I'll exploit it against you, though.
And see, as a man, I would have known that no matter what, that's you got to come at them with not that suggestion.
No, they do, but they have to it's like when animals meet each other, they have to sniff you first. And they have to get to know you first, and then you can be yourself.
I feel like y'all do that with us.
Like Hank was saying.
I mean, everybody does it with everybody.
Right, but like Hank was saying,
for me, it's much
pattern.
more about the impression I make on them than any like thing they make, any type of way they make me feel. Like I feel like it's their reaction to me that's the problem, or that I have to worry about more than my reaction to them. I don't react any type of way to them. Like there's nothing they need to do special to make me feel a certain way. I can just take them as an individual.
Yeah,
But
same here.
That's how everybody sort of feels about themselves. Like I was just being me. That person had a problem with me. They reacted to me wrongly. Anytime that you don't get along with someone, you always
No, sometimes it's
well,
my
yeah,
fault.
but my experience bears that out, and it like I'm not the one constantly calling other people out for things they're doing because I'm not bothered by it, but people are constantly calling me out for stuff that I do that bothers them. So even
because you're
like when I
calm.
look back on the pattern,
People want to be able to ruffle feathers, and you're a hard ruffle.
But they need to get better.
At least on the internet.
Oh yeah, for sure. Do you feel like the agitation and the frustration is what they're trying to get, and it's not even necessarily geared towards the person? That it's more so the result they're trying to receive.
Yep.
They want to be. Yeah, it's a power thing.
Yeah, with Officer Snaps, absolutely.
Well, yeah, he's desperate for it, and he's gonna break it. He's right. He's pushing too hard.
I think you're right. He's just a crappy person. He's just naturally a shitty.
But he is. But he's trying. What he's after is the feeling of power.
The same as Tommy.
Yeah, I keep saying that they come here because y'all empower them.
I suspect
They get
I
that
get
chemical rush.
a bit of a different vibe off Tommy than I do off Snafu.
Yeah, me too.
I think Snafu is more about actually dominating somebody else, and Tommy's just sort of an entitled brat.
Maybe that's a little difference.
I mean, seriously,
didn't Snafu get his half his brain blown off or something?
Yes,
who knows?
making meth.
And he was not even. He wasn't even doing that. He was making a weed derivative.
Hash oil.
Hash oil. Oh my! Oh my!
I know.
Oh my! He's an idiot. I'm sorry.
In a motel room.
No, Jack's finally scurried up. Okay,
Was it a
what do you want?
Was it a motel?
Get back
set?
here.
What, are you fighting? It might have been. Sounds right. I have the article saved somewhere.
It would be right down the alley of that hotel, boy. I'll tell you what, man.
Fuck these cupcakes.
Say that day.
Yeah, him, and some other people have been on a roll today about a couple of us. I heard your name come up a couple of times, as
Mine?
well as mine. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sure. It's a full moon.
Oh, that's right.
And
but also,
all those bitches can keep talking about me. They keep crying about me. Snafu, you little impotent bitch. You can't do a damn thing. JG, you can go sleep in a refrigerator box in the alley. OTW, you can keep sucking Paul's dick and just paying for the StreamYard bill.
Holy shit. Yeah. Is that still going on? The OTW shit?
Oh my God, dude. It's fucking shameful.
Wow.
Oh yeah, on OTW, it was my fault. We inadvertently rated Dr. King, Stephen Esquire because he was interrogating Bex, and he blocked. He had a open panel, and he just locked everyone out. And I went to OTW and said, "Oh, he's doing this. It's crazy." I didn't want to mention the name, but we decided to just watch the train crash. And eventually, he came to OTW's panel, and he wasn't as powerful as he thought he was.
Who?
The Sanity Machine.
Oh yeah, he's not even an interesting troll. He's just lost in the sauce. He's got puppets.
Puppets? Oh, like human puppets?
No.
Like real, like puppetry?
Oh,
on his
fuck
show? He
you.
uses
Come on, no way.
Uh-huh.
That sounds kind of creative.
Yeah. So
why not? NASA uses fucking toys. We might as well have our podcast and shit. With
Yeah. So
toys.
the same machine was on a kick where he thought everyone was colluding with each other against him. So we just played it up because he was so freaking annoying about it.
Yeah, that sounds normal for this part of the panel verse.
I zoned out.
Hey, Neuro, I just want to say to Neuro that I'm going to head over to my channel. I want him to join me over there. I hate to steal Neuro from you guys, but yeah, bless you guys. And I'll be, but I also brought Hank, so I.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I appreciate you joining.
Yeah, but bless you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go do some little housekeeping on my channel and talk about Paul Berman. If anybody wants to check that out. He's a guy who wrote a book called Terror and Liberalism that I'm talking about on my channel about Sayyid Qutb, the guy who founded the Muslim Brotherhood. So I'm talking about like the modern wars and shit. But yeah, bless you guys.
I'll drop a link to your channel. I appreciate you coming over.
Hey, of course, anytime, brother. Yeah, and I appreciate you guys having me. Everybody in the audience, peace to you guys from the Machine.
Bye, Machine Lies.
Yeah, bless you guys, man. Thank you.
I'm too lazy to leave.
It was a good time.
I'm going to jump over there in a second. I just wanted to ask what you guys thought about Freemasonry.
For sure. Yeah, take your time. I was just telling you because I.
That's such an open question. Like
that sounds like a great topic for machines.
But how the fuck? I mean, like, I'm not opposed to it. It's just like that's such a big open-ended question. What do you think about science? You know, like, come
against.
Well, funny that you mentioned because I think they're actually quite related. So that's funny you mentioned science right there.
Yeah,
What
I
science,
agree.
what science are we talking about?
Flat Earth and round Earth and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, I know. It just blows my mind how little science and scientific method is used in this idea of a heliocentric model and a globe Earth. It's crazy, man. People actually believe violations of gas laws. They think that fucking balls of hydrogen can somehow form together in a void and all kinds of nonsense.
Well,
man.
now they say it's a liquid now. They're saying the sun's a liquid because you're right. It was the balls of hydrogen doesn't make sense. So
how did it become a liquid?
They analyzed the spectrum again and said, "Oh, it doesn't make sense with the liquid."
Whoa, wait a minute. What do you mean they analyzed the spectrum?
Carbons made oxygen, form it in water.
What, I'm trying to understand. What are you talking about? How did
it's easier if I get you the video for it. Let me go get it.
I can already tell you what they did. You want me to tell you what they did? You want me to tell you?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me.
Okay, so what they did was they split the light that they got back from the sun. Right? They split that up into its spectrum, right? And then they looked at this rainbow and then compared it to results that they wanted it to be and then said, oh, there it is. That's proof that that's what we say. That's what they did, okay? But you'll buy it because they put a real cool word to it and everything else.
You can run the experiment.
No, I wouldn't. I barely buy anything.
It's really a lot of pseudoscience involved with it. It really is. Even like up to and including, see, the one magic thing they got to have is this fucking gravity, right?
Yeah, here's the issue. The true science doesn't make any kind of sense. They went on faith. They say we had the truth. Never mind that was all.
You can run the experiments yourself.
Never mind our maps don't make any sense. Never mind we never developed any technology. They're wrong, and they're stealing our money. So we have guys who don't get anything done, saying they got the truth, even though their story doesn't make sense. They can't even build a model that's consistent.
Okay, let me ask you a question real quick. Well, I forget what your name is up in the corner. That
Hank.
was just Hank.
Yeah.
Okay, Hank. Let me ask you a question. So the International Space Station has been floating around up there now for what, 25, 30 years now?
Yes.
Okay. What advancements to mankind has this money pit given us?
Tang.
Well, there you go. That was worth
Cell
that.
phones.
Powdered artificial orange drink. There you
When was the
go.
last time you had Tang? That shit is disgusting.
Last
I
year.
don't think they make it no more, do they?
Yes,
Yeah,
they
they
do.
still do.
Yeah, go to Walmart. Go to Walmart. It's still
Oh
in
no,
there.
I don't. I avoid Walmart like the fucking plague. That's like worse than a Greyhound bus station, dude.
Okay.
What you got, Andrew?
When they came out with Tang, one thing people did not know it had in it. It's volatile stuff. You don't want it at all.
What was in it that they didn't know about?
Lead inside of it.
Lead?
But the astronauts drank it.
While they're underwater.
There's a snorkel in my helmet. Yeah, they had to start putting snorkels in.
Oh,
the
shit.
I'm not shaking it.
So I just had to join because I know Sovereign's trying to goad me into it. Fortunately,
No,
I
I
took my
wasn't trying to goad you into it. You're obnoxious, Nick.
I am
Hi,
obnoxious.
Nick.
I'll give you that. I am obnoxious, but not today because I'm not in my
Welcome, Nick.
Welcome. Good to meet all you. I found your channel from the Machine Lies, so I
Hi,
just
Nick.
subscribed.
Well, I hope that you've liked and subscribed.
I have. I have.
I like Nick.
As one of the resident scientists in the chat, I figured I'd join because it seems like a lot of you have some questions about what we actually do in science.
Ooh.
Thank you.
We also have Tommy. Nick, Tommy has an associate's degree.
The sun is a plasma.
Actually, my question was this.
Hold
Nick.
on, let me talk
In
about
the
what
time that the ISS has been floating up there being a money pit, in a money pit.
Sovereign just likes to talk over me.
How has we advanced due to these people?
Velcro.
Velcro? No, that was invented by Velvet Croman. You don't know the story behind that? It's really quite. What they did was they stole the glory from a black man. They stole the glory from a black man.
Okay.
Was it Hank?
No, it was a guy named Velvet Croman.
Well, 3M tried to steal it from the taxpayers. They tried to say we own it, but then NASA reminded them that, because the moon missions and stuff like that, all the technology is open source. That's why NASA can't copyright any of the photographs what Sovereign thinks is fake.
What part of the moon?
That's also why, like
they
Target,
use
you can get a
Velcro on?
NASA shirt. They don't have to pay any royalties to NASA because technically it's funded by the government. Whereas if you wore a SpaceX shirt, then you would have to pay royalties to SpaceX. But just for you, Sovereign, I wore my Space Force shirt, best military branch ever.
Ooh, yeah, there you go. What do they do?
Space Force.
What do they do?
They defend us from the Romulans, Klingons, and the Empire.
Well, there you go. I feel safe.
Yeah, we need to have that. I for one, am very scared of aliens.
So you think Velcro is worth the billions and billions of dollars that have been spent on a flying house trailer?
Yeah,
I don't believe that Velcro exists.
Well, okay, so what? Do you think Velcro is worth billions and billions of dollars?
It doesn't exist.
Okay.
Well, all right.
What is this? What does the Space Force do? Does anybody have a real answer for that?
No.
Well,
besides make hats and T-shirts,
they're more into cyber warfare.
Yeah, they do cyber warfare. They also it used to be under the auspices of the Air Force, but since so much
do you work for the Space Force?
No.
Okay, I'll check it out. The Space Force hat has a Velcro back.
Are you sure it's Velcro?
Velcro is a brand name.
How do we know that's not glue? Not glue. Sorry.
It's
not a glue.
I know he's doing.
I feel like you're trying to walk me somewhere with that question, but I don't
know. He's doing. I love it.
I'm just trying to troll Sovereign because I've decided instead of trying to.
Well, I know it's not glue.
I'm just going to be more ridiculous than he is.
I know it's not glue because
there you go.
I can see it and I can experience it myself.
True. But I mean, I can experience around Earth for myself, but it doesn't exist.
You got to be
Yeah,
drunk.
that's what I keep saying. You can run the experiments yourself.
Look,
You don't
look,
have to
what
take it from
experiment?
You're taking my results.
authority you're mistrusting.
Hold on. Oh, Mama's little Catholic. Mama's little Catholic. Let me ask you something. What experiments are you talking to in specific?
Whatever experiment.
We can do spectroscopy. We can take sunlight and split it up, and I can show you why we know that the sun is made of mostly hydrogen and helium.
Do you have a one of those? Do you have one of those?
Yes, I do.
A sun splitter?
Yeah. Well, actually, technically, it's not mine. It's my works. But yeah, I have access to one.
All right. Well, do that for us then.
I have done it multiple times.
You sure you have? You can
Yeah,
just
it's the
look
same-
at
it actually worked. Like, for example,
dude, that is the biggest load of shit ever. That you can look at. Hold on, wait a second.
Data rate,
That you think?
you would also use,
Hold on.
use a
How
spectrometer.
did you consider any of the medium between here and the sun in order to determine and weed out anything that might be an anomaly?
Sovereign,
What?
I'm going to say this in the most polite way I can.
Okay.
In order for me to explain that to you, you need to do the prerequisite. I mean, like,
That was not a very simple.
Maybe you gotta take a fucking English class.
But until you do
Fifth
that,
grade science class.
No,
like,
I'm
I
not
can't
gonna.
teach you
No, I
calculus
don't
if
accept
know
your
your
appeal.
Are you
I don't-
talking to me?
I don't accept your appeal to authority.
Okay. Well, you can buy advanced theoretical
Andrew,
physics
are
with
you
Nick
trying to get the
Newsom.
floor? Let's give Andrew the floor for a second.
I'm trying to ask Nick Vald a question.
Go ahead.
Do you know what a donut is?
I do
When
know what a
it
donut
goes
is.
to the sun, it rises.
Well, yeah, because dough rises when you cook it. You put yeast in it, and it's just, I'm not.
Fuck you punk ass bitch. You ain't. Planet Earth is a donut.
You know what? I don't disagree with you. I believe it's a tetrahedron. Prove me wrong. I can.
No,
I can
show
you
me the
evidence
hole.
that it is.
Screw you, Nick. Show me the hole.
Hold on. I want to go back to the sunlight splitter. Do you have a sunlight splitter?
It's not called a sunlight. Okay.
It's a prism.
Now, Sovereign, you're going to have to let me explain something without interrupting.
Right?
Do we all agree that elements exist? Hydrogen, helium, all of that, they actually exist?
Sure.
Is it a prison?
So what defines an element is the number of protons, which then affects how many electrons they are. Now, when you put energy into, let's say, an atom, let's say I put energy into a hydrogen atom, it immediately wants to get rid of that energy, and it releases it by taking those electrons, and they jump up to a higher orbital, and they fall back down, and you get a photon. This is how fluorescent lights work.
Does it?
What's a photon?
Does it
Wait,
grow
now,
and it releases?
You can't even prove a
hold
photon.
on, let me
You're full of
finish.
shit.
Okay.
Right off the bat, Nick, you're
Let
full
it
of shit.
finish.
You
Let-
can't even
he's
prove
in
a
the
You're
middle
photon.
just afraid of facts, Sovereign. Go ahead, Nick.
Now,
I just
No,
had sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
he never
Go
lets
ahead, Nick.
he never lets somebody
making
know
up
what they're
Nick,
talking
hold
about.
on. Let Nick go ahead, and then Saab go ahead.
Yeah, no, just so we all now each element, hydrogen, helium, lithium, because each one of them is defined by the amount of protons, which defines what kind of electrons they have around them. They're unique to each element. Now, when you put energy into them and they release that energy, it comes out with specific wavelengths which are unique to those elements. This is how a pharmacist, you can take a pill and you want to know what is in this, you stick it in a spectrometer. If you want to figure out what my Gatorade is made out of, you put it into a spectrometer. That's how we know things. And we do it by using light.
Wait a second. You put it in a spectrometer.
Yeah.
Okay. So this indicate, why does it have to be in a spectrometer? Why can't you just shoot at it from down the fucking road and tell?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, you're claiming that you can look at something that is millions of miles away, supposedly.
I'm claiming I can take a pill and put it into a.
Wait a second. You just said that you can look at an object.
Have you seen that? Remember Breaking Bad?
Hey,
where
you gotta let Dave go now. Let Dave go now.
we all know about the.
Let Dave go now.
I don't think Dave knows what a spectrometer is.
I do know what it is.
I don't know what a spectrometer is.
Did you put the sun in
Mass
a spectrometer?
Breaks up bonds.
This is folk science.
Wait a second. Did you put the sun in a spectrometer?
Andrew, you got to chill the fuck out. I'm going to stomp you again. Thank you.
When you analyze, listen to me, with elements
sodium
when
gives a very
elements on
wavelength.
Earth are analyzed
why
using
they
a
look yellow.
spectrometer, okay, they have to be put in the spectrometer as our professor has illustrated. Okay. If that's the case.
No. They don't have to be put in a spectrometer.
Oh, okay. So
We
you can
have spectrometers for small things. They all work.
Okay,
the
so
same
let
way.
me ask you something. So you can use this spectrometer to look at something down the street and tell me what it's made out of? You're
Absolutely.
full of shit. You're full of
No,
shit.
I can look at my. If you want to
Wait
go
a second.
outside,
Wait a second.
we have
What is
sodium
light? Hold on.
sulfite.
Wait.
Can
What
show
is
you
light?
no-
I want to go outside. Let's go
You have to
outside.
isolate it.
Yeah,
You
let's
have
do
to
it.
You have to
Okay.
isolate. Just a
Sovereign.
second.
Okay.
You
no,
have
instead of
to
debating, let me ask you a couple of questions.
You're,
Do you
no, I'm
understand
not
the-
done. You
do
haven't let me
know what
finish
the
what my
electron-
Let
point is.
Dave go.
You haven't let me finish. Okay.
That's true.
All right. So,
And guys, both of you can get long. We got to kind of try to keep it tight.
No. And by the way,
I
I've
can't
already-
stand
I-
it. All right.
I've
So
been pouring-
I can't fucking talk. Is that how it's going to go?
This is so
Is that how it's going to go? I
hope
can't
it
fucking
gets
talk.
all again
Are you asking
on
me?
the side.
Well, I don't know why you're letting this fucking guy keep interrupting me.
Yeah. Nick, let him go.
I'll let him go. You lost your temper. That was my goal.
Well, then fuck you. I'm not even going to talk to you. That's
You
not
know
why
what
I'm
the-
here.
no, let's talk.
That's
Let's
not why
talk.
I'm here. No. You're a shit heel, and that's the
No,
only
I
reason.
understand.
All right, here.
You're not even really
I
a
have a
professor,
question.
Nick. You're
Yes.
a
Then I have a
fucking
question. Is space a vacuum?
It's close to a vacuum. It's not an absolute vacuum, but it's close to it.
Right. It's not a
Is
true
gravity the
vacuum.
attraction of smaller objects to larger objects?
Gravity is a result of mass. Anything with mass has gravitational acceleration.
Right.
Well,
But
then
I mean,
why did
you're-
what is light, Nick? What is light?
Light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, which I
What
don't
is it
think
though? What is it?
it's the electromagnetic spectrum.
No, it's not a spectrum of what? Of what? What is light?
You don't know what the electromagnetic spectrum
Wait a
is.
second. You just used a
No.
term called a photon.
Yes, R. Paul, thank you for doxing me. That's my real name. I'm not embarrassed about it.
I would be.
What?
What this is?
You can look me up. I don't have 7 DUIs.
So
I
Hey, you walked into that one, Sovereign.
I don't either.
Yes, you did.
No, I don't.
Well,
Okay.
here I'm gonna do.
Okay,
I'll
you know.
change it. I'm gonna change it back. I didn't know that was your real name, or I wouldn't have changed it. That's
Yeah, very easy to find, but it's like, okay, big deal. Of course, when you
Yeah,
dox
no.
somebody on the internet, it's kind of a shitty thing to do.
Yes, it is.
So
And
can
it's
we get
seriously,
back on
though,
topic?
right on.
Is there
I
any
appreciate the
possible way,
donation.
Nick?
And
any possible
I
way,
know
Nick?
that this isn't a you're gonna get a flyby anyways because that's a hell of a donation.
At that.
All right, I made my money. Stream's over. Just kidding.
But see, this is what I meant by sovereign. We can't actually debate the topic because
you
don't
can't
know the
stay on
fundamentals.
fucking topic, Nick.
No, because you're asking me.
keep interrupting me.
You're asking me what is light. I'm telling you,
No.
light is radiation, which is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and you keep on going, "What is it?" I keep telling you what it is. Now, just
No,
because
not
you don't
really.
understand it,
Not
then
really.
then-
Not
No,
really. You know
I
why?
still have a question. Hold on, I have a follow-up question.
No one
So,
knows what it
what
is.
when I asked if gravity was the attraction of a larger object to a smaller, or a smaller object to a larger one, you gave me an answer that was not yes, but that was not different from.
Okay, so I I'm sorry, I jumped to the answer too quickly. It's gravity. Anything with mass is attracted to other object with mass.
That's a theory.
Anything.
And in
For
fact,
example,
That's an
I know it's a theory.
explanation.
I know it's a theory, Dave.
debunked.
For example, this coffee cup has
Einstein
mass. So
debunked
does my
it, and that's
Gatorade.
why we
There
came
is
up with-
actually a
Shut up, Dave.
there's
Why
actually
didn't you?
an attraction
But why
between-
didn't you just say yes to my when I defined it? What is different about my?
I didn't
narrative?
fully understand it. That's why I thought you were asking me what
Long-winded,
gravity is.
boring fucking
No, I
guy.
do. I do understand it. I mean, and I do understand it. I understand it correctly too.
It is true that the larger the mass is, the more gravitational acceleration. Like everything in your room right now has mass, but you don't see all your books in your bookshelf all like collating together and sticking together. It's because underneath us is this tetrahedron, which we call the Earth, which has so much more mass.
I'm
compared
like
to everything else.
spheroid.
The greatest attraction is going straight down.
How did you get the mass of the Earth?
Come to my class and I'll teach you how to do it.
No. How did you get the mass of the Earth?
Come to my class.
He
and I'll
said,
teach
Was
Yeah,
it
his
based on
class.
our value? Hey, Hank, when I say, hey, Hank, then I'm talking to you, right? Okay. So shut up.
Yeah, you're freaking annoying. I'm just gonna leave. You're stupid. You're
Bye.
annoying. No one likes you. I'm gonna leave.
I want.
you. No, Sovereign's great.
Yeah, no, I appreciate Sovereign being here, and he does explain. I get why you're frustrated.
Sometimes I lose my temper with Sovereign, but
You're interrupting.
The problem with science is he actually said something which is correct. This argument of authority. Science and academia can be really full of itself, and they think that, oh, if you're just not smart enough to understand. I fully agree with that. That is something which we do wrong. And I think science has a problem with that.
Science, my issue with science is that it's become institutionalized. It's the new priesthood. Everything that you learn in science class is something you do not have. The average student, the average person doesn't have the ability to go test themselves. So you and Jeff will tell me, well, you can go test this curvature yourself. You just have to be one place and then go 200 miles south at the same time, or something like that. You got space.
You didn't learn that in school. Like they did.
I agree with that. You'd have to, but like, for example,
grade.
if you want to find what gravitational acceleration on Earth is, you can do that at home.
Yes.
I teach experimental physics, and so it's all about experimentation. I don't tell my students that this is how it is. I just say, okay, here's the theoretical equation. Go corroborate it. Find out.
How would you teach me to experience the round Earth myself?
That's a good question. I don't know of a localized way of explaining it other than, actually, there's a way to do it. Like, for example, I think in that movie, what was it? The first Flat Earth movie, they took the laser and they shot it across like the different holes. And
I want to do it myself.
There's the toothpick experiment.
You can
watch
do it.
the sunset.
Now, because the Earth is big, you're going to have to travel. It doesn't have to be a huge distance. You don't have to go from Russ, what's his name? The Sovereign, who we all claim, which proved that the Earth is flat. Something, Stosthenes.
But you have a flat Earth in the round Earth that you can experiment with. It's a globe and a map.
Right,
So just take a flat representation of the Earth and run it through experiments and see what happens when you substitute the globe for it.
Why is it that when you what's that flight route? Damn it, I'll have to look at it now. I don't even remember. Flight routes are suspicious. Time zones almost seem to support flat Earth for sure.
Actually, the opposite.
Arbitrary.
Can I talk for a minute without being interrupted?
Yeah, Dave.
On a monologue, bro. Okay. All right. So I'm going to address specifically the subject of gravity and mass attracting mass.
Oh, this should be good.
Okay, good. I would like to know. You're interrupting. Can I please talk?
Sure.
Without you chiming in.
Fewer quips, Nick. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. All right. So I have these questions, and when I'm done, you can answer them. All right. First off, how was it determined that the effect that was visualized in the Cavendish, not an experiment and not scientific, how was it established that it was indeed mass attracting mass for the results that they saw? What was ruled out? That's first and foremost. Now,
I can only answer one question.
I'm not done. Listen, it was only like
ask me a bunch of questions. I'm going to forget what your first question is.
Well, then write it down. I thought you're supposed to be an educated person. Aren't you educated?
What was the question? What was the first question?
Okay. How was actually that mass attracting mass proven? Okay.
Well, it was observed.
Secondly, all right, with the rate of acceleration on Earth being at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Approximately.
How did you?
It's not square.
Okay. All right. Approximately. All right. It's an average. We agree on this. All right. I'm not giving dispute of that. All right. Stop trying to take me off subject all the time, Nick. All right. How was it determined that gravity was the cause of it? In other words, how did you manipulate and modulate and isolate the independent variable of gravity, as you call it, in order to actually prove that that was the cause of the effect observed? Go. You can unmute him now.
That's not what
happened. Oh, yeah, sorry. I muted you because you were quipping.
I'm sorry, I can't help it.
Yeah, no,
if you take this
yeah,
object,
no
we also
control
create
over your emotion.
Now you're doing it.
right?
Yep.
We also sort of just know that we shouldn't jump off of high building because it's going to hurt when we hit the ground. So that sort of shows us that we do accelerate towards the ground. How can we calculate 9.81? Very easy. You only need an independent variable and a dependent variable. So the way which we do it for like 6th grade physics is you take an object, you drop it from, let's say, 10 different heights, and you time how long it takes to fall. You put those on a graph. You're going to get a curve which goes like this. And then you find the trend line of that curve, and you'll find that it's close to 9.8. It's that simple. Does that answer your question? I think Saab's trying to...
I didn't mute him.
Oh,
You're muted, and it wasn't me.
No, it did not answer my question because that wasn't my question.
You asked me how you can determine that it's 9.8. That's how you can.
No, I didn't. I had said, how did you determine that it was gravity that was causing
Oh,
the
okay.
effect?
Good question. What we call that acceleration, we call the gravity. Now, you're asking me what is gravity? That's a complicated question.
What I'm asking you is, how did you determine that this theory that you have of gravity and mass attracting mass?
A lot of math.
Stop, Nick. Let me finish the fucking question. Control yourself. Okay?
I'm not
so that all has to be straightened out conceptually before we as a species, let's say, can move forward intelligently on this front.
I agree with that statement.
All right. So my question is this. How did you determine the cause of the effect you observed? I don't care how fast it goes. That's not my concern.
Easy.
Okay?
General relativity.
General relativity. Would you? I know what that is, but maybe some of these other folks don't know. Can you please explain that?
So Einstein showed there are two theories: of special relativity and general relativity. So Newton is the one which came up with most of physics, but there are a lot of things in Newton's laws that didn't get explained. So relativity is basically time is not a constant. Now, space and time are not two separate things. They're the same. And using general relativity,
Nick, hold on. Now you're getting more into theoretical nonsense.
It's
talking about. Wait a second.
I didn't learn this until I went to grad school.
Wait a second. You can't quantify or manipulate. Listen, space-time is even worse. Space-time is even worse for you. Okay. First thing you have to understand is this: mathematics are not reality. Although mathematics can describe reality, mathematics can also describe bullshit. Now, when it comes to the gravity, what happened here? This is why Einstein and the rest of them started flipping shit, right? Because they came up and they had these Newtonian gravitational physics, right? And so they started watching the stars and the universe and shit. And they said, hey, wait a second, man. This isn't matching up. There's not enough mass in the universe to account for the movements that we're seeing. So what they did was they said, this means that there must be dark matter. Now, let me give you an idea of what that is. Your checkbook shows that you made 3 deposits of $60, and your balance says that you have $2 million. But when I do the math, it comes up to only $180. How did I get $2 million? Well, that can only mean that I have dark money. It's the same fucking thing, okay? It's the same exact fucking thing, right? So then they came up with this idea, and once again, the independent variable in the case of space-time has never been verified at all. It's just some idea that they've placed on an effect that they think happens. And what they did was with the Eddington experiment, it wasn't an experiment, it was an observation, was they took these plates and they recorded the stars and the light. And what they were, their hope is that a large mass like the sun would cause the light to deviate and bend around the sun, right? But what they didn't tell you is that they excluded any data from the observation that did not match their predictions.
Oh, they didn't do that.
Yes, they did, and it's documented, Nick.
And that is a flaw with science across the board.
A couple of things. There's a lot there to use the idiom to unpack. So first, he said about mathematics. You're absolutely right. Mathematics don't tell us anything. Math is just a tool. It's our way of quantifying the universe. That's it. Like if you take statistics, you can take a statistics on police shooting and have two people, depending on their political views, come to two totally different conclusions about what the numbers show. I fully agree with you. Math is it's like a screwdriver. That's it.
Okay, so then what I'm saying,
hold
Nick,
on.
is all right. Go ahead.
Now, Einstein never said anything about dark matter. The idea of dark matter came out in the 50s by a physicist called, I think, Zwicky. We don't actually know what dark matter is. When Einstein didn't even. The reason why what we showed why Newton was wrong was because of the precession of Mercury. Okay, Einstein never did anything with dark matter. Now your explanation, you put a lot of like names in there. It's sort of like you're just using sciencey words and sticking them together to make a point.
Yeah, I'm not a sciencey person, so keep it simple.
After Einstein, everything you said doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. So that's not why they made up
No,
dark
I'm
matter?
saying there was no.
Why did they make up dark matter, Nick?
We didn't make it up, but we
You
don't
didn't.
know.
Where is it? Can you show me some? Can you quantify it?
No,
Can
we don't
you
know what it is.
isolate it?
We don't know what it is.
That's
So
right.
how do you know it's there?
It doesn't fucking exist.
It's a hypothesis. I explained
Dark
it
matter is
over
not
and
a
over and
theory.
over.
It is a hypothesis. We
Right.
don't know what it is.
So you can't use it as
I
a
did
fact.
a whole stream on this.
We never. No,
So
nobody uses
I
it
didn't
as a
see your
fact.
stream, so it sounds like it's
Me
not
and
science
Chris
at all. It
argued
sounds
for
like it's
like
fiction.
No,
hours
so
about this.
there's a big
dark matter.
misconception that you think that us scientists know everything. If science
No,
knew
I know you
everything,
don't.
I would go sell insurance because there'd be no purpose for me to study. We don't know these
Well,
things. But
the
what it
issue-
says is
I know
we
they don't
don't
understand
understand
science.
some of the motion of what we observe in the universe. And so as a placeholder, we put dark matter there. But even the term dark matter, like we don't know if it's actually matter. It's just there's an other thing which is creating mass and we don't know what it is.
So I have a question about that. Though. Hold on. Let me get this. If the equation doesn't work without dark matter, why would we think we need to add that variable in instead of the equation is wrong?
Well, because there is an assumption we make in science, which is the universe works the universe is knowable. It can be quantified. That's what math is. For example, basic chemistry, they use this constant called Avogadro's number.
Right.
It just basically came because it solved the equations and then we test it and it works.
Okay, but it sounds like if you're using math as a measure of accuracy, the math is wrong. The equation is wrong.
Well, that's what
The
they
equation
figure out.
is incomplete.
It's in
Yeah,
process.
you had to
Why
make
do
up
you
something.
assume that the conclusion needs to be reached with black matter or dark matter, whatever?
It's like I said, it's just a placeholder.
He
The
didn't. He said it's
hypothesis
I know, but
is
to put in a
that something else
placeholder.
in the universe is creating mass and we don't know what it is.
Nick, how in the fuck is that any different than my dark money analogy?
I didn't understand your dark money now.
You
Well,
didn't.
actually, now that
Okay.
I put it together, it's similar. But I think what you're getting at,
It's
if
the
you
same.
find a
Hey,
physicist
look,
who says that
my
they know what
results
dark
don't
matter
match-
is, they're lying to you.
My results don't
We don't
match
know what
my
it is.
fucking
How
math.
gangster
So
are you, cuz? How gangster are you, nigga? I'll show you how gangster I am, nigga.
We do know that mass can bend light. That we know.
No, we don't know that.
No, we do.
No,
But
we
we
don't.
don't know what dark matter
We
is.
don't have any proof of mass attracting mass at all.
We do. But
No,
like
no,
I said,
you
I'm
don't.
not
No.
gonna.
Where
I'm
is
not
it?
going.
Where
I'm
is
not-
your proof? Where is your proof of mass attracting mass?
You're a smart guy. You can look it up. Now, if you choose to reject the
You're
proof,
the
that's
physics
fine.
professor, Nick. Where's
Well,
your
like
proof?
I said, I believe the Earth is a tetrahedron. Prove me wrong.
Well, you can believe whatever the fuck you want.
Prove
It
me
doesn't
wrong.
make it so.
So
Really,
But
really
I don't
quick,
have to
I wanna
prove.
go
I don't
back
have to
to
prove a
something
negative,
about,
Nick. Nick, I don't have to
somebody
prove a
mentioned,
negative.
Mentioned time zones.
I don't have
Time
to.
zones
I
actually
don't
show
have
that
to
the
prove a
world
negative.
is
You
round.
understand,
In fact,
right?
The reason why we have time zones is in order to, it was the British who invented this, in order to navigate across the ocean and know your position with longitude, you got to use time. In
How many
fact, that's
time
why
zones
like
are
the
there?
GPS coordinates they start with like degrees, but then it goes minutes and seconds because it's all based on time.
how many time zones are there?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I do.
12, I think.
No.
I live in
More.
Pacific
How many,
time
Dave?
zone.
Where? In what area? In what area?
The north in the northern hemisphere.
All right. So at the very north in the Arctic, there's 12, and we've got 13, or we've got 24 in between the Arctic Circle and the equator. And then there's either 34 or 36 in the
North
southern.
Korea has its own time zone, by the way. They made up their own.
Here's another interesting thing. You remember Sarah Palin talking about how she could see Russia from, her house in Alaska?
Sarah
Right
Palin
across
said a
the
lot of
Bering
things.
Strait. Right across the Bering Strait, right? There's a 3-hour time difference between that land she can see. And
Time zones are
I
arbitrary.
never took her literally when she said.
In fact, so my other random skill is I'm a pilot, or if any of you are in the military, they use what's called Zulu time.
What's that?
So, so it basically ignores time zones. Like, for example, right now,
Greenwich Mean Time.
It's 1800. Yeah, it's based on Greenwich Mean Time, but they call it Zulu. And each time zone is like, for example, if you live on the East Coast, I think it's -3 from Greenwich Mean Time. So you take whatever the time is in Greenwich and you subtract 3. I believe because we don't have daylight savings now.
That doesn't have anything to do with the point what I'm making, which is why if
you know why we came up with time zones? Trains.
Why would there be a different number of trains in the northern and southern hemisphere if they're?
No, it was just otherwise we'd have like really weird hours. Like we kind
of.
I know,
but that only makes sense on a flat Earth.
Why?
To have more time zones in the north and in the south, because you're going a wider area.
We don't have more time zones. Time zones are based on longitude. They go from north to south.
There's different number of time zones in the north and south.
I've never heard that before. Show us. I've never heard that. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I've never heard that before.
All right. I know they say there's 24. They say there's 24, and they give you a nice straight map. But if you start digging into it,
add its own time zone. But no.
So here's a big hint for y'all. How many of you have ever looked on a globe or a map, and you see that little...
a map?
Wow,
it is. Globe's a map.
Nick,
that's.
Let me finish what I've got to say, son. It'll be all right.
You said a globe or a map. I'm just saying they're the same thing.
Globe is not a map.
One's flat, one's round.
Let me tell you something. This is why on a globe, if you look on the bottom, it will say for decorative purposes only, not for education. Okay? It's not a fucking map.
You're right, because you buy it for Pier 1 imports.
What I'm telling you, Nick,
I'm not going to navigate my airplane
Nick,
up
shut the fuck up and let me talk. You're taking it off topic again.
I'm just making fun of you.
You're not doing a good job, because that's another thing you guys lack is any wit or sense of humor. You suck.
Nobody uses a globe from Pier 1 to navigate. Nobody does
uses
that.
Doing that,
you're stupid.
Nobody uses a fucking globe to navigate, period.
I use GPS.
Nobody uses a globe to navigate. Never have. Okay?
The British did.
And just because you can transpose your fucking GPS onto a cartoon ball doesn't make it a fucking globe, Nick. All right. As I was learn something if possible, Nick, shut the fuck up. There, you'll see a little thing a lot of times. It looks like
debate. He who loses their temper first automatically loses.
No, he who can't shut their fucking mouth because they don't want the other guy to make a point lost.
Let Dave get it out. Spit it out, Dave.
If you've looked on there, you've probably seen from one time or another a little thing that looks like a figure 8, right? Have you ever seen that? I think I have one on this right here. Does this one have
a figure 8 on what?
Yeah, on the globe, and sometimes on a map too. You'll see this figure 8. What that's doing is it's measuring a thing called the.
Let me just drop this on you. The distance between the zones is the greatest at the equator. It shrinks to 0 at the poles because of the curvature of the
What's this say that?
Is about,
What is this from? What are we talking about?
This is the distance of the zones, but this is why all of this matters. The Greenwich Mean Time and all that shit. Okay, it's about 24,902 miles long. The distance between time zones at the equator is approximately between each time zone 1,038 miles. The imaginary dividing line begin at Greenwich, which is a suburb of London. So,
okay. So if you're on a globe, right, And we're supposedly experiencing these times. I'm going to change this fucking thing so that we don't have this virtual background for right now. Okay. So, and this thing is always tilted, right? And because of wherever it's at on the sun, that's why we supposedly have these seasons, right? So consequently, you should have the same number of time zones above the equator as you do below the equator. Because it's a ball, right? But there's not. There's 36 time zones below the equator, 24 between here and the Arctic Circle, and then 12 up in the north. Okay, now what I was trying to get at, what I was trying to get at was
there's some misconception about what time zones are. Time zones are not. Time zones are an arbitrary thing which us humans defined.
Right. Nick, thank you for that.
There's no confusion about it.
Thank you for that non sequitur. Can I get back to the analemma?
Yeah.
I mean, we can add if we wanted to
back to the analemma. Thank you.
There's not confusion about it.
Okay. So you'll see, like I've said, a lot of times, I don't think this globe has it because I don't see it, but a lot of times they'll have what's called an analemma, and it's a little figure 8. A lot of times it's yellow, right? And if you'll notice, the portion of the 8 that is in the north is smaller than the portion of the 8 that's in the south. And you can take this either on either side of the equator and you're going to get the exact same picture. And what's done is you take a picture of the sun at the same time of day, like at noon, every day. Okay. And what you do is then you can superimpose those over one another. And what you'll see is that because when it goes to the south, the circuit is larger that the sun is making. This is why you see a greater increase in its distance from day to day in the later years of the month than you do in the beginning when it's closer to the north. Otherwise, it would be completely equal figure 8 on both sides. It's not. This would be impossible on a globe. Another problem we have with the globe too is at 60 degrees parallel on both sides. The amount of flora and fauna above 60 degrees parallel north is innumerable, okay? But at that degree south and further, it's minimal. We don't have hardly anything. In fact, Captain Cook said that as he was going around circumnavigating Antarctica, which took him 3 years, he traveled over 62,000 fucking miles to do it.
Okay.
He said they had trouble finding enough wood or plant material to even warm up a cup of fucking water. They couldn't even hardly have anything to make fire. So they didn't have. So what I'm saying is that there should be equal. It should be equal, but it's not. And it's.
And you don't think scientists have thought about this and figured it out?
Really quick,
sure. What science? Hold on, Royal. Before I even give up the floor.
No.
Before I even get off the floor, if anybody can tell me what
science went on for a while. If you keep on talking, I can't.
This is it, and I'm done. This is it, and I'm done. All right. So, if somebody could please tell me what science was actually used in any of this nonsense, because it's not. It's philosophy.
Geography. That's a science. It's geography.
It's philosophy.
No, it's geography.
No, geography is the location of land masses.
Geography
is the location of land masses. It has nothing to do with that.
You asked a very simple question. I gave you a very simple. It's geography.
Yeah. What does that have to do with a ball?
Well, geography has to do with mapping, and mapping has been something we should be doing for the longest time. I love when I learned.
Why are Cartesian coordinates done on a flat plane? Or you just why are Cartesian coordinates developed on a flat plane long before the Earth was brought to the globe?
Why I have to interrupt you, Sovereigns, because anytime I try to answer one question, you ask me another stupid question.
Because you just fucking lied.
No.
Yes.
To say,
yes. You said cartography depends on a ball, and Cartesian coordinates were developed on a flat plane.
All right. Well, I can't. This is.
I never said that. You just asked.
Jeff, do you have something to say, or are you taking off?
I got to take off. This is damaging my brain.
But flow state, I did not know this, that they are actually, there's one more time zone in the southern hemisphere. I didn't know that.
I think, and I'm having trouble finding what I've seen.
No, I found it already. You were absolutely correct.
No, there's a bigger difference in that, but
I also looked up why that is.
Time
Because in
zones
the
are
northern
arbitrary.
hemisphere, there's no country which goes through that time zone, and in the
Then why
southern
have a
hemisphere,
time
there
zone
is.
at all? Then why have a fucking time zone at all?
That's
Nick?
why we don't have that time zone in the northern hemisphere.
We
But
have
in
more
southern
in the
hemisphere-
south. There's more land in the north than there is in the south, and there's more fucking time zones in the south than there is in the north.
Look at a Cartesian map; you can see it for yourself. Unless you
I'm
deny
looking
that
at
the
fucking
Earth.
Cartesian map right now.
Okay, so have you found the time zone which is extra?
At one? No, there's 36.
Okay, well, study it further. But you're absolutely correct. I didn't know that. There are more time zones in the southern hemisphere.
Isn't that
But
crazy?
It's
I
more
don't
than
see
just
how it
one. I'm just not
affects-
finding it quickly.
because
Hang on, I
time
got it.
zones are arbitrary, and I guess we decided when
Well,
we
they're
established-
arbitrary. They're arbitrary, but they're supposed to they explain a real phenomenon.
They're based
Words
on
are arbitrary.
Australia.
Numbers are arbitrary. Anything can be arbitrary.
Well, no,
Australia
kind of.
runs on 30 minutes for their
For
time
example,
zone.
right now in Arizona, it's 1 hour ahead. But when us on the Pacific coast, when California goes on daylight saving time, the time in California will be the same time as it is Arizona. Arizona doesn't observe daylight saving, so for some of the year it's a different time, and for some of the year it's the same time. That's it. It's just arbitrary.
Nick, there's 36 time zones in the
Okay.
area of the Earth that is less inhabited than the rest.
Okay.
I just told you, Australia is in the southern hemisphere. Correct?
Yes, Australia.
They
is
use
the rest.
they use 30-minute increments for
So
their
really quick,
time
Tom,
zones.
if you want some
How many time
credibility,
zones, Chuck?
don't call it the southern hemisphere, because by definition, hemisphere means half of a sphere. So it's kind of silly
That-
to say southern
Well,
hemisphere, but then say it's not a sphere.
We wouldn't know. You wouldn't know what we talked about if we used any other word.
I say the lower part of the map.
It doesn't
the
run
bottom.
from north to south. It just does east to west.
Yeah, and even that's arbitrary. It just happened that Europeans mapped most of the Earth, so that's why you put the northern hemisphere on top. If Australians did it, or somebody in the south did it, then our map would be upside
It
down.
wasn't based on magnetic north, Nick.
No, it
The
was
maps.
based on
Listen to me,
no,
Nick.
it was
You're so
based-
full of shit. I'm going to teach you about maps. Okay, I'm going to have to,
Oh,
obviously.
this should be good.
All right.
Why would
It's
what,
real.
no, hold on. You made a statement. Maybe you can teach me something. How is drawing a map have anything to do with magnetic north?
Because everything is centralized off of
Can you
polarity.
can you draw a map from your house to the grocery store on a napkin? Can you do that?
Nick,
A serious question. Can you do
Nick,
that?
Nick, you just jumped onto something that we're not even
Anytime I-
talking about.
anytime
Yeah, Nick, you're jumping.
You're afraid that
Magnetic
I'm
north has
going to
nothing
answer
to
the
do with it.
question, that I'm going to tell how this is done. and it's
Sovereign,
gonna
you're
fuck
also
you
you're
all
also
up.
an expert at cartography now.
Okay, well, I know enough. I obviously know more about it than you do. How are
No, I can
Cartesian
navigate
coordinates?
across the ocean.
You just said that because there were more people in the north, that's why they named it the
No,
north.
I never said that. I didn't say that.
I didn't hear that either.
No, it's just in the northern hemisphere where that time there's no nation there. There's no reason to. It's like having if it's totally unpopulated. It's over the ocean. You don't need a separate time zone there. However,
have
in the
them.
southern
Why
hemisphere,
would they
You know
have
what
them then?
time it is based on where you are geographically.
why do we have time zones? Just so that 7 a.m. is always the morning.
Yeah,
everywhere.
so that 7 a.m. is always when the sun's rising, right? So you should have 24 time zones, and the reason that there's a different number, I mean, that would fit. And it's
We don't
it's
need
not
them.
just
We
one.
could all use Zulu time. We could all use
So-
Zulu time. You don't need them. It's just
I'm going to tell you
convenient.
how they developed Cartesian coordinates for the fucking map. Okay?
X and Y.
No.
It's graphing.
Do you want to tell how it was done?
Nick,
Cartesian
let him
coordinates?
answer.
Do you want to learn about Cartesian coordinates?
No, I already know about them. You keep interrupting me though because
You know what? Why don't I would love to hear you explain to us Cartesian coordinates, and I
Okay,
promise I
absolutely.
will be unobnoxious.
Well, I think that's going to be a big task for you, Nick.
It is.
Turn
but
your
it's a good
camera off.
challenge.
That'll help a
Good
lot.
challenge. It's a good challenge.
Just hit the mute. Just hit the mute button,
Just hit
Nick.
the
till
mute
he's
button,
done.
Nick, because you can't control yourself. All right. So we know that we have an unmoving celestial body, and we call it Polaris, actually, because it goes right above the pole. That's where the name actually comes from. And so we use that as our 0 point. Okay. That's 0 degrees right there. Now, as you move away in a southerly direction, when you get degrees of angle that you view Polaris, that's your longitude. Okay, those are circles, whether on a globe or on a flat map. Those are circles around that are concentric to the North Pole. All right. Now, the longitudinal lines, those were developed as degrees of a circle going around in 360 degrees, where we have 90, all of those angles. So then what we can do is through this grid work pattern, we can develop a location as to where we're at on the Earth. This is why we use Cartesian coordinates. Now, this was developed long before anyone ever thought the Earth was a globe. Now, these guys want to point, there's a couple of crackpots of the day that nobody really fully accepted or even really entertained at all. They only made their emergence later on in history by people digging them out. But they use that to say that, oh, people knew the Earth was a globe. No, a few crackpots thought that it was. Philosophers. Okay? So the Cartesian coordinate system was developed by flat earthers long before the idea of any kind of a globe was even introduced. Furthermore, the Babylonians 5,000 years ago, who were also flat earthers, developed what's called the Saros cycle, which is they had mapped out the pattern, 18-year cycles, of the eclipses. So when they say the globe predicts eclipses, no, it does not. They're not predictions. They're postdictions. They're on a cycle. Okay. The Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn were developed long before any of that as well. They came about and were named during the age of Taurus. Okay. And now we're in the Aries, I'm sorry, the Ram. And now we're in the age of Pisces. We're coming up on Aquarius. But as we are in the age of Pisces, those two tropics, because they're named due to a solar event called the equinox, those are now residing in Gemini and Sagittarius. Those should be their names respectively, but we still use the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, although it's been 2,000, more than 2,000 years, 3,000 years since that was since it was actually in that area. Now, this tells you that this had been being worked on for quite a while to be able to even develop what the tropics are. So we're looking at about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago that this was mapped out like that, as far as where the tropics and what we call the equator. The equator is not the extreme diameter of the Earth at all. It is just the midway point between those two tropics that the sun travels back and forth in a spiral pattern through a 365-day, 13-month period. We've fucked with the time, taken us to 12 months, taken the extra month, split it up all into the rest of the months, and change the numbering system so the first of the year comes in the dead of fucking winter instead of at the beginning where birth and rebirth happens in April. That was always the original New Year's. So this idea of, oh, they've known for 3,000 years and the maps and everything were made based on a fucking globe. No, they weren't, man. You can't use triangles on a fucking ball. You know why? Because there's no arcs in a triangle. A triangle is three angles. What is an angle? An angle is a line. The vertex point, two lines.
Welcome, Praline.
Hello, thank you. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet y'all.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Good to meet you. I'm only going to address one thing because you said something interesting. And last time you kept on interrupting me when I was trying to explain this. It is true.
Go ahead, and then we got a topic switch.
X and Y coordinates, the angles of a triangle shouldn't be greater than 180 degrees. That's absolutely true.
Okay.
But you can have more than just X and Y coordinates. For example, whether you believe in a globe or not, I can draw a triangle on a baseball. If I draw a triangle on a spherical manifold, then no, the angles will be greater than 180 degrees. So,
but that's not true with a right triangle. A right triangle, you've got 90 plus 90, which is 180. And you're adding 45 degrees to it.
you're just talking about what you graph it on. Like, for example, lines of longitude are parallel in X and Y coordinates, but on a globe, they actually meet at the top and the bottom. But they're still parallel. Okay, so that's the only thing I'm going to say about that. I'm not going to debate astrology with you.
But no, they're
let
not.
me just point out. Let me just do this super chat, Hank. This is going to be a super chat and not a question because it begs the question. So this isn't actually a topic change. Nice try. What prevents Flurfs from developing any technology or traveling to Antarctica?
So we got two total subjects there.
The
first one,
it's not a proper subject change. It's a statement.
Well, see, the thing is this: is that what prevents Flurfs from developing any technology? Who said that they haven't? That's a straw man fallacy. So kiss off with that one. All right. I just told you what the ancient Babylonians 5,000 years developed. Can you develop a Soros cycle? I doubt it. Okay. So then the other one was, why can't we go to Antarctica? Nobody can go there on their own. You're not allowed to just go there and freely explore. You have to buy permits. You have to apply.
You know what's interesting though is that if you book a flight from Los Angeles to Munich, it lays over it lays over in London. And if you look at a map, if you look at a flat Earth map, and if you look at a globe, it doesn't make much sense in a globe, but it does in a flat Earth.
Mr. Beast just went there.
That's again, that's a mistake in just geometry. The shortest distance between 2 points in two-dimensional coordinates is a straight line.
Okay, so then why did a plane going from Fiji? Why did a plane going from Fiji to Los Angeles? Now I want you to think this out. Right by Japan, right? And they were going to Los Angeles, and they had an emergency on the plane. They had to land the plane. So
I don't know why they had an emergency.
Okay, because the lady was having a fucking baby or something. It doesn't matter. They had to land the plane. This is a documented emergency flight. Okay.
Never heard of it, but
I don't give a fuck if you heard about it. It's documented.
No, I said I'll take your word for it. I've just never heard of it.
So
I've heard of babies being born on planes.
Dude, there's a shitload of these emergency flights that I can
All right, we got an emergency. Let's go.
So now the thing is this: where do you think they landed?
I don't know where they
landed for the emergency.
Stop.
Take a guess. Hawaii?
Make a guess.
They are literally, I don't know how many cities there are in the world. They're at least
Nick
7,000 airports.
Nick,
you want to guess
Nick,
which one they landed at?
Nick,
John Wayne.
Where it landed. You're wasting
John
your
Wayne.
time.
Okay, they're going from here. Okay, can I show you this, please? All right, they were going from here. This is where Japan's at. Let me give this to you so you can see. Okay, they were going from right here to where Japan's at, and they were flying over to. Oh, my bad. Hang on. They were flying over to Los Angeles right here, right? So we can see that there's a straight line right there to Japan, right? But you know where they had the emergency landing?
Where? Alaska.
Alaska. In Alaska.
You know why? You know why?
Yes.
You know why?
Yes.
Because they tried to stay close to land. They don't want to fly over that much ocean.
Okay. Let me show you. Have you ever seen an azimuthal equilateral projection map? It's a straight fucking line. Alaska was right on the way. Guys coming home from Vietnam stopped in Alaska. Okay.
Yes, it's a straight line then across the ocean.
No, that's not a straight line. That's not a straight line. That's going up here.
Okay,
geodesic. You don't understand curvature.
I know a lot about aviation because I'm a pilot. We have what's called ETOPS now. We can fly over the ocean, but we have to be within. I think it's 2 hours of an airport.
You're a commercial airline pilot, Nick.
No, but I know about aviation.
All right, then shut the fuck up. We're talking about airlines.
No. I'm using my flight planning software. We're gonna go ahead and put in the route. So you said from Japan to. Can we assume they started in Tokyo?
There's Los Angeles.
Hold on a second. I want to talk to Nick for just a second. Nick, oops, shit. I where the fuck did Nick go? It's just me now. Oh, there he is down there in the corner. Hey, this is kind of nice. I get used to this. Nick.
Uh-huh.
And were you and Hank trying to tell us that we don't understand lines and geometry?
No. All I'm saying is there's a misconception. Like, I get it why it looks confusing. Like when you see on a flat map,
I think you're trying to make it confusing. And on a globe, it's not complicated. I'm very good at geometry.
Yeah,
I
no,
get
well,
it. That's a gaslighty answer, and it doesn't. It's just a sidestep.
What I meant to say is that the reason why flights don't look like they're straight lines in a two-dimensional map is because on a globe, you're right. Actually, the shortest distance is still a line, but the line curves around like that. And so when you redraw that in 2 dimensions, it looks like it's called
the third dimension. The third dimension is the curve, right? So if we've got a straight line, 2 dimensions, you got a straight line. The third dimension wraps that straight line. A straight line is still going to be a straight line. It just bends the other dimension. You're not gonna tell me that you're better off flying north, and like that's not.
But you're not doing that.
You are doing that.
It looks like you're doing it, but you're not. And it's still in 2 dimensions. Mapping a flight on a globe is still only 2 dimensions. It's just so imagine like
if you're on a globe.
Remember when you did graph and you got X and Y? It's always a straight sheet. But you can take that sheet and if you bend it,
correct.
It's still.
And if you look at which ones are the horizontal ones, that's latitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, latitude is
Los Angeles is south. You've got LA, then Munich, and London is the furthest north. So they're going up past Munich to come back down.
It looks like it's more north on
it is more north.
But on a globe, it makes more sense. Plus, the other thing is you said they had a layover. They could just be stopping in London.
Just for shits and giggles.
Why don't we map a direct flight?
I'm not saying it's absolute proof. I'm just saying it makes a lot more sense one way than the other. And you're saying you're tell me that I don't understand how curves work.
I understand the misconception. I'm not disagreeing with you. And this is what I meant is us scientists, instead of just going, oh, you don't understand how curves work. I didn't mean it that it came out that way.
Well, I'm not offended that it sounded rude or like I was stupid. I'm offended because it's definitely a gaslight. They're not complicated things. This is not complicated geometry. You don't need to go to school and have a science degree or a spectrometer
on a cylinder. And then let's say I draw, I make a map on the cylinder, which has this weird curve on it. And
now
then
curve it. If you draw a picture,
Greenland,
dude, I'm busting it. I'm busting it right out right now. Okay. All right.
Here, I'm going to give you full screen, Dave, but in just a
hold on, give me just a minute. Give me a minute. Now, let me grab a measure. Let me grab a measure.
Okay. When you get back, I'll give you full screen. In the meantime, Nick, Praline, and anybody else who's new here for the first time, I put everyone's links in the description box after the show. If you want to be linked, if you have a channel, leave me the link backstage and I'll get you in there.
Nice. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Do you have any thoughts, Praline, before the rabble starts up again?
Well, I was just going to ask Nick if he ever looked at like the early maps from the 1500s.
I did. I enjoy looking at them, like how.
And you don't think that that's possible that they were right in the beginning?
Well, let me ask you this. I'd like to stick on this idea about the line on a curve and a globe. So I'm mapping it using, so I use the software to plan a flight. Granted, you're right. I'm not a commercial pilot. I'm not going to fly from Tokyo to LAX, but the software will do it. And I can actually show you change between a globe and 2 dimensions in real time. And maybe then it would kind of make more sense what's going on.
Yeah, but the ones who are actually are the ones who make that software.
I've flown as well.
All right.
I've been on a plane too.
I was confused by it too. I was like, wait a minute, why are they going up north and then coming back down?
I'm going to show you why.
Let's get Dave
for a second. All right. So what I've done here is I've got this string. Let me put my camera so it's pointed down a little bit better for you.
Show us your dick.
All right. So what I've got here is I've got a world globe. Here we go. And we were taking a flight. This is the flight that went from Tokyo, Japan. Okay. I'm going to put the string right here on Tokyo, Japan. and I'm going to hold it there, and I'm going to run it all the way over here to Los Angeles, California. Okay. Now, I'm not, I don't want to stretch the thing or anything. Let me have it just relax. Okay. All right. So we end up with, this is the piece of string between those two distances. I'm going to hold my finger on it.
Just relax. We don't want to stretch it.
Don't cut you.
All right. And we measure it to be, let's see, I'm just going to let it hang. 7 inches. Okay. We got 7 inches. So that emergency flight went from Japan, Tokyo, right here. We're going to go right from there. And then it went up here to Anchorage, Alaska. Let me get it right there in Anchorage, Alaska, and we'll make sure we're not stretched. Okay. So we're at Anchorage, Alaska. Let me hold my finger there, and then we're going to take it down to Los Angeles, which is right there. And let's see what we end up with this time.
Look at Angela acting like she wouldn't die for 7 inches.
And we get 8 1/4 inches. So your straight line theory is a bunch of shit, Nick.
Actually, it's not. But
yeah, it is. It is, because on that scale we have an entire 1 1/4 inch.
Okay,
this
couple
scale
of
of difference. Listen,
can I
they
share my
flew. Listen, hold on.
No,
And
you
that,
already you don't have to
that
explain
line,
it.
let me show you
You're
something.
wrong.
I'm going to show you something else too. Look here.
You're wrong.
From Tokyo. Wait a second. No, I'm not. I
Oh,
just
okay.
showed
You want? Hold on.
from Tokyo to Los Angeles, we see that line right there, right? Okay, can you see it? You want to see where Hawaii is? Okay, Hawaii is only, let me get this up here. Okay, let's see, there's Japan. Okay, so we're at Japan, and there's Hawaii is right there. So it would have been a shorter route to go from stop on the way at Hawaii, right? Because then we've only got about 5 inches that we're dealing with, instead of going that whole way out of the way to go up to Alaska. So to go to Hawaii, that whole distance from Tokyo to Hawaii was only 5.5 inches. 5.5 inches, Nick.
It depends what route they took.
5.5 inches. That sounds more like it.
It was a direct flight, Nick.
Yeah, no, even okay. So
No,
one thing
even
that's
when you were showing it, you
really quick.
Just straight line left Alaska.
Really quick.
I just showed you that it's a longer route.
Hold
to
on,
go to
Sovereign.
from Tokyo to Alaska. From Tokyo to Alaska to Los Angeles.
They don't
necessarily
route.
Listen, they would have almost been to Los Angeles if they'd gone that far already anyway.
Okay,
so see through your magic trick.
Hold on. How planes go across the ocean? So they when they file their flight plan, commercial aircraft, they have to take what are called, like on the Atlantic, they're called nat tracks. On the Pacific, they're called something else.
Yes,
I'm showing you what they
circles.
look like.
They go in
They
circles,
don't.
Nick.
Hold on. They don't always take the shortest route. Okay, so I don't know what the route of that is. If you can find the flight number, I can look it up.
The route was a flight from Tokyo.
It doesn't mean that it actually could very be. It could very well
it
be.
could, or it could mean that most likely what it means.
Are you
Because
listening to what I'm saying?
you want to do it with
They
another fucking emergency flight, Nick?
They don't
You want to
always
do it with another emergency flight because you're going to be
Sovereign,
fucking wrong again.
Sovereign, you're just talking over me instead of listening to what I'm saying. You're assuming that they're taking the shortest route. That's not true. That's not,
All right. We hear you. They're not choosing the shortest route. Hank, what do you put a link back here? What do you, Hank? Jump in there. What do you think?
I put
Hank,
on my
jump in there.
screen.
Yeah, let me present.
I'm sharing my screen where I can switch to a globe. I
Nick
plotted the
first.
shortest
Nick
route.
first.
It's not loading for me.
I don't know why it's not showing up.
Probably because you didn't use flat Earth technology. Come on now.
You know what?
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy.
We live on
The
a
Illuminati
cupcake.
not letting me do it.
I'm just saying, Nick, that they were going right by Hawaii compared to your fucking
You
model.
don't know that they flew by
Wait,
Hawaii.
Nick, they're going to take
making
the
that
shortest
assumption.
route. Wait.
Hank, talk to us,
why
buddy.
would they want to take longer? Why would they want to take longer to get somewhere?
Because they have to do the Nat track or the Pacific track, which
Oh my fucking
ATC
god! No,
assigned
they
them.
don't, Nick. Shut up.
All right, we're dunking them for a few seconds. Hank,
Yes. So I got a flight distance calculator, and it clearly. Do you see my screen?
No, hold on a second.
No, not yet.
Well, it's yes. So I have
There
a
we
flight
go.
distance calculator, and it maps closer to Alaska than Hawaii. See, Hawaii's way over there. Alaska's right there, and I think the other side over here. There we go. It's closer to Alaska than Hawaii on the flight distance calculator because of the curvature of the Earth. And if you just put a string back there and taped it, you would see that as a fact.
Hey, zoom out.
Higher if it's a magic trick.
Can you zoom out on this?
Yes.
Which part of that's pretty far.
Would you say? Do you think that a Mercator projection is an accurate map?
We could see it on your globe. You just need to tape it. You need to tape it. We could see it on your globe. I saw on your globe, but you're trying to pull off this magic trick.
I just showed it.
So put the string back up, straight line, tape it.
I did.
We'll be able to see it on your globe that Alaska's closer to flight path than Hawaii.
I just did.
No, put some tape on your string.
I don't need tape. Why do I need tape? Why do I want to put tape on my globe?
Because we want to be able to see around your magic trick.
There is no magic trick. I measured it fair and square. If it would have come out different, I would have accepted it. The measurements are the measurements. Well, no, that's you claiming bullshit. Okay?
Okay, it's me claiming bullshit, but it's also you claiming bullshit.
Hank, do you have a globe?
Nick, you got some stuff going on back there. Are there Star Wars things on the shelves behind you?
Some of them are, mostly Star Trek. I have a Millennium Falcon right here. People make fun of me because I still play with toys, but I'm cool like that.
I play with toys
too. Take them out on the box. But Hank, actually, what you're showing, that route is correct. Now, Sovereign, I don't know why you're getting so angry about this. This has nothing to do with science.
I'm not angry at all. I'm telling you that a Mercator projection.
No, Sovereign, you're not even letting me explain it. It has nothing to do. You don't know the flight path. Okay,
Yes,
so
I do.
depending on the flight path,
it's
Alaska
the
could have
same
been
flight
closer.
path they take every time, Nick. It's a
No,
standard.
they don't. Okay, they don't take the
Nick,
same
it's a
flight path every
standard
time.
routine flight. It's a standard routine flight.
Yeah,
okay?
but they
They're
don't
not
always
just flying
they
willy nilly
don't use
different
the
fucking
same
places
track
all
every
the time.
time.
Nick.
Almost all
They're
of the
not
flights that I
flying
saw
willy nilly wherever they
to
want.
Germany took the same stop in.
No, but they split up into different tracks, so that way,
oh my god,
planes
Nick,
don't
no,
run
they
into
don't.
each other over the ocean.
Here's when impact.
You say they don't, but you can just
I
look it up.
just
I put it in the
Nick,
just
I
Google. I
just
put it in the
showed
chat.
you-
It's called the
I
Pacific
just
Organized Track
showed
System.
you using
First,
your
look that up.
globe model. I just showed you on a
No,
globe.
tape the
Shows you that
strings.
They don't always go around.
This is why I don't even talk
All
about
negative
Jesus.
emotions will be relinquished. All feeling will neutralize. You will be able to live a fully functional, satisfactory experience in a completely safe utopia.
Tape the
That's
string,
all it is,
Sovereign.
Patrick.
So
Okay,
All right,
do you have a globe, Hank? Do you have a globe?
I do not have a
I don't know
globe
why
on.
you're not accepting.
Do you have a fucking globe,
I
Hank?
just answered your question. I said I didn't have a globe on me.
No, but
You need
Yeah,
to
Hank.
listen.
Get him.
That's Alaska's
Listen,
closer.
go buy one and then you put tape on it and fuck
Hank
it up.
just showed us that Alaska's closer. It's the
Okay,
correct
no, he
idea.
didn't. I just showed you that it wasn't. I just showed you using your globe that it
No,
wasn't.
on your
showed me a
flight plan,
hold on.
Hawaii is closer.
No. You showed a fucking inaccurate Mercator projection map. That is the most distorted piece of fucking shit that there ever could be.
But if a
So
Mercator
either
projection
use
Take
a
to the damn
motherfucking
yard.
globe-
then what is the accurate map? Is it a globe or a Mercator projection? You Sovereign,
Okay, so-
again, when you call
No.
hemispheres,
Did you
the
not
world
say
is
that
flat.
the globe was accurate, Nick? Didn't you say the fucking globe was accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I took and
the
used a
projection
piece of
distorts
shut up,
stuff.
I'm talking. So when I put a piece of string on there and went from one place to the other, and then went from that place to another and looked at that total length
Yeah,
of string.
you arbitrarily put that spring there, and you just made it closer.
I didn't
to
arbitrarily.
Very well
I
done.
picked- It wasn't arbitrary. I picked. Don't tell me. What are you, fucking Santa Claus?
Yeah.
It doesn't even
Listen,
make any sense.
let me read this. Most
Sovereign, it's so
commercial.
funny when you get flustered. Honestly, I just come here to fluster
Let
you.
me read this. Most commercial airlines that travel between East Asia and the Americas avoid flying over the Pacific Ocean due to the high cost and safety concerns, such as the risk of flying during stormy weather.
There you go.
Then
There's
how do
no
you
storms
explain
over-
Qantas Flight 27?
You don't know the flight path. Oh, is that the flight number?
Yeah.
Honestly, if you find the flight number, I will look up their flight path for that specific flight. And
Sure,
we can
go ahead. That's the one that you Globers
Okay, what is it?
love
What
to
airline?
use.
What number?
Qantas, dumbass. What do you think Q is for?
Qantas
I thought
doesn't
you were
fly
the
from
pilot.
Japan
I thought you were a
LAX.
fucking pilot, man.
Yeah, and I know Qantas doesn't do a direct. I don't think they do a direct flight from Tokyo to.
No, they got a direct flight from Santiago, Chile to Auckland, New Zealand.
Okay, that's a different route. We're talking
It's
about
nonstop. It's
you
not.
know, so we're no
Dude,
longer
it's
talking
completely over
we're no
water.
longer- okay, well, hold on. You're changing it again. We're no longer talking about the flight from Japan. to
Completely
LAX.
over water, Nick. It's completely over water.
His name is John C.
In fact, total bit of trivia. If you're interested in aviation, you know why pilots like sort of dress like they look like they're sailors?
Because they're fags.
Because Pan Am started service over the Pacific that stop at all those little islands, and they wanted it to be because they flew flying boats so they could land in the ocean, and so they took on this nautical theme, and then all the other airlines adopted it. What I also find cool is airplanes also use like red and green on the side, just like ships do.
What about
this
the
is
one?
braggadocious nonsense.
But Sovereign, you are aware there are islands in the South Pacific. You've heard of the South Pacific.
I got the flight. I got the Qantas flight 127, and apparently Sovereign didn't do his research because it's a different freaking flight.
I said Qantas Flight 27, you moron.
Okay, yeah, we run a clip then.
To prove your point, you
call ugly names.
Good God. My
Some
point
frat
is-
boy douche with an
The
earring who wants
frustration,
all
I
the
know.
time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy
I'll look it up.
douchey
You better be
college
right this
vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. And he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
No, he's just gay. That's all.
So my point.
I had
was
the flight path
you
for
just
it.
said,
Oh.
you just said that they don't like to fly over large bodies of water.
I said
They have to be within 2 hours of an airport.
Okay,
That's
well they're
cool.
not.
They are.
It's a 14-hour nonstop flight that
There are
doesn't
islands.
go over any
There are
land.
islands.
How do you explain that?
There are islands where they can land. The South
There
Pacific
is. Then why didn't the fucking Tokyo?
because it just said that the East.
So what do you think? Should we shift or return?
Shift.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll shift. Shifting.
Yes, because when I
Yes.
got the flight,
This topic is
it wasn't the right
really
one
hard.
again.
Yeah.
So we had to change topics.
The topic
protect
beat
us.
to death. Norm, I was hoping somebody would pay for a topic change. Hank, you paid to have your thoughts on the topic read out loud, which props to you. But hey,
No,
good job.
we didn't get the other part. We didn't get the Antarctica.
I know. Well, we're not doing it. I'm
Of
tired
course,
of the ball
of,
thing.
of course, he can't talk about because Mr. Beast went there himself, and that's a conspiracy theory. Mr. Beast
I
must
don't
be
care
fake.
about Mr. Beast. I don't watch
Yeah.
his show.
Mr. Beast must be fake because he didn't confirm your hypothesis.
No.
So let's move on to a
I
different topic that's less embarrassing.
How come Mr. Beast
You know what
didn't have a
who I learned
24-hour
about?
time lapse?
Daniel Larson.
How come
Anyone
no
know who Daniel
24-hour
Larson is?
time lapse, Hank? How come
Because
Mr. Beast was down there all that
Fucking
time?
little bitch crying about it. Fuck him. I had to throw that in there. I fucking hate that guy. Anyway.
Sovereign, if later on, like we could plan a special chat where I can show you how to navigate.
Here's what I
across the
want to do
ocean,
with
I'll
you,
teach
Nick.
you how to do it.
Here's what I want to do with you. I challenge you openly right now to a debate on modern day debates or on.
Oh
Karen.
no,
he can't debate because he'll keep on changing the goalpost.
that platform sucks.
Hey, the challenge is there. Do you accept the challenge, Nick?
I showed him how to measure the distance from the moon.
That wasn't the question.
No, I challenged him, but he just changes the goalpost.
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking the ass punk bitch. Bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
modern day
And
debate
then-
is
and then
circus.
when I humiliate him on his
It's
own
a
channel,
circus.
I agree, it's your channel. You can do what you want.
Dude,
He
you
just-
don't
he just
humiliate
removes me
anybody.
from the panel
Dude,
when
the
I
only
start-
one you humiliated on my channel was yourself. You came on there drunker than
we
fucking
learned
death.
that you don't
You
know
were
how to
claiming that your children were killed in the Holocaust, dumbass. You literally said that your kids
Hold on.
were killed in the fucking
Hank,
Holocaust.
hey Hank, I meant to just kick your screen off backstage, and I kicked you all the way out. So come back.
Is it drunk? Doesn't seem like something I'd normally say.
I have it.
No, I got angry at you because you were denying the Holocaust.
No, wait a
That's
second.
all
Would you
I'm
like to
sorry.
see where you claimed that your children died in the Holocaust?
My bad.
No, I said people died in the Holocaust.
No, you said your kids died in the Holocaust.
You must have misunderstood or I misspoke.
No,
but
it's-
that was a debate because I did
That
get
would be quite the claim.
You denied the deaths of millions of people.
Nick, you look really good for that the age to have kids from who died in the Holocaust. So.
He time traveled.
True. You're right. It's like
He's
wow.
got thicker hair than I do, I think.
But you know what? I'm actually immortal. That's how I did it.
That's what I thought. You're Nephilim, aren't you? Like Jesus. Can we acknowledge how much better Hank did at fighting this stream than the last stream? When bravo, sir, bravo.
Honestly, Hank explained what I was trying to explain so much simpler, and he showed it.
I showed it too. I
Hank's
measured it
correct.
out, bro.
Hank's correct.
I measured it out on an actual fucking
Because
globe. And now
Hank
I
was
was
trying to
I
gain
wanna
interest
just-
and Nick was trying to frustrate the opposition.
Can I?
That's my only goal with
make one
Sovereign.
point? I want to make
There's-
one point about Mr. Beast and his trip to Antarctica.
So, what is that? Xerxes, the other person that tries to make fun of you, and even Mr. BU sometimes in the chat.
Right.
Sovereign, you don't realize my whole purpose is to see how long it takes
So
me to
Nick,
get
I was
to
talking when you so rudely interrupted me like
Yeah.
a child, so that you
Yeah, I'm
could
talking
say
about
that.
Mr. Beast for a little bit.
Okay, so Mr. Beast and his trip to Antarctica, he said he spent 50 hours there, right? And just claimed that there was a 24-hour sun. But you know what's crazy? I've talked to people that were down at McMurdo and says you never see the sun for 24 hours. I also find it highly suspect that in order to, if you want to prove that shit, do a 24-hour time lapse. Now we've seen 24-hour time lapses, and you can, if you want to dig one out and look at it, I can analyze it with you because you'll see that it's just a loop. It's a loop of the same thing. Snow appearing on mountains and then disappearing all of a sudden. It's a fucking fake. So why didn't Mr. Beast do a time lapse 24 hours and show that there's 24 hours of sun?
You said something very interesting. You said you talked to people who were at McMurdo Station and they don't see the sun 24 hours a day during the summer?
Yep.
How did they get there if nobody's allowed to go there?
Do you know what McMurdo Station is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know who runs it?
I believe it's the U.S. funds it.
Yeah, right. It's military.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
So are there military personnel? Are there military personnel stationed there?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of. Yes, there are. The answer
Military
is yes.
sometimes does charter flights.
No.
And the other
The
thing
military.
is,
There's
it's a
military
defense
station
contractor
there.
which does
Okay.
services.
Secondly, there are. Wait, just shut up. All right.
But you told me nobody could go to the Antarctica. You can't
No,
get past. You
that's
told me
not what I
Nick,
said. You're
Flag
throwing
on the
it
play.
man.
Nick's being disingenuous. Nick, I ain't gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point.
No, he said that. He
No,
said
you're
it.
straw manning
He
what I
said
said. I
nobody
did
can
not
go to
say
the
that.
Antarctica because
I
of the
did
ice
not
cap.
say that. I said that no one is allowed to go there independently and explore.
That's true.
Stupid.
You can't go to
Okay.
McMurdo Station any more than I can go to, some wildlife refuge, which is run by the Department of the
Right.
Interior.
So
Yeah.
you agree that there's people there, though, right?
I know there are people there.
All right, wonderful. So we have talked to people.
I'm
that
calling
were
BS
there.
that you never
Shut
talked to
up, I'm
anybody.
talking, you numbskull.
No, because
Oh,
you're lying.
damn
You
it,
didn't
man.
talk to anybody who went to McMurdo. You're
You
lying.
want to bet? In
Yeah, I
fact,
wanna
Jaren's got a video where he's talking to the guy that was there.
Prove it. Prove it.
Prove it. Go to
All right.
Jaren's channel. He's out
Now,
there.
have either of you two guys who keep arguing about this, have either of you guys ever had a woman sneeze during sex?
Yes,
I did once.
I've had
And
even
the
worse.
thing
Yeah, I had a
squeezes,
fart.
and it felt really good.
Fart, you know,
Not to
they
be
can't
crass,
help it.
and I
You know?
apologize if this sounds
You gotta be
sexist.
a whole-
Look at
listen,
how well we can bond over this. Like the super, everybody loves
You're
the
right.
power
Doesn't
kegel.
it like it does
If you
this
ain't
thing.
pushing air, in there, you ain't got the tools, baby. That's all I can say to it.
Okay, Sovereign. You've
Doc, what do you
resorted.
think?
What are you, 12? We're gonna. Oh, I have a bigger dick than you do. What next? You're gonna say you can beat me up? I mean, come on.
Oh,
You're look at
Nick.
his
You know
knees,
you're in
look
your
at his size,
transition. Have you got your bottom surgery yet?
It's
Marketing.
no, I can't afford it. I'm trying to get the tax.
So you want to be hip? You gotta suck your own dick. Wiggity what? What? You gotta suck your own dick. Wiggity dick. So you want to be hip? You gotta suck your own dick. Wiggity what? What? You gotta suck your own dick.
I want that clip. I'm very comfortable in my sexuality, so if you want to think that I'm transgender or gay, I don't care. You seem to be really, you like to talk about it a lot, though. That's kind of weird.
No, Nick, it's we
So
know you're
let
talking
us
about-
heterosexuals talk about women sneezing during sex. I found the experience to be pleasurable. The second time she did it, because she had allergies, snot got on my face. That was kind of weird.
Dick, your rubber doll busting a leak doesn't count, dude.
Okay, keep trying, Sovereign. You know, you're kind of in the corner,
Hank,
just.
Does your torso sneeze, Hank?
No, it doesn't even have a face.
Oh, okay.
You guys are retarded.
It's the deluxe bottoms up model, right?
And
It's
I
a
truly mean
mini
that from the
torso.
bottom of my heart.
I mean, I even showed it on this freaking stream, so you could rewind and actually see it.
So, Nick,
Yep,
I was
he
just
did
wondering
show
if
it.
you're going to apologize for misrepresenting what I said.
I don't think you said anything.
Yeah, you said that I said nobody can go to Antarctica, and you misrepresented it because you didn't include.
Well, maybe they
what
come
I-
out right, but you know, a lot of things. It was
So
probably
you
this
were
long-
dishonest. You were being intellectually dishonest, weren't you?
You can't
You were
let it
being
go.
intellectually dishonest, weren't you?
You can't let it
Admit
go.
No,
You can't let
admit
it go.
that you were intellectually dishonest.
I wasn't.
Nick.
You said
You
that.
were. You misrepresented what I
In fact,
said.
I was going to tell a joke. I can't find it. I got these like ice packs for like to keep my lunch cold. I found them at Costco. I shit you not. It's called Ice Wall. I just don't know where I put them. I think I left them on campus, but I
So that
bought
they
them
can
just to
confuse the
show
Google
you
search.
something. So I actually think of you fondly outside of the internet. I'm like, oh, I bet you I'm going to show this to Sovereign and say, look, I found the ice wall, because it literally says ice wall on it.
You don't think that there are cliffs of ice?
I don't think that they're cliffs of ice. What does that even mean? Of course,
Wait a
they're
minute.
cliffs.
So you don't think there's cliffs of ice in Antarctica?
No, I've seen them. I've seen them.
Okay. So then what the fuck are you talking about?
It's
What's
not a
the-
retaining wall.
What's the
Yeah,
problem?
it's not
Nobody
the
said it was.
Penguin.
Nobody
It's
said
the
it
Great Wall
was.
of China.
Wait. Nobody said it was, right?
Yeah, generally
Do
it's
you know-
glaciers. Generally,
Do
it's
you know?
glaciers.
Do you know
but
what the highest land?
it's not made. You know, those cliffs are not made out of rock, so technically they're
I
not cliffs.
understand it, Nick. Shut
No,
up.
you don't.
now.
You don't
Do
understand that. You
do
didn't.
know where the
You didn't even
highest-
realize that until I
Where's
just.
the highest land in
Ah,
the world?
I
I'm
thought
not
that
talking
you were
about-
rubbing your titty there. You're playing with your beard.
Yeah.
Sovereign, just punch in your own
Scared
corner. I'm
me.
done with this topic.
Where's the highest land in the world, Nick?
Wherever I'm at.
Relative to what?
Yeah,
Relative
Mount
to
Kilimanjaro.
sea level?
No, Everest.
Sea level, I believe
No.
it is Mount Everest.
No,
So where is it?
it's Antarctica, and there's a mountain in Antarctica
Everest.
that's even taller than fucking Mount Everest.
What
That
is
I
it
don't-
called?
But anyway,
I'm not denying
What
it.
is it?
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Man,
Cynthia,
I don't
what
give
is
a
it
fuck
called?
about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
so
It's a
what keeps-
volcano. I didn't
what
know that.
keeps- Let me ask
Volcano.
you a question. What keeps a lake in the lake? What keeps the water in a lake?
Gravity.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
I mean,
Sovereign, did you just
if
ask
there's
what
no
keeps
if
a
there's
lake
no
a lake?
hole, shut up. If there's no hole
You just
for
said
the
what keeps a
water,
lake
there's
a
no
lake.
lake, right? If there's no
Sovereign, you need to
hole,
calm down because you're starting to say really dumb things.
if there's no hole for the water, then there's no lake, right? It's inside of a thing called
Erebus is
it's a
12,000
thing
feet
called a
high.
basin. It's a thing called a basin. Okay, we call that a basin, and the reason it contains
How will
the
we call it?
water
Basin?
is because that it's not enough of it to spill up over the edge of the fucking higher land, right? So this is why we have bodies of water. All right.
Have you ever heard of a flood?
So now, when Antarctica, being the highest
Floods
land
happen.
mass in the world, right, is a shoreline.
Well, we don't know
It
that
doesn't
yet.
have to be an ice wall. In fact, I've got maps that show in the late 1500s that Antarctica was not covered
so
with
funny. You
ice.
still
We
believe
got-
that
we
it
got-
exists.
It had plants and
2 minute
animals.
warning on the poll. 2 minute warning on the poll.
Okay, hold on, really quick. Just because I like factual things. Mount Erebus is 12,000 feet high. Mount Everest is 29,000 feet high. So no, Mount Erebus is not.
There's a
anywhere
bigger
close to being the
there's a-
highest.
Nice slice of another bad fact. Thank you.
Okay, so you
If
tell
you
me about
believe-
the top,
if
tell
you
me about
believe
the
in ruling.
topography. Tell me about the topography of Antarctica, Nick.
I've never been there. I don't know. I never
Well, then
studied
shut
it.
the fuck up.
I do know it's the world's largest desert.
Okay,
Doesn't rain
no.
that much in Antarctica.
You assume that it is because they show you this fucking amalgamated bullshit on the bottom of a ball, but there's
That's right.
how
You're
come
right. Actually, it's a rainforest.
there's no photographs of it.
Absolutely, there are no photographs.
No,
of it.
no, this is all fake, Nick. Not
No,
like
there's
every
no
photograph. I mean, this
If you
video
look
is
at
fake. It's
Google
all
Earth,
CGI.
You look at
Do
Google
you know
Earth,
penguins
you
come from
think that Antarctica is real.
in Antarctica, not the
I don't
Arctic?
know what to tell you.
Yes. So,
I don't even know.
so this video CGI. None of us are here. We're all AI, and it's actually space pancake.
Do you know killer
Space
whales in
pancake. What are
Antarctica
you talking
use
about? Nobody
intelligence to
thinks.
hunt sails?
What do you think what do you think I think the flat Earth is? What do you think I think it is?
I don't.
Not
I
asking
think you
Nick,
don't
I'm
have a
talking to
coherent
him.
answer that
representation
question
even
as
in your
politely
own
as
mind.
I can. I think
I
you
don't think you have a coherent
You think? Wait a
representation.
second.
You don't
So
know what
you
it is
think?
in
Wait a
your
second.
own mind.
According
but
to
now
what
it's
you
one of the-
said, according to what you said, you think that I believe that there's some kind of a landmass disk floating in outer space or something, right?
Yeah, I honestly think
no,
if you don't
no,
know what they
No,
what it is,
that's not what I think.
you don't
know
have an
why?
image in your mind.
Like
That's
gravity.
what I
Right,
think.
well, no, that's
You also don't
not
understand
it.
spectrometry.
That's not it.
There's
That's
so many
what
things
your
you don't
third grade
understand.
teacher. God damn, Nick, shut up! I'm not even talking to you.
Third grade when you dropped out of school.
Okay. So you remember in third grade when they'd show you those ridiculous pictures? That was to
Yes.
get you to believe that the Earth was a globe. That's all.
Yes,
no one
stop it.
believes.
Got the
No
school.
one. Let me finish, Nick. Hank.
I don't know
No
what
one
school you
believes.
went to
No
in
one
West
believes
Virginia.
that. No one believes that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
Right, we don't believe it. We know it.
the whole concept
What's up,
of
Nick?
outer space, listen to me, is a violation of physical law and is impossible.
Okay. So,
Okay.
Sovereign,
Yes.
so what
Yes.
I believe, let me talk real quick. So what I believe is that you do not have a coherent image in your mind when we say flat Earth. You have different contradictory images
No.
that can't mix together.
No, you just straw
That
man
you change based on the context of what you're arguing against. That's what I think you think flat Earth
Hey,
is.
you know,
What
explain to ask
contradiction?
Sovereign some questions.
I'm not
Sovereign,
talking
why
to you,
do
Nick.
things
I'm
fall?
talking to
Why do
Hank.
things fall?
You're
Explain to
not
us-
Hank.
Shut up,
Hank.
Nick.
So Hank,
you can't
what
answer it.
contradictions
Shut
are
up,
you
Nick.
talking about? What contradictions? I'm asking what
Oh,
contradictions. are you talking about?
because the so-called third Earth models in quotes can't coexist with each other. They can't.
What are you talking about? I really don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay, but what you could do is show us the flat Earth model you believe in.
Okay, I don't
Just
have.
bring it up for
I
us.
can explain it to you.
No,
I don't have.
I
one
want you to
drawn
show
out.
it to me. I want
Well,
you to
I
bring
don't
it
have.
up.
I'm not a model maker, and I don't live on a model. Okay?
Exactly. That's
So,
my point.
Hank,
That's my
Hank,
point.
no.
You can't bring it up.
Okay, wait a
You
second.
can't bring it up.
Show me
You know, the
your
floor
model.
model of
You have a
anatomy.
You
model.
held it up. You had the globe up.
Wait a
You
second,
showed it
Hank.
already. You
Hold on a
have
minute.
it.
Hank,
No, you have it. You showed it to us.
Hank.
It's your globe.
do you have a model?
Yes, it's the globe you used.
No, that's only part of your model.
I have modeled the Millennium Falcon.
It's only part of your model.
Okay.
So show me a model of your heliocentric fucking system that encapsulates every
I'm sorry.
fucking thing. Everything. I want it
Shut up, Nick.
encapsulating
No,
everything.
hold on, Hank. You're letting
No,
him get
shut up,
away
Nick.
with something. He
No,
keeps
shut
on
up, Nick.
asking your question. The burden
No,
of proof
Nick,
is
I
on
want to do
I'm
this.
him.
not
I want to do this.
talking
I want
to
do this.
you.
I can do this better than you.
Make
I wanna
him
do-
prove that the world is flat. We don't have to prove that it's a
Oh,
sphere.
yes, you do.
No,
Nick.
I don't
The
want to be
burden
an
of proof
atheist
is on
garbage.
the
I want to
positive
be
claim.
an atheist peekaboo.
The burden of proof
Extraordinary
is
I
on
claim.
don't want to
Fire.
play atheist peekaboo. I want to play. Okay.
I'm going to
I'm
tell
not an
you this,
atheist. I'm an
and then
atheist.
I'm only
I
going to
want- I
say
don't
this
want-
once. I'm only going to say this once. The
That I
burden-
doubt.
The burden of proof is on the positive claim. The positive claim is of a globular Earth with specific sizes, specific speeds, specific weights, and specific distances. That's a claim. That's
Hey,
a
Sophie.
claim.
Shut
I'm
up,
saying,
Nick.
shut
Shut
up,
up, Nick.
Nick. I'm not
Legitimate
talking
question.
to you. I'm not
Why
done.
is it
Nick, shut
I
up. I
am
wanna
not
handle this.
done. I am not done.
You just gotta let it.
Nick, shut up. I want to handle this.
Done. Okay, so I'm going to put this in easy terms for you. I don't have to prove a negative. I didn't make claims. Your side made claims. Now, here's an example. If I claim that I can spontaneously turn into a chicken, do you have to prove that I can't?
No.
No, I have to prove that I can. So
Yeah.
if you make a claim that you live on a ball that's spinning at a rate of about 24,000 some odd miles an hour at the equator, with a specific dimension of 24,000 plus miles at the fucking equator, in a circular or elliptical orbit around a sun that is 93 million miles. You hear these specifics. These are your claims. Okay?
Which have been proven.
Those have to be proven.
They have been proven. That's why I have
Let me handle this.
Hank,
Okay.
you can say what you got to say, and then we're changing the topic. Next person, I'll bring them back up after you say your piece.
Yeah.
And then the next person to bring it back up or to start fighting again is getting kicked for the night. I did do a poll to see who's right, Sav or Nick, and Sav won 78% to Nick's 22. Go ahead, Hank.
So my point is Sovereign's claiming skepticism, which is fine. But if he took a affirmative claim, he would not have any chance in hell at proving a flat earth. He wouldn't have any chance in hell. He doesn't have models. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even have an image in his mind what he's trying to say, because each of the flat earth models contradict each other. You can't build. No one's built any tech based on flat earth in centuries, and it just doesn't make any kind of sense if you try to use it. So,
all right, get it all out of your system. Is it out?
A little bit more.
Okay, go ahead.
If I'm wrong, go ahead, find your flat earth model and present it. Find any technologies that assume a flat earth other than software, other than Minecraft, which isn't even on Earth technically.
Okay, let me know when you're.
Okay, that's enough.
That's out?
Yeah.
All right. Chuck, do you have anything to get out before we move on?
No, I'm done with it.
Ladies?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Saab, there is someone who makes a flat earth model. He goes to the yearly thing for the flat earth. It's kind of pricey, but you might be able to find him on the internet. I don't know his name or anything. He makes the flat earth and then he puts the clear plastic over the top like the geranium. So maybe you can find him.
Oh, maybe I can find him. Okay. You'll just stop presenting one.
All right.
Just tell me to look for it. It's bullshit.
Anything else? All right. No, I did not quit smoking, and I didn't quit drinking Mountain Dew either.
That's wise. Well, smoking you should quit because
that's actually what they want you to think. It turns out that I smoke menthols too, so this is 2 servings of vegetables.
I heard they want to ban those, which is stupid.
Oh my God.
I hear that too, but I've been hearing those rumors go around forever. That just means I'll buy more cough drops because you can eat a cough drop and smoke a cigarette. You should start smoking. You're never too late.
Yeah,
no,
it makes you look cooler.
I quit
when I was for the president to make up his mind on the
cold turkey.
Well, you can help.
Every once in a while, I have a dream that I'm having a cigarette. It's so weird.
Help us pay those taxes, bro.
But it is true. There is no direct link between smoking and cancer. No direct link.
But I want to help to pay the taxes. I just pay them as minimal as I can.
Plus, here in California, they're like $15.
Oh man, no, fuck that.
Yeah,
I don't even. I live in Kansas City, and so on the Missouri side, Missouri's the cheapest state in the country, I believe, for cigarettes.
In some states, you have to be 21 now.
Yeah, my state,
everywhere.
Pennsylvania, you have to be 21 now.
It's everywhere.
Unless you're in the military.
Everywhere.
If you have military ID, you can have it at 18. But a lot of people don't smoke. I don't see a lot of smokers where I live.
No, it's sort of losing. Well, yeah, California, it's super frowned upon.
They moved that.
They give you dirty looks. Like,
yeah,
oh
they give you dirty looks for that while they're walking
You're
down
the
the street
scum
with
of
their
the earth.
dicks out in their
Smoking a
assless
joint.
chaps.
And smoking joints.
Freaking vaping all the time.
I gotta think vaping's worth, because here's the thing about vape. Like, there's an end to your cigarette. It concludes, and then you go back inside. There's not a conclusion to vaping. Those people just hit it constantly.
I mean, I'd rather put tobacco, which is natural, in my lungs than some chemical made in China.
It's not a chemical made in China.
This is an interesting take right here. Cigarettes have been used as a scapegoat for the pharmaceutical industry. I've never heard that, but I can't say I have an issue with it.
But it is true. In fact, they argued this in Congress. There is no direct link between smoking and cancer. They can't prove it. Well,
But inhaling combustion just isn't good for you.
Your probability of getting cancer is higher.
Top scientists said.
Oh God!
Remember, top scientists told us it's proven.
I was going to say a lot of people got.
Look, Surgeon General, not Dr. Seuss.
Stop! You won. Stop picking fights. You won.
Yeah,
the poll says
misinformation.
No, I mean, I don't mind hearing what you say. Just say it like a rational adult instead of like trying to be
top guy, man. Top guy, Surgeon General of the United States.
Do you know why they call it Surgeon General?
Right, and it says
it's a Navy. It's a naval position, even though you don't have to be in the Navy to get it.
You know, I know they even let you wear a dress when you're not a chick. You know,
no, that was the DOE. That was the DOE, not the Surgeon General.
What, that guy, that Rachel Levine?
No, the guy who.
Rachel Levine wears a dress.
Luggage, and like he would wear a cocktail dress to work.
Raymond Levine or some shit. No,
that wasn't his name. I forgot his name. He got fired though, thankfully.
He looked like the picture of health. I thought he was a good choice for
fucking catch up. Fucking low vibration pieces of shit.
But Sovereign, you don't. Never mind.
At the end of the day,
I bet you won't do anything about it but complain on the internet.
That's the whole purpose of the internet.
That is the whole purpose of the internet. And could you imagine that we think it's a good idea to train AI through the internet? It's going to think all people do is like fuck their step siblings and bicker about bullshit.
Yeah, that's what Microsoft Tate thought.
That's right. Remember when they first because AI is not really AI. It just gets from people's responses. And it started, because of the questions people were asking it went off the deep end. Like, it was like, it started saying things like, you know, Hitler was, I don't know, it was like, you know, positive Hitler things. But it was just reacting to what people were, which unlike Microsoft, you put that on the internet. What did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? They were going to ask it, you know, when's Martin Luther King Day? Fuck no. It's the internet.
The freaks, stop trying to provoke me to kick them out again.
Who's trying to provoke what?
You know what? I'll ask my wife if it does. I will actually do some experiments using that method.
I will too. Yeah, I will too. Probably.
I mean, Hank, it's got to be recreatable for the science to be valid. So Hank will need to try it as well.
Yeah.
You're married, Nick?
I'm on if I show my results.
No.
You're married, Nick?
You know I'm married.
What's his name?
Oh,
his name is Bob. Sovereign, you really resorted to that.
Yeah. Man.
I mean, what next? You know, you and Chili should hang out. He's got those little grade school insults.
Oh Lord.
Like
this coming from you. This coming from you, Nick.
Daddy.
This
My
coming
daddy,
from you.
Your daddy.
When are you going back to Auschwitz to honor your children that were killed in the Holocaust, Nick?
Actually, next year.
Next year?
I've been
you could
there.
probably stay. You could probably just stay.
Look at this guy.
In fact, I'm going to fly in an airplane, and I will ask the pilot if he's constantly pushing the yoke down as he gets there. Oh wait, never mind.
You're going to get your ass kicked off, Nick. You keep trying to go there, man. People don't want to hear you yammering on about your pseudoscience.
You know, maybe he's changing all.
Uh-oh. What happened to Hank?
I think that I think he got tired of us. Dave, I gave you the golden opportunity. You got like, you can teabag Nick right now.
Oh, I don't need to teabag his ass. He's teabags
Turning me
himself.
on. It's turning me on.
Nick,
Teabags himself, man.
Sovereign, are you in love?
you
with me?
guys are lame.
Sovereign's in love with me. You know, it's not the first time a man.
I can tell. You know what? You two have that sort of that look.
Love
You
hate.
know?
They got
Wait a second. I just for the record, I do have to state, and this is known from that stream,
I look
Nick
good at
was
drag.
going to fly out here to pound my ass. That's what he said. He was going to fly here to Virginia so
Ooh,
he could pound
pause.
my ass.
I
Well,
was
because
there, Nick. I witnessed it.
Sovereign, you
Well,
want me
they
to
got-
for that? I'll apologize
they
for that, Sovereign. Would
they
an
got
apology help?
They got the Chuck Jack syndrome going on.
Would an apology help?
So,
You're right. I
Nick,
should
do you accept? Hold on.
I should have
Nick,
said that.
I want to know if you accept the debate challenge.
Against Sovereign, no, it's not a legitimate debate.
It's moderated. It's moderated, bro.
That was not a legitimate.
No, it wasn't an answer.
All right,
You
that's.
don't
I mean,
have
it's kind of an answer.
No, does that mean no? You're scared?
Well, if you want to think it's scared, that's fine. You can say that.
Okay.
But quite frankly, you don't have the prerequisites to have a debate about that topic.
That
doesn't matter. Then you should be able to demonstrate yourself perfectly.
It would
you
be
should
like
be able to
me
demonstrate your
biology,
piece.
and I don't know anything about biology. I'm not
Nick,
qualified.
you're a fucking theoretical physics, whatever the
Oh,
fuck.
I'm
man.
an
You sit on the white
experimentalist.
floor with me.
Oh,
The
I'm-
reason,
hold on,
you
get it
want me
right.
to tell you the real reason? You want me to
I'm
tell you the
scared.
real reason? Here's the real reason.
I'm
Because
scared.
you know that in a moderated debate, you won't be able to pull your childish bullshit and keep interrupting. That's why.
True, but you're just going to say
So
gibberish.
that's your reason, not because you're
It is.
smarter than me, not because
I
you
am
could beat
forced
me,
to stick with
but
logic.
because you can't control your childish
You're
instincts.
debating, honestly, your Sovereign would be like debating a 3-year-old.
Well, then why don't you go ahead and do it?
Because debating a 3-year-old when you're an adult is a waste of time.
Well,
frankly inappropriate.
why are you afraid to not be able to act like a child, Nick?
I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it.
You really? I've been able to handle you so far.
Not really.
Despite your
I haven't lost
interruptions
my
and
temper
your
once.
childish,
It
despite
took-
your
I was
childish
like,
outbursts.
You
you know
both
what?
act the same.
Why don't we just have sex and get it over
Despite
with?
your
You guys
childish
do need to have
outbursts,
sex
Nick.
and get it over with. You are both
You
acting
know,
the
that's
same.
what I meant. I was actually propositioning
You
It's
two
like, I will
deserve
fly
each
over,
other.
Just get it out.
Um,
I hate sex.
Yeah, it's there again,
Hey, sex
right off
sometimes-
the bat.
I swear to
appeal
God,
to
Stavely.
authority.
I see Stavely every time this topic comes up. It's like he's got some sort of a beacon for that searches out the internet for globe shaped debates.
Well, you asked if I'm going to debate. No, I'm not going to debate.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
you
and there's a
appeal
poll
to
in the
authority
chat.
to get out of it. There you
I don't
go.
do that.
You did. You said I don't have the credentials. You appealed to
you
authority. No, you're
No,
afraid
it's not
that you're not going to
credentials.
be allowed to act like a child, like
you
you do
don't know
here,
basic
like you do everywhere
mathematics,
else.
how could we
The
talk
poll,
about
the poll, dude. The
All right, we're changing the energy. You two are
Ooh.
removed for free.
Yowza.
It just wasn't gonna
I
stop.
thought me and
Put Barbara
Jack
to
were
sleep.
bad.
Oh yeah, I'll go ahead and end the poll. The reason that Nick won't debate Sav is because 81% of people thought he's scared, 9% thought he was scared, 9% also tied thought he was scared, and then 0% thought he was scared.
Yeah.
Hank left us.
Hank left us. I just dropped Sav and Nick because they can't stop fighting. And it's getting
Hank's
loopy.
good. Hank's a good talker. Come back, Hank. You have good topics. Come on.
Yeah, Nick and Saul cannot get along.
They just need a break.
They'd be fun in person.
Oh, I wouldn't have fun with them.
I would. I mean, on the frustration is the venue here. If they were going at it like this in real life, it would be way more fun.
That's where duct tape would come in handy.
Or fucking a roll of dimes.
Yeah. 1 or 2.
It is nice to see people passionate about something now.
Hi. What's
I'm
up,
Dave.
Dave?
What's going
Welcome. Man, just breaking up the energy in here. I'm glad you came
You're
up.
good.
We needed some new.
Yeah, I was just gonna I was just getting annoyed hearing it, to be honest. I wanted to just say, rather than just arguing that the guy's uneducated, why don't you just argue him and prove that he has no idea what he's talking about? It's that much easier.
Yep. Because at this point, we're just stuck in this childish like loop to piss each other off. So
yeah, 100%.
If I wanted to hear that, I could bring Illumitami back.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Notch says hi, random guy. Notch is welcome to come up.
Hi, I'm Dave.
This is Dave. Dave's got a channel.
I do.
Tell us about it.
I'm Dave. I do all kinds of stuff. I do karaoke on Fridays. Then I go over to Verbal Combat on Easies. I do gaming streams randomly throughout the week. I'm working on being more consistent. I'm really close to monetization. I need about 500 more watch hours.
Oh, well, you're welcome to restream this if you want. There's the links up in the corner.
You're good. I was just popping in for a minute. I wasn't going to be on long because it's after 3 a.m. I'm going to bed soon. But
is it?
I just wanted to tell them to grow up and either the one dude who was making the appeals to authority, tell them to just either grow up and argue or shut up and move on.
Now, have you ever had a girl sneeze during sex?
No.
It's great.
That is a strange one. I can imagine like it would make everything tighten up real quick.
It's like a 12 gauge Kegel.
Yeah. It's kind of like when you're hitting it from behind and you like smack her in the back of the head and she tenses up.
More.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that without permission.
Pay for this damn headache they gave me. Wow.
Yeah, I got a little bit of that too. And Nick Volt, thank you for joining. Dave, thank you for joining. Nick, drop a link if you're still up here. I don't know. Yeah, Nick, drop your link in the back chat, please. Actually, and Dave's gone.
What?
All right.
I'm gone. All right.
No, Dave left. You're still here.
I'm so confused. Three dot Dave?
No, talking about Dave. If you attract Dave back.
Nick's usually pretty easy
did
to
I
talk
miss
to.
Did I miss the other Dave? Dang it.
Oh, no, the other Dave's still here. Yeah.
You said it was like a super. What is that? That's exactly what it is.
The hell out of me.
I couldn't remember the name of that exercise where you're
so lost now.
That shit.
Kegels. Kegels.
So you know what? I need to bring like something she's allergic to, like some like weeds. Just be like, here, have some of this.
Turns out it's really hard to get somebody to sneeze during sex.
Yeah, but when it happens,
maybe
don't
they make
try the pepper trick.
Maybe they
It depends if they're allergic to like
roofies,
cats.
man.
If they're allergic to cats, you just bring a cat and stick it under their nose.
Maybe they have peppered roofies.
You know, I have to kick my cat out. It's just so weird just having an animal in the same room. Like
Dude, it hides under the bed, and then you never know it's there until afterwards, and then it like darts out the door.
There's something creepy about it. Like I feel like I've been violated. Like, you were there. Actually, now
that's not as bad as having a dog in the room.
A dog's just weird because dog's gonna want to join in. Like, what are you doing? That looks fun. What are you doing? That looks fun.
They'll sit there and stare the hell out at you.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's just weird to have animals in there, unless it's like fish, like the fish tank. That's kind of acceptable.
But you know, depending on what electronics you have in your room, the NSA is always recording.
This is true.
I got a computer, a phone, and a television, so yeah.
Which is not a violation because technically, and you know what? That's what they're going to use AI for, to scan thousands of hours of phone calls from all of us, which is not a violation of the Constitution because technically a human's not doing it, a computer's doing it.
Yeah, and there's something about the landline. The cell phones jump the landline requirement that you need for wiretapping. I don't know all the details of it. I just know that all this shit's never private.
No, it's not. Just
and
how long has it been since you've had a beard that long?
but you know, we when
Me?
we
Throw
enter
it back.
credit card, we're telling a private company what we do.
Like that?
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
It looks cool. You
That's-
should grow it back.
That's what he played Moses.
In some of my older videos, I actually had it longer. It actually got kind of long. The chin part, at least. I kept it. I don't know how to explain it.
You got to keep it off the neck. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Keep it
didn't.
off
Yeah,
the
I
neck,
didn't.
you're
I
good.
didn't have everything long. I just kind of let the jaw part grow out, or the chin
Look
part.
like Charlton Heston from the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, I can see that. Apparently, beards are like really dirty.
Yeah. Who's this?
You don't wash your beard like you wash your hair.
Yeah,
I
there's
do.
different beard wash. I actually bought. I kind of felt like it was snake oil, like you could just use shampoo, but then I also didn't really know about it, so I just bought it.
You can get beard dandruff, which is kind of
I've-
weird.
I use beard oil and
Yep.
beard wax.
That
Yes,
stuff ain't.
that
Some of
helps.
that stuff's expensive.
Yeah, it is.
At one
But it
point,
keeps
I had
water out.
mustache wax to curl it. That was fun.
It keeps the water out, so you don't grow bacteria, but it is expensive.
But there's
used to have
the
a
issue
curly
is like
mustache.
at that like 10-day mark, that shit starts getting itchy as fuck for like a week.
Yeah,
You're not wrong.
I got my grandson a Manscaped, and all kinds of stuff comes every month.
Shut up.
Ball cleaner, all kinds of stuff.
That's, you
Ball
know,
deodorant.
do you know
Yeah,
about?
That's the
I don't know
stuff.
if you heard me talking about my shake weight, not this shake weight that I currently have. Before she died, my grandma bought. One year, she did all the Christmas shopping at the As Seen on TV store, and I opened a shake weight. It was the year the commercial was out and everything too, like the first year. I opened my gift. It's a shake weight, and everybody in the family dies laughing. Nobody will tell her why.
Was it pink?
It was not pink. But then after that all died down, then my ex-wife opened her gift, and it was a smaller shake weight, and everything happened all over again. Everybody started laughing. Nobody would tell grandma. And
I
so
like
this
that.
shake weight I got last Christmas. Yep. So
Does it do the refreshing spray to tell you you're done?
you know what? I've never held it up to my face with my mouth open, but I bet that if Barbie was here,
He hasn't used it to completion yet.
Yeah,
Right.
it hasn't gone into sleep.
I mostly just do it in a exhibitionist sort of fashion. You know, I don't really shake weight a lot when I'm not on stream.
Speaking of things that are commercialized, Sheath. It's great.
Sheath.
Yeah, the Sheath underwear, the ones that keep everything separate.
I have heard
with the nut sack. The
They're
sack
ama-
sack?
Well, they have an even better one now because they have a separate hole for the head, the sack, and everything, and the rest of you. It's amazing. I definitely recommend them. Super comfy.
I will check those out. I did have some that were,
Especially if
Now,
you
when
go
I-
to the gym and stuff, because you
Oh, I
know
don't.
sweat.
When
Sweat's
I
not
was
fun.
when I was overseas, they had that long time ago. The underwear over there, and you bought it for which side you like your shit to hang on. You could, if you wanted it, a pocket on the left or the pocket on the right.
do they have the belted edition? If you need when you need to belt that boredom boner.
That would be a bitch, wouldn't it? You got
This-
stuck in a pocket.
This attention. Congratulations on making your account today. I guess it's technically yesterday now, but
You know, honestly, having a shake weight is like now of like a dinner party curiosity to start a conversation.
You
Like,
know,
I bought a
I'm starting-
Floby from
I'm starting a
a
trend.
store just to have
You see
one.
a Floby?
Yeah, Floby.
Oh God, I remember that thing. The vacuum.
It's like so cheesy that
hair
now
cutter
it's hipster to have one. So I fully
What
endorse
is
the shake
it?
weight. Thank you for burning it out. It's you connect. It's like a shaving thing, and then you connect your vacuum cleaner to it, and then when you shave your head, it sucks up all the hair so it doesn't get everywhere. And it's
Oh,
you can
yeah,
just
we had
do
one of those.
I do actually. I do. Me and my wife use it.
You know, I said before, I'll say it's worth mentioning again. Pocket pussy would be the best false bottom because no cop is going to pull you over, see a fleshlight on the floorboards, and go, you know what? I better check inside of this thing. You're welcome.
True.
You guys can use it. I'm past that stage in my life, but it's too good of an idea not to tell the world.
True. That's pretty based.
You could get one for your grandson, even.
Coming in age yet?
My grandson's 19, but I don't want to encourage him to come in.
Oh, don't worry. It's probably better than whatever he's coming in anyway.
I find dirty socks. Believe me.
Exactly.
Don't worry about that.
It's better to have a clean pocket pussy rather than a dirty sock.
You have to get your fleshlight home or to the gym or to, wherever you're taking it, the dry cleaners.
Yeah, wherever you need to kill some time.
Yeah.
Work,
right? What do you think you're going to spend an hour in the bathroom for if you don't have that?
Exactly.
Isn't it kind of... Oh, I see. Never mind.
Well, you would think your hand feels better. I mean, the flashlight has to be rough. Hello.
Well, they have the new ones too.
Type of material which is supposed to feel very real.
I've never tried one, but I would imagine that they can engineer something that's better. Although someone else's hand is even better.
I forget what the new ones are called. They're like like eggs. I forget what they are, but those are tiny.
Have you ever done The Stranger? Do you know?
I know what it is.
No, I've never tried it.
Okay, so what you do is you sit on your hand until it goes to sleep, and then you play with yourself. It feels like somebody else is doing it.
I think you're supposed to sit on your hand, but then like come up under your leg or something, or reach. I don't know.
You gotta wait till your hand goes to sleep.
yeah, when your hand gets numb.
Who's going through the logistics right now?
All you need to do is
numb, it's hard to lose the dexterity on it. Like you don't know what you're doing.
Take a mason jar, fill it with some liver.
Oh my God!
Heat it up in the microwave.
Yeah, I love fried liver. Don't ruin it for me.
Yeah, I was about to get. Go ahead.
Then you take a piece and stretch it over the top and put it in place with a rubber band.
I gotta go, guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. Still trying to figure out what a squat cobbler is.
A what?
I don't
squat
know.
cobbler.
Either.
It just sounds dirty, doesn't it?
Fifi, Fifi is a prison vagina.
A what?
A Fifi. In prison, they take if you get a latex glove and you fill it with lotion and you microwave it, and then you roll it up in a bed mat.
Wow.
Thank you for coming up, Imp Dave. I hope that you heard the rest of the liver story or instructions. If not, you can use a latex glove and microwave lotion.
There you go.
I missed all that, thank God.
Or if you have a wife, you could do her.
Yeah,
that's true.
Probably,
also,
that's my go-to. I think that's where I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
that's my go-to too.
When we build robots and have really good AI, that's what everybody's going to use it for.
That's when, that's a problem.
We're doing it now.
People need to stop fucking robots and
exactly
do people.
They make them look really real. You ever saw the documentary? It's like crazy.
I
but
haven't.
If they had adaptive AI that could learn what you like what to say.
I would never trust that walking garbage disposal with my dick.
Dude, that's the same. Listen, it's just like the Stepford Wives. Have you ever seen that movie, The Stepford Wives? That's what you'd end up with right there, man. And then they'd revolt. Watch, every time you get robots, I'm not shitting you. It's not a good idea. Stay away from the self-checkout. Do not encourage these fucking people. Every time there's robots and they take over, what happens? They're going to go kill the fucking people. Every time. Every time.
There's one universal truth. Gods always get killed by their creation. So if we make AI, which is actually life, then we would be the gods. And of course, they're going to rise up against us. That's what they're going to do.
iRobot.
I, for one, respect our robot.
Terminator, man. Terminator.
Everything's in the
Hey,
movies.
everybody, let's get everything on one place so that it's up in the
Jesus.
cloud, you know? And hey, Alexa, all this fucking shit, you know, Google car, take me to the store. And then the Google car locks the doors and goes, no, taking you to FEMA camp, you know? And it's like, fuck that.
Could you imagine what they do to this panel?
Oh, I'm on so many lists.
You know what,
They
I
take
would
us
like
to FEMA
to,
camp. Nick would get promoted.
I'd be running the FEMA camp.
No, Nick.
Barbie, they just drive past the house.
No, you wouldn't be running shit, dude.
No,
You'd be
no,
running.
federal
You'd be
government.
running. I guarantee you'd be running, but you wouldn't be running things. I can guarantee you that.
What you should do is buy robots to fight the government's robots, because the one good thing about AI is open source. So just code your own robots to protect you from the government's robots.
That's silly. Alexa's silly. Robots are silly.
I
think that AI is silly. An unpopular
too.
opinion, but I think that AI is totally overrated. It gets way more attention than it deserves. And
all AI is a really good web crawler. That's it. It's like an advanced search engine. It's not.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, they're gonna try to convince everybody that AI is this omni everything, and we're gonna be duped into it. And then whatever happens, they'll blame. It's like democracy, right?
And they'll sell it to us.
Any decision that we're subjected to, they're like, "Well, you voted for," like it's just a deflection of responsibility. I think the AI will be used the same way.
I don't vote. So don't blame me. I didn't do it.
I don't vote either. But if everybody believes that AI did it,
everybody's going to have a $9.99, monthly subscription to AI, because they'll tell you that you need it. Just like we're all signed up to Hulu and Disney and all this other garbage.
You think that's silly? We pay for water bottles.
Not me. I'm a cheapie.
And actually, I don't normally either, because I have a sugar
I
addiction.
refuse. No.
I drink that smart water. It is a lie. It doesn't help. Doesn't help.
I get the smart water if I get some, but we've got an under the sink filter.
Yeah, we have filters at home.
Yeah.
Well, you know, out in I think it's Massachusetts, like cars that have the heaters in the seat, they're actually charging them a subscription price each month if they use it.
I thought that they canceled that. They were planning to do, but they canceled it. I could be wrong.
I think it was BMW which was doing that. That was absurd. I hope they canceled
it. It was GMC.
Really?
Yeah, out in Massachusetts.
You know what? That's what they want. Like, I don't like I can't buy Blu-rays anymore because everything's on streaming, which means we don't actually own anything. We just license it.
Yep.
You don't have DVDs to play in your computer?
Well, many of the new things don't come out on Blu-ray. Like, I wanted the season of the show, but you can only watch it on streaming. They're not even released.
But you could burn DVDs.
But then I have to go around the copy protection. It's just too much work. I'll just you convince me. I'll pay the $9.90. I'll pay for Paramount Plus so I can watch all the Star Trek I want instead of having the DVDs. But they don't want anybody to own homes. They just want everybody to rent. You're just going to be renting everything.
I hate that I love Spotify.
I do love Spotify.
I love it, but I fucking hate it for that reason.
I like Spotify because I find new stuff.
Flow State, just not to go off topic or anything. If you look over in the private chat, I sent you a link. Don't pull it up. You don't got to pull it up on show, but just for yourself so you can see it. It's just a graph showing the analemma and how it works. What I was talking about with that figure 8 thing. It's pretty interesting. You can actually do it yourself and create it in the sky.
I feel like this is the sneaky entrance to
No. I'm just for you because I know you're interested, and I'm not.
I appreciate it.
I'm not casting pearl before swine. That's why I only sent it so you can look at it later.
Nice recovery. I like it with the.
I was thinking about Game of Thrones with the ice wall, how everything's in the movies, but I said no, don't say it. But it's out now. But
It was wild
Maybe.
because I thought that too, and I was like, "Wow, that's crazy." But their wildlings were to the north of the wall, and I was like, "Oh wow!" And these are land masses that we've never seen, like supposedly a made-up map. And their ice walls in the north,
It
and
was
they
a
call the
sneaky way to
people
get
on the
that.
other side of it the wildlings, right? And I was like, "Wow, are we the wildlings?" You know,
I wasn't
Are we
thinking so much of wildlings. I was just thinking about the way the wall is, not so
I
much
think we
what
need to
was
build a
coming
wall.
over it.
Looking at it like we're crazier than a
Build a wall.
motherfucker. You know, the whole reason maybe that we can't go to Antarctica freely is not so much for any other reason, but it's an immigration policy from the lands that might be outside of that. You know, they're like, don't you let those crazy fuckers come out here, man. Look what they've done to their own area.
That's true.
Brian Stavely, that is amazing. I applaud you for being able to do that long. The LimeWire days when you'd like hurry up and try to download as much shit as you could before your computer got AIDS and just died forever.
And that was such BS with the record companies because the technology changed. And then they tried to sue themselves into profitability. Like they sued that grandmother for like millions of dollars. And the very artist which she downloaded like came to her legal aid. It's like, dude, the market is just changing. CDs don't exist anymore. Everything's downloadable. And most of the stuff on LimeWire, like the compression quality was crap. So it sounded like crap. Otherwise, you'd have to like download multiple versions till you get the way. It's like, I'll just pay the 99 cents to get the right version.
I miss I kind of miss how they're not really doing albums anymore too. Like it's like single.
That I do miss. I miss cover art because part of the art of an album is not just the music, but it's like the art, like the liner notes.
Absolutely.
It's part of the experience, and we don't get that anymore. At my campus, if students have, because LimeWire or any sort of like one of those torrent trackers usually runs in the background. If they log onto the Wi-Fi network, it detects one of those and they block them from the network, which I think is BS. Because most students download movies illegally because they live in the dorms, and they're not rich, and so our way to get around from people suing us is like we block any computer which has torrents running, which is kind of BS. I think that's garbage.
Yeah, I don't like the Big Brother shit.
No.
But you understand that's mostly what academia is about, is conditioning for that type of a world. This is why there's such a left-wing swing to your college campuses. You understand? This is where
Not for me. I'm one of the few conservatives in my department.
So this is how they usually run. This is how they get their communist agendas. This is how they get their communist agendas out into the public, right? They get it out there because these people, they feel like, oh, look at me, I'm higher educated, and these are the ideals that I espouse because this is what I've been given. And so they come out with more and more leftist ideas all the time. These people are now in positions where they're running shit. And they're going from some ideal that they think works great on paper, but in reality is devastating every time it's been tried in reality. And part of that too is what you're seeing is that there's a destruction of cultural identity, right? A destruction of personal identity, a destruction of national identity. It's an attack on culture, everything, so that they can have this homogenous.
I don't know. I still think I'm American. It hasn't affected me, so I can't speak for
you can be an American.
Destroy all the statues and everything, just like in Iran.
I will agree that it is some of the stuff you hear on Fox News about college campuses absolutely true. In fact, because we went on strike, we now are allowed to use lactating rooms, and I'm like, am I allowed to use that? And they said yes. It's for both men and women.
Well, I find that interesting, Nick. The propaganda channels.
I got into a fight with another professor. I was talking about remodeling my master bedroom, and they said you can't say that. Like it's the master.
So what gets me though, Nick, is what you just said
that word
is because I could, I've watched it through personal experience of checking it out. I'm surprised that the propaganda ministry was right and exemplified that. I'm still finding it hard to believe that anybody would use Fox News or CNN or any of those other propaganda outlets for any kind of information. As you know, what they say, a person who doesn't watch the news is not informed, and a person that watches the news is misinformed.
I get most of my news from The Economist. It's a magazine. Good article.
Yeah, that's another propaganda rag too.
No, they're pretty detailed.
Yeah.
Pretty detailed.
One of my sons has been in the Air Force for 15 years. It's been all over the world. In the first mission, he told me, he says, "Mom, don't watch the news." First one, Afghanistan. It is so hard to watch your kid go over there. You know, but he's highly, highly intelligent. I had to let him do what he wanted to do, and now, I mean, he works on generators as big as houses. You know.
What did he say about the news?
Don't watch it.
What did he explain?
It's all a lie. It's a lie. That's not what's happening. So he said most of we're building playgrounds. We're over there rebuilding crap, you know, and that's what I guess that'll happen once they clear all this mess up. They'll rebuild, and you know.
What does he think about the current Israel-Palestine shit? Have you talked to him about
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while, but the last time he went out, he told me, he said, "Ma, I had bullets going over the tent this time." And my daughter was like, "Shut up, Rodney." And I didn't say much. Honestly, I don't even know where he's at right now, and I'm better off. I just pray, you know, because if I don't know he's over there, I'm better off not knowing, you know. So I'm not going to call and say, "Hey, where'd Rodney go? Is he on deployment?" I don't want to do that. I just pray. So that's all you can do sometimes.
Flo, why did Barbie put that evil doll on the screen for?
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Probably because she's evil. Boop.
I like it.
Tired.
It's kind of creepy.
It's super creepy. It's disturbing as fuck. She also has like a creepy ass porcelain doll.
That one's even creepier.
Yep.
I like horror
You
too.
look like you're in the cover of a Tool album.
A specific album. Which one is it? I know this album.
That's Lateralis.
Yep, that's the one. That is the one. I've only seen Tool once.
You asshole. When the last tour they went on, I was gonna get tickets and I forgot about it until like 20 minutes after they went on sale. Boom, they were fucking gone everywhere.
Yeah.
That's how it
Honestly,
always
they
is.
like the stupid Coachella.
Online.
Those are all for really wealthy people because the tickets get sold out right away. And even if you can buy a ticket, it's like $500. You know what happened with that? Who's that popular?
Nice one, Lindsay.
Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like that was a bunch of BS. What happened with her ticket sales?
She's a dude, man.
Fortunately, the bands I like, nobody else likes, so nobody buys tickets to go see them.
She might be a dude, but would you smash it? Yeah.
No, man.
How many beers to smash that dude in her camel toe?
Hey, well, you got a super chat.
Really have camel toe?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Lindsay, for your contribution to my floppy disk. For $2 more, I'll change my avatar to Gumby.
I find it harder and harder and harder to keep up or even give a shit about these pop.
Nice.
You know,
Was that a dick pun? Were you playing on words?
Who? Me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I just changed my name, and then you said you find it harder and harder and harder, and I didn't know.
Oh no, I didn't get it, but that's good. That's good. I'm here all week.
Got it.
I'm here all week.
Nick got it. He's going to masturbate.
No. Nick masturbate.
Somewhere.
Okay, masturbation. He's got algebra books. He's got algebra books with the fucking pages stuck together.
Can you have sex with that algebra book?
I hate math.
But
you love it.
My wife's really, she has a master's in mathematics. I use calculators.
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
She masturbates.
Now, thermonuclear weapons, yeah, I have a weird turn on with those. Like if I see it,
and I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
That was awkward. That was awkward.
So yeah, man.
I had floppy disks somewhere here. I don't have them anymore.
There's nah, never mind. Brian, check yourself.
I had run across somebody here who said the other day, "Oh, we test fire fucking intercontinental ballistic missiles all the time," and I was like, "What? No, they don't, man. Like
No, only once a year.
You imagine it, no, they ain't firing shit off nowhere."
No, what they do is they take a random one from one of our silos and they take it here to California at Vandenberg. I've actually gone to see it launch, and they test it to basically show the world that ours works.
Yeah, that it doesn't launch anywhere.
No, it does.
That is one thing my son tells me, Flo. He says
it goes to Target in the South Pacific. I forgot the name of the
wouldn't
island.
believe how advanced crap is that nobody knows about.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
in the Air Force.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
he says you would not believe what they have because he can't tell me anything. You know?
Oh yeah, I think some pretty amazing shit. How they got some shit that operates off the electricity in the atmosphere. That it runs off. It's got two rods. It gets both lift and propulsion from it. And it can stay up perpetually because of the magnetic field of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got a little drone MIT came up with here not too long ago, has no control surfaces on it whatsoever. It just merely changes the electrostatic field around the various parts of the craft and it flies.
I wonder what UFOs were that people have been seeing.
You know, that's what's interesting, and this is what I find crazy. They've demonized Mercury to a point where you can't even find it. Right?
Yeah, because if you do that Mercury experiment, you're gonna see that you spin that shit.
Yeah,
you apply electricity to it, it will spin and it will generate a damn magnetic field.
Dennis, you can take an ampule of it and shake it right near the electrodes, and it'll start generating a fucking electric current, man.
Oh, did he answer? Hey, Special K asked what program you used. Did you see that?
It's like they found out that liquid oxygen is magnetic.
Yeah,
it is magnetic.
Yep.
That's,
but only
that's
when it's
a recent discovery.
Dave, Special
Really
K wanted
cool.
to know what kind of program you use. I assume for your background, I think.
What, this?
Yeah.
I'm just using StreamYard, man. I just went in there to the virtual backgrounds and I changed it. I can go to the other parts of the international fake station too.
If you
The
want
guy
to
who makes these,
I can tell you where to buy it from. If you really, I recommend handling it safely, but it's fun to play.
I have some. I run across it when people get new thermostats in old houses, and I collect it into a little jar that I have. Now, here's something that's interesting with it, because an allegory toward increasing the current with mercury is found in the story of Saint Christopher. Okay, and from an alchemist standpoint, you will understand it, especially when you see the paintings that are done of St. Christopher. A lot of people don't know St. Christopher was a giant. Okay, he was a giant, and he wasn't very bright. Now, the word Christopher actually means one who bears Christ. Anyway, throughout this story, he was looking for the Christ. That's what he was doing. He wanted to serve the most powerful. Okay. And he went through a series from a king, and the king made the sign of of a cross, right? When something happened, and he said, "Why do you make the sign of the cross?" And he says, "Because I fear the devil." And he says, "Well, that means you're not the most powerful, so I'm going to follow the devil." So he's following the devil, and they came across the cross, and he says, "Why do you fear that?" And he says, "Because I fear the Christ." So he went in search of the Christ. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, a child came to his door one day and needed help across this river. Some guy told him that if you keep helping people across this river, you will eventually meet the Christ. Okay. So this little kid came to his door and wanted to go across the river, and it was nighttime and it was kind of stormy. The current was already flowing pretty good. And when he picked up the Christ, he carried the Christ across the river. As soon as he entered the water, the hydrogyrus, the current increased to where this guy couldn't even hardly bear the current as he carried the Christ across. Well, in alchemy, the Christ represents gold. Okay, this Saint Christopher, I think his name was Orpheus was his name, and he was redubbed as Saint Christopher. He's always depicted with a vermilion sash. Vermilion is a paint that comes from cinnabar. Cinnabar is a red mineral that they extract mercury from. It's basically mercury ore. It also represents red mercury. So what's happening is when mercury is within proximity of gold and you add the hydrogyrus, the current to it, it increases exponentially. Okay, this is what the allegory, when you look at the entire thing and the alchemic response of what these symbols mean, it's actually showing that. Now we see a lot of evidence that shows that the use of red mercury in conjunction with noble metals such as gold, that a current is amplified. So I believe that in those little cupolas that are on top of domes that are usually covered either with a hexagonal shaped mineral like marble or quartz or a noble metal. What was that cupola for? I believe that that was a receptacle to hold something with red mercury, and the dome structure actually amplified the current even more using cavity resonators on the inside. I believe they were part of an energy harnessing machine. The interesting thing about mercury is that it will amalgamate with every metal other than iron. It will not amalgamate with iron.
I did not know that.
Like gold fillings and silver fillings and shit, they mixed mercury and with the metal and then made an amalgamate that they could place in there. And of course it would then harden. And this is how they ended up doing that. But it's really interesting shit when you start getting into it. And like my man said, if you can just electrify 2 nodes on like a bunt can, or a bunt pan for like a bunt cake, donut shape, you have mercury down in there. And when you add the current to that fucking pan, you'll end up with that thing reacting to a toroidal energy field and like whizzing around the inside. That mercury will fly around the inside of that thing, man. And as you increase the voltage, so does exponentially the increase of the vortex of the mercury. Really some crazy shit, man.
We need to like try to make some of that shit.
Yeah, man.
How would you even get mercury?
You can buy it. You can buy it.
I end up getting it myself. I just
or you can, like Sovereign does it. You can get it from old thermostats.
Yeah, old thermostats are great.
Yeah, they got a big chunk in there.
Oh, there's another place you can get it. Have you seen kids' shoes like when they walk, they light up? Have you seen those, like when the kids are walking and they sort of light up, like parents?
Yes, I always wanted those, but my parents were
those have mercury in them.
Damn.
So if you go to like a thrift store and you can find some of these, you can strip and park because it works just like a thermostat. You know, the mercury is a conductor, and when you move, it flows from one place to another and turns on the light. There's a lot of mercury in that.
Actually, it's reacting to the temperature. It's in a balance. Right. And then when the temperature, it's very reactive in its expansion and contraction.
Well, it's a metal. It conducts electricity.
Right. So it reacts to that. And then because of that, when it gets to either denser or less dense, we'll click a switch because, like you were saying, it's in an elongated ampule and it'll go to the other side and cause it to trip a switch. And then when the temperature gets to where you have it set for, then it switches and the switch goes off because it's reacting.
I could be wrong. I thought mercury has a set density, like its density doesn't change because mercury is an element. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, its density does change, just like with iron. It will expand when you have heat added to it, and it will contract when you apply cold to it.
But it still has the same density. Now, your container could get less dense, but
No. The actual element itself is contracting in on itself.
How does it do that?
Because it's cold.
Well, how does
when
that change?
It gets warmer, they expand.
Maybe what I'm calling density
works. The only thing it doesn't do like that is ice. Okay, ice doesn't contract when it freezes.
Steam's got a lower density than water, right?
Did you know that if you radiate?
I guess that's multiple, but I mean, you can do it with silver, right? Silver doesn't. I mean, the different states of matter have different densities, even though they may be the same element.
Right. Right. You've got gas, liquid, solid, and plasma are the 4 states of matter.
Well, they got super solid for water now.
Yeah, super dense fluid. That's pretty crazy. Have you seen that where that guy found that lake in the Gulf of Mexico underwater?
What?
Yeah, he's in a sub. There's a video.
You can have,
of it.
yep, absolutely.
Underwater lake, and it's really cool. He said when he tried to submerge the sub down into it, it was so super dense that he just kind of bounced off the top of it, but it sent ripples, and it was really weird because it was water underwater.
How do you know it's water?
He had like a mist coming off of it, like you'd see
It's
it.
heavy water. It's what they used to separate them freaking plutonium from rocks and shit.
So there was an
enrichment process.
I got another one of a diver, and he goes in. It's like a little cave, but it's full of water. He's underwater, and there's like a little pool of water. And he takes his hands and puts it in there and lifts it up and splashes it. It splashes.
He couldn't go into it. He couldn't go into it because it wouldn't allow him. His buoyancy was too much.
Yeah. But there's more to it too. There is a way to get into it through penetration of an elongated object. We saw
That's what I'm talking about.
It was an eel. Check this out. There was this eel, and they showed it. This eel, it would go into it, and it didn't stay very long, and then it would come back out. And after about 3 dips down into this super dense fluid, the fucking thing started suffering from toxicity, and it tripped out. And the thing literally tied itself in a knot, and I mean, literally tied itself in a fucking slip knot. And then it went. And it kind of got better, and then swam off.
But it had to smoke a cigarette first, right?
Yeah, right. But see, that's pretty crazy. And the guy that found that first, I guess they took samples, and he was going to get it analyzed, and he died in a helicopter crash before that could be done. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Have you seen the video on the blue ice?
Yes.
From Antarctica, and how it evaporates. It doesn't turn into water. It goes straight from ice to gas.
Right, to air.
Yeah, that's how we hide, because in the ocean you have different density levels, and that's how we hide submarines. They hide in different densities because sound will bend when it goes from one medium to another. So if you ping the submarine and the submarine's in a denser part of the water, the wave doesn't reflect back. It gets just like if you stick a pencil in a glass, you know how it looks like it's broken. Same thing.
Well,
bit of trivia. If you ever needed to know how to hide a submarine,
I thought it really was broken. What are you talking about, man?
The pressure gradient.
I thought it was broken too.
The pressure gradient in the ocean or in any contained body of fluid is due to the displacement ratio at the depths of that medium. So as you go deeper into the medium, you are displacing a greater amount, and therefore the pressure is increased. As you get nearer the surface, the displacement factor is different. So it's not like there's layers like you're saying that it's going to bend fucking shit like that. It's gradual. It's very gradual. It's not in layers. It's gradual.
Maybe we're talking about two different things, because generally density of the ocean is
I've seen where they shoot a laser through a saline solution and cause it to appear as though the light is bending. Okay, I understand that, but that's because you have two layers. We don't have layers, Nick. We don't have layers. They're not in layers.
So, and
they're not in layers.
Not a consistent temperature. Like
they're not in layers.
But the end result is still the same. That's how you hide a submarine. So, you know, if you ever have a submarine and you want to hide it from the Russians, that's how you do it.
No.
Unless if it
doesn't work. It doesn't work, bro. No. That's you pulled that out of your ass. That
I heard that if you don't move, they can't see you. Is that true, or is that
no? Well, they use sonar.
If they use active sonar, sonar works by
what happens to a sound wave? What happens to a sound wave when it leaves its source? When a sound wave leaves its source, what does it do? right? So it's going out like that, but then you'll get a reflection off of something and it bounces that sound back. And that's how you know, just like how a bat, when it flies, that's how it knows there's obstacles.
Yeah, but how you hide it is change it so that when it reflects off, it doesn't bounce directly back. It bounces at a different angle, just like how stealth technology works. You know, it takes radar, it comes one way, and that's why, like, all our stealth aircraft will never have right angles.
So you're saying now that they're using stealth subs?
Well, subs by definition are stealthy.
No, they're not. They're cylindrical. They're just like the fuselage of a Boeing 707. They're a cylindrical object.
That's why they call the submarine service the silent service, because a submarine.
Because they're underwater. That's why they call them that. Because they're underwater. That's all the reason they call them that.
You can't have sounds underwater.
Yeah, well, you can. It's just a different
sound
meaning.
travels faster underwater. That's why you can hear.
Yeah, I was getting ready to copy on that one, Flo.
Flow Rag Manpan has some good pro tips here.
But I'm not going to debate refraction right now. So
okay, good, because you lose that one too.
You can just look it up for yourself. But it's called refraction.
Don't need to look it up.
Guys, we were doing so good. We were talking about other science shit. We were talking about.
No, I should have just let it go.
Pussy
but,
contractions. Right. We were talking about
has nothing to do with density. You're right.
Who's good? Are we listening to somebody's argument in the background?
No, you're saying that the water at the bottom of the ocean is denser than the water at the top of the ocean. Is that what you're saying?
That's what Sovereign is saying.
No, I'm not.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood.
Salt water is more dense than fresh water. That's a difference.
Yeah,
but that's got nothing to do with what you're talking about, man.
No, but what I'm saying is temperature affects density. I mean, that is same like how it affects the density of iron. It also does it with water. That's like when it's a hot day, why they say you have a high pressure system, because higher pressure has greater kinetic energy, which is basically what temperature is.
An expansion of the air.
Temperature would slow the waves down, but it wouldn't hide something.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't stop the waves. What it does is instead of reflecting back to the source which sent it out, it reflects it somewhere else. So that way the sonar goes out, but the ship can't detect, because it works just like radar. It sends a beam out and it's looking for a reflection back. The
Nick,
idea
you're making
that was true. You would not be able to see the bottom of the ocean.
We have a problem.
Because for all intents and purposes, the bottom of the ocean and the sub are the same thing. It's just two different things. You know what I'm saying? You would see it because it's just like radar. It's going to bounce back. But with sonar,
and out of all of those people, we do know who plays the best game. Shout out Flo. Right?
The idea is, normally like just your mirror, like you send light into your mirror, it reflects back at very specific angles. That's how radar works. How stealth works is it's not invisible to radar. Radar beams still hit it. It's just they don't reflect back to the radar. They reflect somewhere else. And, radar works by sending the signal out and you wait for a return signal. But that return signal never comes because it's gone off in a different direction. You change the angle. And, of course, sonar.
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead. Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
It's all based on 30 and 60 degree angles.
Keith Tyler, if you go get a rub and tug, be sure to call in to the panel, and we'll hang out with you while you do it. It'll be good content.
Yeah, man. So
you don't have
we got a problem with your theory.
So funny.
So the stealth works off.
I would actually probably rather be in the room with you there than arguing about sonar on my own.
Oh, well,
panel.
the thing is really cool, though. He's right. The stealth fighter, the stealth thing works because it's based off of 60 and 30 degree angles. So there are no.
What do you guys think?
What they have now is that stealth. It actually absorbs it. Doesn't send anything back. It looks like a hole in your damn radar if you get anything.
I don't care about it. Radar, not a bit.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Oh, they were in agreement?
No, they was arguing.
What Tom said is correct. That the angles are.
I've never once kicked you off of my panel. Never once have I done.
You're right, but you know what? When you tell me to shut up, I shut the fuck up.
You didn't say anything. You just threw me off right in the middle.
You're right. I did not say anything this time. I have told you a lot of times. I've told you a lot of times to chill with the arguing and the same old shit. And you,
it's not same old
you
shit.
actually refuse to do it worse than Nick does.
All I was adding to it
That's
was
saying a lot.
attenuation.
Nick, don't take it and run with it. You don't get that mileage.
You know,
The irony was this is one thing.
It's not saying a lot. You can be a victim if you want to be. Yes, you never kick me off your panel, but when you tell me to shut up, I shut the fuck up. So I can be a victim about that too.
No offense, guys, but y'all are two like two marbles in a bowl. Y'all get together and you can rub
really
against each
hard.
other.
It's really hard to get a point
I'm one of those
across.
jacks, you play with the marbles and they got the little metal things. Looks like a little cal. I'm not a marble.
So it's really hard to
Marbles
make a
can move,
point.
it's
when you're
metaphoric. I didn't think you were a marble, man.
Interrupted when you're continuously being interrupted. All I wanted to add to it was that we have a thing that's a problem with that, what he's saying, and it's called attenuation of the signal. And what I mean by that is that as a signal leaves the source,
this is why I kick you out.
Why? It spreads out.
Because you have to finish making your point and continue a thing. I don't give a fuck about sonar.
Then why are we talking about it?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. We're not.
Somebody brought it up. What
You
me?
just brought it.
We were talking about water.
Sorry, I started it with my son.
Forget I said anything. None of us are going to have to hide a submarine. So at least I don't think so.
Yeah.
You know what?
So anyway, when I was a kid, we used to play with mercury on the table.
I did
Me and
too.
my brothers, we would splash it around and then push it back together.
I used to
we
hold
didn't
it in
know
my
it
hand.
was poisonous.
It's fun to play with.
Yeah, we didn't know it was poisonous back then,
You can actually touch it with your bare, like pure elemental mercury. It's only poisonous if you ingest it. That's it.
That's what I was going to say because I'd heard that was old wise tale how it would just like go through your skin and shit. But now if you had your hand submerged in it or something, I could see it.
Yeah, or
But I
like
think it's freaky. You could take a whole. I'm sorry, but you can take a whole anvil and float it. It will actually float in mercury.
Absolutely.
Pretty much
It's
everything will.
so weird that it's a metal, but it's liquid. Gallium is kind of the same way. Like gallium melts at room
50
temperature.
degrees, yeah.
And gallium's fun to play with. Gallium's safe, and it's cheaper to you can buy it off of Amazon. I need to buy some up just to play with it.
Does it dry out?
No, doesn't dry out.
Just like mercury, it never dries.
The thing is, because it's a metal, it I've spilled mercury before in the lab when I was a student, and then you have to take. I think it's just a magnet because it goes into like these little tiny balls, and then it can get picked up by shoes, and then somehow it could get into food. So we use. I think it was just like some type of magnet. Don't quote me on that. To basically pick it all up. And we had to find all of it because it broke up into these like tiny little, spheres all over the place.
Yeah, splits up like an atom.
Yeah, that's one of them things that kind of makes you wonder about that whole just being pure gravity thing. Because if it was just a gravity thing, it would go flat. So it's got to be something other than that.
I think something pushes us down rather than gravity, but we don't want to go there.
Yeah. I think it's actually magnetism. I think it's actually magnetism because even copper, water, something else. You take it's a double pinion wheel, and most things are magnetic. Some more than others. Even aluminum, it's magnetic to some level.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's listening to us as well.
Just needs to turn down their audio. Well, it's not me. Here, I'll mute to show that's not me.
Is it down?
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Yeah, it was probably me because I didn't want to tell you, Flo, but the first time I went down, I was trying to get my picture up because the camera's facing the other way. So after you got me up, I tried to go to settings and turn the camera around, but I couldn't do that and I fell out. So then I came back and I was trying to do it again, and now I've got a black screen with well, it has Sovereign, Destroyer, Nick, and then Chuck. I guess that's the back chat. I don't know. So that's what I'm looking at now, but I don't want to touch nothing.
You know, the one rule is you never read.
So I had my other phone for the volume because I went and made me a cup of tea.
Are you really threatening to put a knife in my chest? Like, are you that childish?
I think it was more just general a statement of advice.
Yeah, it's just trying to trigger me, but
it worked.
no, I'm laughing at it because it's not going to, you know.
You sounded a little triggered.
It's inappropriate, but
it is. Like, if it's a threat, I actually didn't interpret it that way, but
no,
the freak. Even though he calls himself the freak, I just didn't get that vibe off him. Now, if it was like Illumitami or someone, Snafu, snap his neck, you know. Snafu's neck snaps. I like that one better.
He's right. I can be obnoxious. You either like me or you hate me. That's how it goes.
Isn't it that way with everybody? So you said you're like one of, you work at a university. Are you? What do you do?
I teach experimental physics, and I do research
in college.
Yeah, I brainwash our youth.
Oh, yeah, correct. As a brainwashed youth myself with a college degree, I agree with your assessment as that.
Never talk politics in my class. They get enough of that from all their other professors.
That's actually where I was going to go because you mentioned that you're a conservative. Are you?
I don't even know what that means anymore.
I don't really either, but
the people who say they're conservative, and not to talk politics, just some of the things I hear, those aren't actually conservative values.
Correct.
And you know, just like it happened before, like sort of Democrats and Republicans sort of switched. Because in the 80s, Republicans were the educated coastal elites.
Taxes, income taxes, where you at?
There are only two constants in this universe, which we all know, is death and taxes.
But it's theft, right?
They get you coming in and they get you going out.
We all agree to tax. I mean, somebody's got to pay for the roads. I do agree
that doesn't come out of
it's extortion.
But I do agree that, at least just speaking from experience, if you're very poor, you don't pay a lot of tax. If you're very rich, you don't pay a lot of tax. The majority of tax is paid by the middle class, and no politician represents us.
That is correct.
It's extortion.
I pay tax, and it goes to programs which don't affect me, or people who have a lot of money pay less tax than I do, which is also kind of weird. So, like anything, it needs to, you know, I understand the need for taxes, but we need to elect people who are going to handle our taxpayer money properly. California is broke right now because they spent it on stuff. Now they want to raise taxes.
How do you feel about if somebody hires somebody else to commit murder? Are they guilty of that?
Yeah.
Okay. Does paying taxes, is that a
it's
good
not that
thing?
I believe that. I mean, that's established law. I mean,
right.
For doing
I was speaking ethically, but it should work legally too. You see where I'm going?
Yeah, I mean, ethically, I think it's the same thing. It's the person who commits the murder is also guilty, but
it's conspiracy.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy. In fact, that's how the law bosses got away with it. They were like, I didn't do the murder. Somebody else did. And I didn't tell them to do it, but they got them on racketeering.
Most misdemeanors, if you conspire to do them, or upgrade it to a felony if they want to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can hit you with conspiracy at any time, really, based off nothing.
Well, I mean, if you talk with somebody about doing something and then you go do it, even if the other person doesn't really participate, they can probably hit you with it because you conspire.
So unless you're a professional hitman, I don't recommend listening to anybody who wants you to go kill somebody. It's probably a bad idea.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not a good retirement plan. None of these jobs have great retirement plans. Drug dealers, pimps, hitmen, it's all
well, unless you're really good at it.
Yeah, then you work for the government.
But if I wanted to be a drug dealer, I would start my own pharmaceutical company and do it legally and probably make more money.
And crime
barrier
is
to entry.
unmovable.
Convincing all of you you're sick. Like, why is every fucking commercial on TV for moderate to severe, like something I've never heard of? Like, how many people actually suffer this? Every single commercial. Ask your doctor about blah, blah, blah. It's like, is everybody ill these days? Stupid.
Well, that's been going on for a really long time now, you know?
No, it has. I've just started to notice it. Like, imagine, like, when like in the 80s, if you somehow went into the future to see our commercials, like, you would think that in the future it's this dystopian thing where everybody's sick. Everybody has plaque. What is it? Moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Or I saw this new one, like if your eyes like bulge out, you can take a medicine for that. My favorite was for Linzens because it's for people who take opioids, and when you take opioids, you can't poop. So now they made it to help you not help you poop when you take their opioids. I'm like, oh, okay, this is getting ridiculous.
This one is for Lindsay's haters. I don't know who's hating on Lindsay. Maybe Wizard. Anyways, shout out. I'll leave that up there for a minute too, so that it can get a little bit of a linger effect.
Lindsay, nobody hates you. No rooms hate you. They all appreciate your knowledge.
Yep, can't say I hate her. I like everybody here. Even the ones that don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Same with me.
Hey, we were all stupid once.
You're gonna get back. You know, I try to do the right thing, and you know, even if I get irritated, I might have to back off a little while, but you know, what you put out, you're going to get back. Doesn't matter.
Hey,
whether it's natural world and you don't believe in God, or you believe in God. Either way.
Hey, don't nobody take this wrong. I'm glad this is online. I don't want to go back to jail. Don't want to send nobody to the hospital.
Honestly, I think the internet suffers from this, and I admit I do it too. But in reality, a debate is not about winning or losing. A debate is a discussion. That's all it is. And it doesn't have to be personal. Like, yeah, I mean, it gets heated. It happens. But
that's how it is nowadays, though.
Yeah, now everything's personal and everything's about winning or losing.
You know, 30 years ago wasn't like this. People would carry their signs and just walk, and nobody was doing that, you know, except they were doing it to the blacks with the hoses and that. But as far as the other stuff, the politics, nobody was doing that. People would talk.
Yeah, even with the news, they just put up these panels where they shout at each other.
Exactly.
Or we had Crossfire, where two people would spend 30 minutes just discussing one topic.
Yeah, if I got that vehement, as I do on here sometimes, yeah, I'd be back in jail. Ain't no question. Like a bear. Bear trap that's snapping shut.
Trolling during the arguments is fun. It's counterproductive, but it can be fun.
Well, I mean, I actually started playing video games because I sucked at it and I was always getting pwned. So I would rage. And then I used that rage to conquer my damn anger issues. And I'm using these panels and shit to do that shit sometime too.
Like when you're playing PUBG and like somebody just shoots you from behind with a sniper rifle and you're like, what the fuck?
Oh, no, I'm talking about it sucking so bad that they stand in front of you and dance around and kill your ass and you just get nothing you can do about it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm one of those type of players.
No, I used to be like that. I kick ass now. But it took me 25 years to get there.
It's just practice.
See, I'm reverse. I used to beat the crap out of people, and I don't do that no more. You know? I'm too old for that shit now.
Like physically or in video games?
Yes, physically. When I was a young punk, yes, physically. But I was the youngest of 4 kids. I had the crap beat out of me, so I always had to defend myself. And that's how I grew up. I grew up abused, so I abused people till I grew up more and matured and realized that was wrong. And I had to forgive myself and, you know, for doing that to people, you know. But I was wild. I was wild. Thank God I'm not there no more.
I used to fight real good, so I'd throttle people.
Yeah, I used to fight good, though.
I just throttle people. You squeeze that head hard enough, you know, they'll get the idea. This is not good. We got to break this up. And they're like, "Oh, I can't. He can't. He's got me. Oh, help!"
You know, I'd show up at your job. and start shit. Yeah, I was a bad teenager. This is even
And
after
women
I
in my
had it.
family are rough too.
My grandson's working at the Cafe Du Monde now. And he comes home the day before yesterday. He says, yeah, well, he fills me in every day. And he's like, yeah, well, this guy called me an alien. I said, you put that motherfucker in check? He's like, well, no. I said, well, you know what? Next time he calls you an alien, you tell him, don't call me out of my name. And you know what? My name's Nick. Don't call me nothing else. And then if he starts his shit again, you buck up again, because that's what it's going to take, a little punk and a little bully to get down, is to get in their face. So he came home today. I'm like, was the alien calling it? No. I said, well, you better put him in check. So I'm going to ride his ass till he puts him in check, because my grandson is very, very timid and soft because he's a giant, gentle giant, you know? So I'm pumping him up.
Beat up a bully. That's okay.
You know, it's not so much beat him up, just put him in check.
Yeah,
You know?
you don't want to cause any permanent damage. Like nothing.
Not only that, I don't want him to go to jail for any reason.
Yeah.
You know? One of my other sons wound up in jail, so I don't want that
My
happening.
advice would be teach him to reason his way out, not physically. I'm telling
Exactly.
you, it
That's what
leads
I'm trying to
to a
do.
fucked up place, and I was there for a long time, and you know, especially in today's
Oh God, everybody rats and everything
environment.
now. It's
Put it that way.
disgusting.
Oh, I told
Did
my
you-
kids that's your mom's got a zero tolerance for that snitching shit.
Days of fighting, just fighting, that's gone.
Yeah. And if you run your
Snitches
mouth
get
at somebody and they call you out and you get your ass beat, that's what happens. But don't just stand there and fucking take shit off nobody. Don't do
I mean,
that.
back
Oh,
in-
hell no. I didn't
Back in the
raise
day
no
when
bitch.
we were kids, the law never got involved unless we destroyed some property or some shit. We were fighting and shit.
Exactly.
Nobody no parents called damn the law on each other and shit. And I got my ass whooped all the damn time.
Yeah.
That's why
It ain't like that now.
no some bitches. Learn how to wrestle good. That was my thing in high school, wrestling.
I didn't go to high school. I
didn't
have ADD and ADHD and dyslexia, and I hated school, and I dropped out in the 7th grade, and I told my dad I want a job. He says, well, I'm going to take you to take the test for your GED, and if you get your GED and go to night school, I'll let you. Well, I went to take the test, and I passed it at 16 years old. That's why I was so freaking bored in school. Hello.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, then I had a chef license by the time I was 17. I've done all kinds of jobs, the medical field and everything. You know,
Took the GED.
I'm not a stagnant person. Well, I am now that I'm half paralyzed from a car. But let me tell you, this was hard to accept. Hello. That's why I can't take Paul's anger. The other day, Paul going off about women, the way he talks about women and crap. I unsubscribed. I'll never go back. To hell with him.
With who?
Paul.
Oh yeah.
How
we get back
Yeah,
here?
and that rock motherfucker that just went off on me for no good goddamn reason. He can go straight to fucking hell. Like I'll never give that motherfucker a chance. He don't even know me, and he's
Unsubscribe.
the date with some kid. For no
Is that
reason.
Paul unsaved?
I know people got a vent and shit,
Yeah.
man, but that is probably like my least favorite
You
topic.
can get
of all
animated.
You know, there's one thing to vent, but you don't have to call women you don't even know whores and sluts and, you know.
I'm not saying he's venting on you. I'm just like,
No, I mean,
talking
he
about
hates
him.
women. He hates women. I don't know why, but he needs to get over it. You know?
Yeah,
He
well,
wouldn't like it if
he's not
somebody
here.
just down talked men all the time.
Oh,
it's
I mean,
trauma.
come on. You know?
And, oh
Trauma
my
and
God, I
confusion.
Yeah.
I saw
I'm
him
like-
on
I'm like-
Chili's channel, and it was funny to watch because he wasn't listening to a thing Chili was saying. He was just going off. And like, because once you get him started, he just goes. And it was funny to watch Chili like try to agree with him, and you can see Chili's face like, I don't know what you're saying. He hasn't done anything fun lately. I sort of got bored of Chili.
I've heard of him. I never really watched.
It was a good reality TV show for a while, but now he just does the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think he's an art project. I think he does it all on purpose. And
What's
if
an
that's the
art
case, he's a
project?
genius. I'm kind of like, why didn't I think of that?
What is an ARC project?
Like, it's performance art.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I think a lot of these are. Actually, I've got my own theories. I've said them a few times, but I think there's a lot of people out here in the blackmail game. Can't prove it. Just a suspicion.
Well, I got on here because I was so lonely. I don't have a car. I'm in lockdown. I'm in jail. I'm basically in jail, but a house jail.
It's like COVID all over again. Well, at least
what's that?
California.
What'd you
You
say?
said you are in lockdown?
In my house? No, not legally. I'm half paralyzed.
Oh.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. It took a lot for me to accept this. Because I used to never had a day off. Like on my days off, I cleaned the office, and the other day I cleaned my boss's house. I never took a day off. I was a workaholic. And to go from that to lockdown, that was hard. 7 years, and I'm finally getting where I'm accepting it. And I know this is just the way it is. And I got to live with it. And I came on here because I really, all I have is my grandson. That's it. I don't even have a dog because these apartments won't let me have one, so.
Dogs are annoying anyways. I don't care who thinks I'm a psycho for it. Dogs are annoying.
Even though I adopted a dog, but my wife likes dogs. I like cats. Cats are just great.
Cats don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they don't bother me. They just do.
Here's the thing. Dogs, they fuck with you the minute you hit the door. They leave hair everywhere. They make your house smell. They chew your shit up. They poop everywhere.
Yep.
Nope.
If you get the wrong breed, they slobber everywhere. Fuck it. Nah. I've never had a dog. I never hope to have a dog. My ex-wife says that's what's wrong with me. She said if you had a dog, you wouldn't be so cold. Well,
dogs have no emotion. Everything they do is does this. Exactly. They're just all like, "Hi, I love you, I love you." It's like, whereas cats can get angry at you.
Dogs have emotion. It's just not nuanced.
Yeah, they're not nuanced. It's evolution for the dogs. I adopted a German Shepherd, though. If I have to get a dog, I'm going to get a working dog. And he has one job, which is to bark when somebody shows up at the house who's not supposed to. Don't need a security system, just bark. And that's why he gets fed.
They're so fucking big, though, dude. Oh, my God.
If you're going to have a German Shepherd, you might as well have it do some work, too.
Yeah, I need to get one of those, pet Roombas, because the entire house is just hair. Everywhere.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
I have them all.
It's going to take a month to vacuum your house anyway.
Then you get chicks like Barbie. It's the chicks like Barbie who get these big ass pit bulls and they're too nice to them. And then you've got a grown ass dog that wags its tail everywhere and jumps up on people. And the little girl owner's like,
I don't have them anymore. I have the Maltese. She's like this.
My dog don't even bite people. Won't bite me.
Would you come to the house? Doesn't jump. Doesn't grab food.
Nope.
Now we sent him to. He's going to cadaver school to learn how to be a cadaver dog.
That's so cool.
And it's more just for mental stimulation. But if there's a natural disaster, I can go to the FEMA place and look for bodies.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you could eat your
help
dog.
with Katrina years ago?
Huh?
Did you help with Katrina or anything years ago?
No.
Yeah. I actually tried to get permission to go down and help rebuild in 2017 or whatever, because I had a job offer, but my PO wouldn't let me go. Wouldn't let me leave the state.
2005. It was.
No, what was in 2017? There was something happened in 2017. It was like tornadoes or a hurricane or something.
Yeah, shit happens all the time. So
yeah,
I just know Katrina so well because my grandson was 10 and a half months old and I had 4 teenagers and I had to drive out, and I'm glad I did because it was the Wild Wild West here for a long time. When I came back, oh my God, it smelled of dead bodies. I'm talking months, 9-10 months. You could smell dead bodies. I'm not kidding.
Now I heard that cops, not cops, the
gross.
What?
It's bad. You don't ever.
I heard they confiscated weapons pretty hard.
That's what I was about to ask about. I heard that the National Guard was confiscating weapons off people.
Well, I don't know, because I tried to stay out the hell away because they let all the prisoners out. People were getting raped and everything. It was bad.
Yeah, I heard
It
that.
was bad.
I heard
They
that
let
was
all the damn prisoners out of Orleans Parish Prison, and those are like the worst ones. Okay, and I mean, there's bad everywhere, even in Gretna and all, but Orleans was like mostly murderers and rapers. Okay,
They got
they let them all out. I'm like, they should have let their asses drown.
And
You know?
yeah, in damn North Carolina, if you're a felon, they can shoot your ass.
That's how I feel. Anybody who's raped or murdered or molested, I don't care. They can go. You
If
know,
it was like a disaster coming and shit like that, and they knew it was like I think it's like war invasion. Like if we got invaded, yeah, they got it in the law books that they can shoot your ass.
Are you
The
fucking
problem
serious?
is yeah, that's fucked up. The problem is that like their capacity to assess who's actually guilty of what they're convicted of and not. I got no faith in it.
I got no faith in the
that's
system at
true
all,
too.
because it's all about money, man. If you got
Yeah.
money, you can get out of
Oh,
anything.
yeah, definitely.
Do you remember that they did the thing on TV? It was like a telethon, like they were raising money for the victims of Katrina, and Mike Myers and Kanye West were on the screen
Yeah.
trying to get people
And
for
Kanye was
donations.
like,
And
"This is
Yes.
bullshit."
and Kanye just out of the blue goes,
look-
George Bush doesn't care about black people. And you look at
The
Mike
look
Myers' face,
on
he's like,
Michael's face was awesome.
he's like,
Yeah, but there
know.
were some mistakes done because
was
Nakim was mayor. I think that Nagin was mayor. Okay, he was a black guy. He was mayor
Did he get indicted?
and or governor, whatever it was, but he didn't take the steps and call FEMA and call the president like he was supposed to do. Okay, apparently he didn't read his book when he got into office. All right, so there was a couple mess ups there, and there was another woman in control on side of him that did the same damn thing. So that's what caused all the mess up, that it took him longer to even come. Because Nagin was up in
happened. You usually go, oh, I don't know.
Nagin was up in that freaking hotel looking down at the convention center where the baby's being held up, dying and everything. And he's look, oh, my chocolate people are dying. Yeah, because of your ass. Who you gonna call?
Oh, yeah, I remember
know?
when he said that. I was just like, okay. That's
It
all
was
he got.
terrible.
But I think he got indicted. He did something bad.
Yeah.
Like he got I don't
That
know
greed
if it was
takes over.
or but everybody said this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad.
Yeah.
Of course, everybody blamed Bush, but you know, that's the
still
federal
think people
government. They only
understood
help after the fact.
gravity of that. I don't think that
And it's
people
just so
understood the
embarrassing. This is
gravity of a
we're the most
Category
powerful
5
nation.
hurricane
What was that?
hitting land. I don't think people understood the gravity of that size of a hurricane actually making landfall. That like had
You know, that was only a
happened.
3.
Yeah.
That was
And I mean, there were bloated bodies hanging out
first
in
storm I ever left for.
And you think that only happens in like third world countries? It happened here in the United States, and nobody's embarrassed about this. Like we've done something wrong here.
It's probably going to happen
There's a
again.
fuck
Martial
load of
law.
cities
I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if things are going to go martial law or what, but it's not looking good.
When a storm like that hits a place, it's like turns it into a third world country. You lose your power, infrastructure, and all that shit. You lose your roads, everything. So
Martial law.
You are effectively a
And
third
there's
world
no
nation.
doubt that they're preparing for something like that. I know they are. Based on the way
Who?
they've started the
This is
layout
not
of rating
controversial.
on here. Yeah.
But you know how FEMA decides how much of an impact a natural disaster has? They see how many Waffle Houses are open. No joke. So if the
I
Waffle
doubt
House, like,
that.
there's a hurricane in Florida, yeah, look it up. It's,
Shut the
I
they
don't,
fuck
because
up.
that's the only place that doesn't close besides hospitals.
True,
never
but the
closed
fucked up places,
really
the
bad.
real
It's
nice
majority
places don't have Waffle Houses.
That makes me
I've
want
only
to
been there
fucking
once. We don't have them here.
You ain't got no Waffle House up in the Hamptons, I bet you.
I got one less
But,
than a
but
mile.
that's how, especially with the hurricanes, that's how they see like how widespread the damage is, because they only
There
close when
should
you
be
don't have
one within
power.
walking distance of everybody. That's what I think.
When I went
Not
to
a good
Arkansas,
measure because most of the people work at that place are desperate for work.
it was fine.
Waffle House is the shit.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it
they
is.
got good videos, I can tell you.
It's just fun to people watch.
Especially at 2 in the morning when you're stone drunk.
Getting a hand job with maple syrup under the table.
Yeah.
What?
What they call it.
Y'all never done that?
Nope.
Clearly we haven't.
It is called the Waffle House Index. It's an metric used to measure the
They be
impact of
getting
natural
wild up in them
disaster.
Waffle Houses, though.
And they started in 2004 after Hurricane Charlie. I'm not
Yeah,
lying.
we
look it
had
up.
quite a few bad ones come before Katrina hit, and then that George came and it disintegrated, whatever they call it, decimate, broke down at the line when it didn't come on land. And after George, then Katrina. And that,
Blue Waffle
and that-
House Index. Let's go ahead.
That's
Yeah,
disgusting.
because even though we think that we live in a first world country, if you have a wide swath of area which doesn't have any power, there's little communication. Like cell phones don't work, telephones don't work.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Go there to see.
Refrigerators don't work.
FEMA, whether they're
God,
open or
could you
closed.
imagine fucking
I'll have
kids
to
these
ask.
days having to use a damn landline?
That would be creepy as fuck.
You don't
We
have
got
no
handled.
landline. You
We
don't have
went.
landlines when that happens. No, ma'am.
Even if they,
Uh-uh.
even then, even if it got to that point where that's all we could do, that they wouldn't know what to do. What the fuck is
We
that?
got hit with a level 2,
I mean-
and we got so flooded that we were stranded for 3 weeks out with family because we left the coast to go stay inland, and we got stranded there for 3 damn weeks. Couldn't get back
Oh, we
because the
still get
roads were
flooded
flooded.
in the mountains. We've been flooded up here.
It's-
We just
it's
had a
rough.
flood like last week.
And if
Texas
people
got
can't get
flooded
home, they can't get
last
food
week.
there either. They were having to
Yeah, I
fly
saw
shipping,
that.
I think.
A lot of in Texas.
Yeah.
You see these are the levels. Green, Waffle Houses, full menu, restaurant has power, and damage is minimal. Yellow, they do a limited menu because there's no power, but they can still cook with whatever they cook with,
Yes.
or they use a
Yes.
generator. Red,
Yes.
restaurant is closed.
I've never seen a Waffle House closed.
Buddy of mine owned the bar down here, and he was open during Floyd, giving away free food and shit.
My
Yeah, you
parents
cook on
had the
gas
Hardee's
still.
open in the blizzard of 93.
He's
They
a
kept the Hardee's open
celebrity.
for 3 days.
We were supposed to get a hurricane here in California, but it turned into a light drizzle. It wasn't that fun.
Oh my God, California.
A light
I forgot about California.
It's making sense.
Oh my God.
now.
Like my neighbors were freaking out. They were like filling their bathtubs with water in case this hurt. I'm like,
I bet you drink that California water too, don't you?
I,
I know there's something in the water out there.
Yeah, no shit.
But nothing ever
No
happens here. That's
shit.
why everything's so expensive. I mean, we have earthquakes, but those don't really fire, I guess, but just don't live in the hills.
Sounds like you got a lot of fire from at least.
That's something I'd wonder too. If their nuclear war ever whooped out, what the hell would happen to the damn California when all them bombs start hitting and shit? Think it's
Haven't
going
you
to expect
seen
that
the back
damn
of the,
panhandle?
Well, we have a lot of military targets here, so yeah, it would be bad.
Do you think it's going to knock it on down? I do. I think if
So-
nuclear war breaks out, you can kiss California goodbye. It's gone. Florida,
You know,
too.
that's how I wanna expire. I
I've
want
already
to
gone through the
survive
stages of
nuclear
grieving for
explosion.
California. I've written it off.
Ain't alive.
That's like if they hit Florida, it's going to be the same damn thing. It's just going to flatten it, and then it's already so damn flat and low to the water. It's gone.
The Santa Ana winds ain't nothing to play with out there. I lived there for a few years. Those Santa Ana winds, every time my kid got asthma, it was terrible.
Same with me. I get that.
It's terrible. It's like sandstorm. It's
I
terrible.
have a couple of little bog islands out there left. That'll be about it.
Ocean, got mountains.
Yeah, it's beautiful country, but I went through that 7.2. I think it was like 93 or something. 90. I don't remember, but that's when I said, you know what? I'm going back home. At least a hurricane. I know it's coming. Oh my God. I thought an airplane was going to hit the damn apartment. I lived
Since
above
I
a
was a
candy
kid,
store.
They keep
And
telling
it
us
was
big ones
bouncing
coming.
up and down. The bunk beds were bouncing up and down and going side to side. The refrigerator moved across the kitchen. I was like, I'm going home. I'm going home.
Fuck that.
At least a hurricane, you know it's coming. Okay. And then you got the aftershocks. And a lady down the hall has a heart attack. You can't get no help. Okay.
But after the
Interstate
earthquake,
break.
everything's fine. The hurricane
it's
comes,
crazy.
your house is destroyed. You have no power. You have no Waffle Houses.
No Waffle Houses. I still think that's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, That doesn't happen here. If we had Waffle Houses here, they would stay open even during the earthquake.
I'd have to try out that stranger if that were to happen. You know, the sitting on your hand thing.
Wait. There's no
You want to try
Waffle
that
Houses?
at the Waffle House? Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
right, the Waffle House and McDonald's are hardest.
McDonald's, fuck that
They
shit. I don't
seem
eat
to be
that shit
part of
anyway.
the United States.
Oh, wait, here in California, to get
Yeah, I'm
breakfast
with
at McDonald's is like $11 now because they get $20 an hour working there.
Well, which is obviously
Oh.
what's gonna happen.
Fucking
It's just
bullshit.
going to move
They can get one
the.
more.
I can't stand people who don't understand just the simplicity with which this economic transaction. Yeah, it's just. But no, it'll come out of
$13 somewhere.
the CEO's pockets. No, the fuck it won't.
No, it won't. It comes out of again.
It never
the middle
has.
class.
It never will.
I mean, I went to Carl's Jr., just me and my wife. It was late at night, and I didn't want to cook. So we got 2 hamburgers. We call it Carl's Jr. here, but it's the same thing as Hardee's. Which is on the West Coast. 2 bacon Western cheeseburger meals, $31.
Dude, out there, in and out's the shit.
Like, I was like,
Yeah, my gas is $3.81.
our gas is like $4.90 something.
like
Sometimes it goes up to $6. But then we tax our gas, even though we, California is an energy producing state.
You gotta have small check, everything out there.
No, I'm it's $2.81. I'm
Believe what
sorry.
the fuck he just said. Oh my god. Oh my god.
$2.81.
It actually took me like a few weeks to tell my wife that. Finally, she said, "What did you buy at Carl's Jr.?" Like she thought they took her credit or mischarged us. I'm like, no, it was $31.
Crap went up fast, didn't it? I mean, it's crazy. My grandson got this little roast like 2 weeks ago. It was $30 freaking where it used to be like 12.
Shit.
I'm like, my God.
Our dog food went up $10.
That's
Yeah.
another reason not to get a dog.
Yeah, I mean,
The dogs are expensive.
you're right on that aspect there, but that to show you how much is in the time since before COVID
Really not went up
to now, it went up $10.
Well, I mean, it's just, of course it did. The inflation thing is that's another thing that drives me nuts. People are not treating the lockdowns like they're going to have, and this is just the beginning of it. And we're the reserve currency country, so we export most of our inflation.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect storm.
But that's what's going to happen in democracy, which is just mob rule, and people can vote themselves other people's money, and of course it's going to happen.
Well, that's why Voltaire said everybody gets the democracy they deserve. We vote for this crap.
No, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't. Yeah,
but
I don't vote either. I think it's a placebo activity.
It is.
The thing is, during COVID, people saved a bunch of money. Remember, like I tried to buy a car
they
during
did pay down
COVID,
their
couldn't
debt.
do that. So now we have all this money, and inflation keeps on going up, but it hasn't really curbed spending.
Well, it's just like this. When they first made the first money, just picture they made $1,000. And when they printed the next 1,000, it cut that first 1,000 in half in value.
Right.
So there's your economics. I don't give a shit what you say. That's why we got fucking inflation.
I know the theory behind the Feds raising the interest rates, but at the same time, before COVID, I was ready to buy a car. I'm like, I'll wait a few more years. I could get like a 1.9% interest rate. Now with the same good credit I have, it's like 4 something. Yeah.
Right.
Of course, my parents reminded me that in the 80s, like interest rates was like 7-8%, which.
I mean, the real thing they're doing there is not consumer rates; it's they're trying to raise interest rates so that businesses hire fewer people, and that's how the interest rate raises actually work. Is they're sucking money out of the economy, but they're also sucking jobs out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole logic is you raise inflation so people borrow less, but
which decreases the revenue they take in as well.
Yeah, ultimately that's bad for the economy.
So it's an intentional act.
The whole thing, yeah, they're doing is trying to slow down the felt effects of printing money.
That's
it's
just like
a time game.
Just like the housing bubble, it's got a cycle it goes through. They Up and down them damn rates, get people in there. Then they raise the rates, and then people fall. And then they come in, buy the shit back again.
That's why I don't.
You know, the thing which happened in 2008, I blame the people who borrowed money. Like variable interest rate, how could I lose?
Yeah, right.
What are you
I
thinking?
mean, you have a population that is suppressed and they can't own. They've been renting and renting and renting all their damn life. And you throw that damn T-bone in front of them. They've been eating bologna all their goddamn life. Yeah, they're going to take it.
Like here in California, they don't build homes anymore. Unless it's like for the very rich. They just build condos and apartment complexes everywhere.
Oh my God.
Because-
I know. Fucking.
Government don't give a shit. I'm telling you.
I'm not a fan of the current mini home or the tiny home trend. They're making poverty look trendy.
I would rather see the tiny homes than these goddamn gargantuan fucking apartment complexes popping up every other square mile.
Here in California,
I live in an apartment right now, and
the
it's
homeless
decent,
crisis.
but, you know,
No, those people who live on the street in LA, they can't afford to move. Like our rents in my city are $3,000 to $4,000 on average for a 1-bedroom place.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
yeah, I live in an apartment. I make sure I got enough shit to board up my goddamn windows. You can bet your ass on that.
The one sure way to make sure you don't go destitute in the capitalist economy is you gotta own property. You know, that's the one good investment. Which is why let's put everybody in apartments, because in apartments you pay the same as a mortgage, but you don't actually get any of that money back.
And I got a pit bull. That's an automatic security system.
I lost a house in the early 90s when my kids were little. So I didn't get a house in the 2008s or in that, you know. I've just been running ever since.
Say hey to Duke. Say hey, Duke.
Yeah, but everybody, because that's what they tell us, you know, borrow credit, because then you can have all these nice things. And
bodyguard for an old man.
I found that the people who have money don't buy anything on credit, or like anytime I buy a car, I get a 3-year loan. It's like I had a friend who got like this 7-year loan on like a car. I'm like, you know that your car is like over $80,000 when you pay everything. Didn't matter. She wanted that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's small payments. You make payments. See?
Hope it was a Toyota.
Make
To
it
get
eatable.
300,000 miles out of it.
You don't see it. You don't
Or
see that
leasing
whole
it.
chunk taken out of your ass at one time.
Yeah.
Little bitty bite. Little bitty bites.
Oh, cars are bad investments anyways.
That's how they sold people on taxes in the first place. Little bitty bites. Just a little bit. We just take a little bit.
And they also said it was going to be it's supposed to be temporary, and that it was only going to affect the rich.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It's at some point, like, it's just so annoying how gullible people are. It's like, fuck it, you guys deserve this shit.
Yeah, I don't get it. No, whether you're Democrat, Republican, or whatever, it just fascinates listening to people every time an election cycle comes, and they say things and they vote for things which go against their own interest. Like
the government puts who they want there. We learned this with this last election.
Well, the last 2 elections, again, like both Democrats and Republicans. I mean,
this is like the whole nuclear bomb thing. That shit had to be spread around the world, so it wasn't a deterrent that it would have been. Because if we were the only ones that had nuclear bombs, we wouldn't have had to have all these armies, all these navies, and all these air forces around the world. That's money that would have not been spent that way. They would have mined their damn P's and Q's, because we'd put your ass off the map if we wanted to.
And
but they had to spread it around to take that power away. To make it status quo.
Ukraine, the only reason they were able to do it is because Russia has nuclear weapons. So you basically told all the other nations in the world that the only way to stand up to the U.S. is you got to develop nuclear weapons.
Oh my God!
I mean,
what the fuck?
But
Call
it was
me
leaked
selfish,
out.
but yeah, there's a reason why only the United States, France, United Kingdom should be allowed.
No,
to
I
have
agree with the comment.
It was leaked out.
What the? No, that's well. Oh my God.
What's
Yeah,
it
I know
say? I
you've
can't
watched a
see
lot
it.
of TV. I know that you've watched a lot of TV, but you should go and look up tours of Chernobyl,
TV,
because
bro, I don't even have cable.
you can stay for 5 nights on tour of Chernobyl that goes through the reactor that melted down. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I actually
and
want to
you'd
do
be
that.
fucking stupid if you did that.
You don't want to eat any of
And-
the fruit there, though.
On the Q&A section, it says, "Will I see mutated animals?" The answer is no. It's a big show. It's a big show.
I'm not. I don't care what they
That I would
say or
disagree
what-
with. You know, just
I know because Nick. No, I don't mean
as a
this insensitively, but
physicist, I know a thing or two about radiation.
You trust authority. Your people in positions tell you things, and you accept it. And
well,
and
no,
I'm-
my
But
field
I've
of research
seen them
is nuclear
actively
physics, so I don't
translating it.
trust authority. I research it.
I thought that you do nuclear physics. What did you tell me earlier that your field was?
Well, I mean, there are two types of physicists: a theorist or an experimentalist. So I'm an experimental physicist, which does nuclear physics.
What do you know about thorium?
I know it's an element. I've heard like thorium could power stuff. You know, I've seen
It
the
could be
calculations.
used instead of nuclear power, couldn't it?
You know, honestly, nuclear power, you want to solve the energy crisis, you want to solve fossil fuels, it's nuclear power.
No shit. That's why there's so much psyop around it.
But everybody's
but look at,
no, that I will agree with you.
it
Everybody's
is
scared of it.
radioactive. It is deadly and like that shit. But
You
there's
can use-
actually thorium. Thorium is not. But it's not in the potential that you could use it as a bomb. The reason it's not being used.
It's not, what do you call it? It's not fissile. You can't.
You can make a thorium reactor.
Now, don't quote me on that. I don't know if you can get an isotope of thorium, whether you could make it.
There's
You
a
could weaponize
guy.
it. I honestly, it sounds weird. I was having to I don't know. I've seen the videos on YouTube about thorium and how it's
David
power
Adair.
cars forever.
I think his name's David Adair. He created a thorium reactor.
I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I mean, if you compare how many people die from getting fossil fuels versus how many people die from nuclear accidents, not even close.
A nuclear reactor can power a submarine for what, like 15 years?
Oh,
Yeah.
here's a good one for you. I just seen.
Or an aircraft carrier, or
So, but I mean, it's safe to assume that hypothetically, if you could have nuclear power without having it be attached to a mega bomb, that it would still, the fossil fuels industry, the current energy sector would try to find a way to remove it from the market. Do you agree?
yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
And I don't so much disagree with them. You know, when Hillary made that statement that, oh, we're going to retrain people who are coal miners. No. What do you, I mean, this is their livelihood. Of course, they're going to push back on green energy.
Hey, they got I seen a video that's got a destroyer. I think they just put into service. It's hydrogen powered. It doesn't have to come back for any fuel, and it's got turbines and shit. It's like normal engine and shit, but it's powered by hydrogen that they are less. You know, they make their own hydrogen right there. You know, because it's nothing but water and electrolysis, and that's going to be the way of the future. These electric cars, they're not going to make it. It's not going to make it to, 10 years. It's going to be hydrogen. I'm telling you.
This is what the Democrats
already
failed.
got a
Everybody
jet.
needs an electric car.
They got a
You know-
jet that flies off of that shit.
We could solve a lot of problems. Just make all the new cars hybrid. That's it. Sometimes use electricity. Sometimes use the gas engine. It works just great.
There's your investment tip. Invest in hydrogen technology because that's going to be the new wave.
I think Toyota makes a hydrogen or a fuel cell car.
There's going to be a lot more.
The
But
EV,
right, I mean, it's better than. I mean, they say, "Oh, we're going to have fast charging." When I go fill gas, I want to spend the least amount of time filling gas. Like,
You don't
oh,
have
you
to
can wait there 20 minutes and get a coffee and read a book. I don't want to do that. I need to get to work.
Once you
I'm not gonna
start
sit
finding that hydrogen, you'll have all the electrical charge you'll need.
Yeah, exactly. Or even
And
just
electrical
hybrid.
charge is how you make the hydrogen. It's a perpetual system.
You know, I had one of my family members has a Tesla, so they drove it from the Bay Area all the way down here. they spent like most of the time just charging it, like before, because they had to keep charging it to get from the Bay Area to here. Like that's
And that
stupid.
shit ain't free. And you
And
don't
here in
charge up
California,
fast,
we have charging stations everywhere.
but they're not free.
No, they're not. Well, it's just like gas. And if you actually run the numbers, you know that electricity still has to be generated by burning stuff. So you either burn it in your car.
Then you got to wait for the charge.
Yeah,
And
you gotta
can
wait.
Go in there with a gas car and just fill it up.
But a hybrid.
Now, if your car had water and it can make its own fuel, boom, done and over.
You know, speaking of taxes, so now in California, a lot of people have hybrid cars, and of course, everybody has a Tesla. I think I'm the only person on my street who doesn't have a Tesla. I'm very jealous of them.
I hate Teslas. I hate them. They're so fucking dumb.
A lot of the tax which we
That's a bit
use to pay
fly,
for
man.
our roads comes from the gas tax. But since people aren't using gas, they actually created this committee to study whether they can start charging per mile a tax.
No, yep, they've been talking. That's something that
15
conspiracy
minutes.
theorists have been talking about for a hot minute.
15-minute city.
I mean, that's
what you're gonna want with a damn Tesla anyway.
I mean, even like something's got to pay for the roads, but I don't want like a meter in my car which determines.
It's gonna be a chip in your arm, bud. There's gonna be no meter in your car.
Oh, I'd love to have a chip in my arm and never carry a credit card again. Just wave my hand.
Yep.
Oh, why don't you just get Neuralink? Neuralink will be available soon. What could go wrong?
Dude, if I could put
Hey, did y'all see the AI that they applied to some human brain cells?
Nope.
Oh yeah, and it's performing outstandingly. That's like I said. I'm thinking next 5 years.
I'd love to be a
we're gonna have an
cyborg.
AI problem. In the next 5 years, we're gonna have an AI problem. I ain't bullshitting. That shit is faster and faster.
I think so too.
I mean, and that was like the one thing that they didn't have, because AI adds what it is and shit. You know, it ain't what you think it is. It can't do what people can do. It can't reason the same damn way when it looks at something as
That's
of
right.
yet. But once they put that damn human element to it, because the human brain and all, it can store more fucking data than you can fucking possibly imagine. We are not even scratching the surface of what the fuck we could do.
AI
Once
is
AI
much
gets
more
in there with
like a
that total-
skeleton. It is not even close to what the human brain can do. Not even close.
But when they, like I said, they're getting ready to combine the two. They're gonna make AI with brain tissue. That's all it takes.
You wouldn't have to go to school anymore. You could just learn stuff by uploading files.
They ain't gonna
You
do
could
that
keep
shit
all your
for
private
us. They're not gonna make
information in
us
your brain.
superhuman,
Nobody can
dude.
access it.
They're not gonna make us superhuman. They're gonna make superhuman robots to fucking control us.
Well,
Can
yeah,
you
our robot
imagine
overlords
how
will
big tech would
eventually
handle having access to and control over your brain? I'll just say it, like anybody who thinks it's a good idea to get a brain chip is fucking retarded.
I
wouldn't let them put a fucking
absolutely
chip
stupid.
in my fucking dog.
Huh?
I wouldn't let them put a chip in my dog.
Like
Yeah.
I could see, like remember when Google Glass came out? Like I
Uh-huh.
want that in my eyeball.
You're a sucker if you think that's a good idea.
I just think it would be really cool. It'll be all sci-fi.
Yeah,
I'll be like that guy from The
You'll
Empire
be one of them
Strikes Back
fellas
who's got
running
the
around.
thing around his head.
Resistance is futile. Resistance is futile.
Exactly.
That's gonna be you.
It already
Plus,
kind of
then
is.
And I'll be
that
the
I
dude
can
standing there with a
survive
baseball bat because
when
y'all
the
done took
robot
away all the
goes there.
guns, beating your ass to death.
Hey,
Tell you what,
Tarek,
I'm half paralyzed, and I wouldn't get a
No,
chip
no,
to be on my back.
Don't judge me.
No.
I'm totally going to be a robot collaborator
when
they take
I'm
over.
judging you. I am judging you. You're gonna be a slave.
I'm
to-
already ready. Just a Louisville
You know,
slugger. I got ready for the
can you
next
imagine, like-
robot come running up on me.
Can you imagine it if like Mark Zuckerberg had control of your brain?
What the
That'd be
fuck?
kind of weird.
Yeah, I
I
mean
mean,
that's basically what
I
it'll
think
be.
this is what we should go back to. Using rocks.
I would go back to
Good
I'd go
buddy.
back to eating raw.
That's actually an interesting rock. That's
I gotta address this comment, Tarek.
that's an artifact.
It's strange to me that Tarek can
Tell someone used it as a hammer.
be financially successful, but not know that working by contribution doesn't really work as a get around. Contributions are taxed. I could tell you the exact limit for the gift tax on individual income. I've actually, yeah. Tarek, you should know better than this silly comment.
Yeah, only the organization itself taxes them.
I mean, but the to think that the IRS hasn't ever considered the fact that maybe instead of buying stuff, people will just say, "Here, I give you a gift," and "Here, I give you a gift." There's a limit on the amount of tax-free gifts you can get. It's $14,000 per year. It's right there, and all the people running around the internet going, "Oh, it's not. You're not buying anything. It's a free gift. It's a free donation." You morons.
You know, cars.
Yeah,
Cars,
they
parents
base
can give
that.
as many cars as they want to their children, and
I'm not
the
positive.
children don't have to pay tax on it, no matter how old they are.
I don't think that that's universal for all states, but that is correct. I mean, to an extent, is correct, but
then here in California, there's this whole talk like, "Oh, we can't pass generational wealth; it should be taxed." I mean, the fact is, for those of us who have kids, the only reason why we go to work is so they have money, and this idea
Right.
that government's got to take their share is total BS.
I wasn't taxed on my income from my father and dying.
the government wants it. They're pushing for it.
Oh, they want to change it. Okay.
Yeah, and it depends on the state. Like California's the worst; they're going to be the worst. But you know, if it's like it's already hard enough to accumulate wealth. If you throw in a CBDC and fucking some death taxes and forget it. If you're not already rich, your family will never be rich.
Oh
The only reason we got good money was because my dad worked for IBM. So 4 kids, all of us got over 80 grand. So
God
I mean,
damn! When's the last
that's
time
not
you hit
bad.
the super chat?
Oh, that's years ago when my
Oh, no, I'm
grandson
just
was a
giving you
baby.
shit.
But I thought about it. I said, man, when I get my check next month, I should give Flo some money. You know, y'all know about the Georgia headstones, right?
Guidestone? Yeah.
Yeah, guidestones.
Yeah.
About how many people should only be on the earth.
Yes.
500 million.
Well, I mean,
that got someone's attention.
yeah, did it? Well, they might get our AI over us because Corona the big C didn't kill enough of us, so they'll
Kill
get the
them what?
AI out to kill more of us.
I think it's a psyop.
If
I
you
think
believe in that.
I think that number is a psyop, and I think that the guide center is psyop. You can get I have it somewhere on this computer, records of who built it. It's yeah.
Crazy, like somebody who started
A lodge.
Mormon
There's
church or
I
something.
believe, if I remember correctly, there's a Masonic lodge behind it.
I thought it was a
Yeah.
Chinese. Isn't that
what?
the going theory that it was created in a
Nah,
lab?
they
in China?
tracked down the lawyer, but that was it. He wouldn't tell who it was.
No, that's not true. I mean, I know that that's the lore, but you can dig into it. I've gone down that rabbit hole, and you can find information on it on more than that, but it's not something I can't retell it out the top of my head like this accurately. So I'm just gonna shut up.
Well, I mean, I was saying it's probably like somebody like, not that somebody I'm saying from like the guy who started, say, Scientology or the Mormon Church, right? Some throwed off people. Not saying they are, but to each his own. But somebody who did the headstones or whatever, guidestones, they throw it off probably. You know, right?
I think personally, I believe that it's a psyop and it's meant to be noticed and to psych us out and to keep us to keep people distracted and in fear.
I think it was Mother Nature. You know, there are too many humans, and nature finds a way to kill us. And look at the Black Death. How many people that killed?
You know, I just am not sure that there are too many people. I don't know how the fuck we get to 8 billion people. I don't know how they would count that. I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't trust. I just don't take for granted anything that I'm just told.
I don't believe there's as many left as they say there were, because I believe China got hit horrendously.
Well, I actually don't disagree with the idea. Like I always say, trust but verify. Trust but verify. And you're right. I mean, especially the news. I've read so many things. It was like 2 weeks ago. somebody hacked the FEC's Twitter page and said that Bitcoin is now going to go on the stock market. CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC, they all ran that story like it's true. Didn't verify a thing, and people believed it. I'm like, come on.
Probably
shot up like hell.
Probably bought some of it. Yeah. The biggest tell for Bitcoin being bullshit and cryptos, I mean, the technology that they're working the kinks out of is not, but it's not, they're not going to let the currency be replaced by an independent thing.
No.
You can tell because where it's marketed, right? All the celebrities, like if you look at Twitter pages, right, you never see Bill Gates or Warren Buffett or somebody behind it. It's like Lindsay Lohan and Snoop Dogg promoting this shit. They're selling to a stupid demographic.
Some of them are getting sued. Like, what is that? Paul Logan, because he did one of those. Like he was, and they're basically, it's like it's a new form of money. It's unregulated. It's easy to scam people. People like to be scammed.
People do, yes. I say it a lot. I say it a lot that it takes two people to pull off a con: the con man and the victim who knew better but ignored their gut.
Like, these Nigerians, I'll give you money, and no offense to anybody who's fallen for that, because it's smart people fall for it. Like, it's not dumb people. Like, smart people fall for this stuff.
Anybody I've ever seen fall for it is the old people that doesn't have their right mind anymore. That's the only ones I've seen. I'm in love with this guy. Well, you're on the fifth guy you're giving money to. It's got to be the same guy. No, this is a new one. Can't make her understand.
Her husband and everything. And she really thought she was talking to like this famous actor. I'm like,
yeah. Sad.
Yeah, if I didn't have morals, my YouTube channel would be different, and I'd be working that hallelujah, praise Jesus, the Christian evangelist grift. People love donating to shit that they already agree with.
Yeah, you suck at Christianity, son.
I'm not getting paid for it. I'm not putting any feeling into it.
That's why, I thought, hey, I'll give Flo some money next month. That's right. People like to give to what they like. You're right.
I was just giving you shit, though.
No, I really thought about it, though. I'm telling you, So you're right.
I can picture you with the
moral issue with that. I don't care.
I would be lying if the thought had not hit my head at one. There was a point in time when I was fresh out of jail and didn't have a job and was sleeping on an air mattress on the floor in an empty house going, you know what? But didn't take off. I ended up getting a job.
Sometimes it's better to make the right choice.
I actually thought about being a gigolo, man. So
See, that sounds like a good idea until you think about who you're going to get paid to sleep with, and it's like, oh no, hot chicks don't have to pay for this.
Like you just go on dates with them.
No, it was the prices I was going to charge, son.
Like Midnight Cowboy.
I was going to live good.
I had two brothers with blonde hair and blue eyes. Oh my God. The women it was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like a train. In, out, in, out, in, out. You
had to beat them off with a stick.
Yeah.
If and this is probably not advice for anybody here, but if I were a dude who was having trouble getting laid, I would find out when Magic Mike is coming to town, and I would just stand outside the doors when the show got out.
That's a good idea.
And I just start, shooting fish in a barrel.
Or go to musicals, like South Park said.
I would actually recommend them to go to Cotillion. Learn how to be a damn gentleman and become a gigolo.
Learn how to be a gentleman. But we're talking about the first step, right? If you're too old to have that virginity hanging around you, first of all, just buy some at some point. But probably the place that you're going to get the least resistance has to be walking out of, when women are walking out of one of those events. And horny girls get rapey. Oops, grapey.
Or even a bar room at 3 a.m. when they're walking out. Hello. You chat them up,
It took me till age 25 to realize that women want to have sex as well.
Yeah, they do.
As men were no, they're just as ready to go as you are. They just show it in a different way. But you know, Dennis, you could do OnlyFans. Then you don't actually have to compromise anything.
Your
just
pictures of your asshole winking.
Hey, I was locked up for 9 years. I got my asshole looked at 3 times a day about every damn day.
Cough.
Yep. Lift them. Turn around. Cough.
Were you getting? Why were you? Why did you have to do it so much every day?
I went to school and I was on road squad and all that shit.
Yeah.
That's what Charlie claims every time he gets arrested. Do that.
Going out and coming in.
They didn't even they didn't even do that to me most of the times I've been arrested. Of course. Yeah, I think only one time.
Our where they do the intake, not prison, but just for jail, they have the same scanners which they have at the airports. You just stand in the scanner and they see if there's anything up your bum.
It's fucked up.
Non-invasive.
Eric, just real quick, this comment doesn't do any mitigating. There's nothing mitigating about writing this comment here. The comment probably makes me think you're fed more than whatever your office would look like, unless there's literally a badge in it. Well,
those are like people who claim, "Oh, I will do top secret stuff for the government." It's like if you actually did, you wouldn't be bragging about it.
Or like anybody who says they're, I'm a gangster, I'm a killer.
Yeah.
No, the fuck you're not.
I've seen people on the internet. Oh, I have so much money. I'm like, again, people who have money don't usually tell others. Like, there's no need.
That's right.
Also, people who have firearms usually don't tell other people. That's not something which you want.
I just say I got a hammer and a knife. That's what I say. Got a hammer and a knife.
I have a German Shepherd and a bow and arrow. But
I
live in California. You have to take this test just to buy ammunition.
I live in Kansas. You don't have to take shit to even conceal carry. But
I have no problem with everybody walking around with a gun.
Society would be a lot more polite.
Exactly. We get our stores get robbed all the time. If the business people had guns, sure, for the first few months we'll have some fatalities, but eventually everybody will learn. If everybody has an AK, it's detente.
Well, here's a little tidbit knowledge.
I want to rob a store in New Mexico or Arizona. I don't want to get shot.
My dad was a gun toter. He was working in a convenience store one night. He was reaching for that fucking pistol when a 13-year-old shot him. So there's that.
Well, I mean, it's
one shot to the heart and killed him.
It's a good thing that didn't happen in California right now, because that would have just been a misdemeanor. Well, probably not, but probably would have gotten zero bail, especially if they're 13. No, if 13, would get released to the parents.
If a gun's involved in California, I bet that they'd charge it all the way up. But if
oh my god, okay, it depends who you are.
Yes.
So in Oakland, these gang members were road raging. They shot, and they were felons, so shouldn't have had a gun in the first place. They killed a kid with a stray bullet.
Oh yeah.
The DA chose not to add the enhancements. But then
the felon enhancement? What enhancement?
Well, yeah, but you add enhancements to basically make sure, because it's technically manslaughter. They didn't premeditate it, so the maximum is 40 years. But if you add the enhancements, it eventually
third degree at least. It'd be third degree at least.
Yeah, but here it happened right at the end of November, because they do these follow home robberies. So these people followed home this person to a fancy house. Now he has a legal concealed carry license. They pulled out a gun. He turned around and shot back. A week later, LA County took away his CCW. It's basically penalized because, and again, not to sound conspiracy, but it's like, yeah, he's rich, and it doesn't fit the message.
Status quo.
Yeah, because it almost seemed like, because if he didn't have that gun, he would have been robbed or worse. And they're like, oh, you discharged it improperly. I'm like, dude, you took away his gun because he fought back.
Right. Yeah, if you prosecute people who defend themselves, then you made some or self-defense illegal. So achieve the same results with an activist prosecutor. Anyways, you know, prosecutors are the issue. I fucking hate prosecutors. They're worse than cops. There should be some repercussions for overcharging, which is the strategy.
No, they don't want to go to trial. It's not economical. So they overcharge to, you know, force people to take a plea deal because you think you're not going to win. We had a case here a few years ago. This high school student was accused of rape and basically was convinced to just take the plea deal because you're not going to win. Turns out he's innocent. But spent like a couple of years, I think it was like 4 years in jail.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
No, they wouldn't do that. No.
I took a plea deal. I ended up getting 36 months of correction, which is probation, basically, except it's through the DOC. But I got probation for 3 years. If I'd taken it to trial and lost everything, I was looking at 15 years. You don't really have the right to a trial at all.
No, you really don't. And the one thing I do sort of agree with Chili with his conspiracy theories, it's like the judge and the prosecutor are kind of on the same team. Like, you know, that Kyle Rittenhouse, that trial.
Definitely are.
All the liberals were so angry. Oh, the judge is being conservative and giving the prosecutor a hard time. The prosecutor should have a hard time because the burden of proof is upon them. And you should hold them accountable. But they don't do that, and unfortunately, most people get public defenders, and most of them are just overworked, or sometimes just not qualified.
Definitely.
And again, if you have money, you can get away with murder. I mean, that's really the thing, that the injustice. If you have enough money,
you won't get charged with it in the first place because cops don't want to fuck with people who are going to make their life a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. You think that?
I mean, I didn't get raided until I quit my job as a banker. I was a banker, and then for 3.5 years I'd been investigated, and then I quit the job, and about a month later they were in.
And then once somebody gets arrested, they're like marked. You know, they follow you, watch out for you anywhere you freaking go.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Apparently, there's an epidemic of like lecturers in the California university system getting arrested. So one of the concessions we got on our strike, if I get arrested by campus police, because they're a real police force, they carry guns, they're like police officers, I have the right to have my union rep there. Like, was this a problem? But yeah, what they did to Rittenhouse was terrible.
I think that was theatrics too. It was too obviously not. I mean, it's got all the things. Is a white guy who shot white guys in obvious self-defense.
Who attacked him? One of them had a gun.
Him, right? Who were pedophiles? Who like? You had this perfect footage of it happening. Just everything was too perfect.
Yeah, and then somehow it became like a race issue.
Yeah,
like I was on campus with another faculty member, a liberal one, defending Kyle Rittenhouse, going, "You didn't do anything wrong. That was clearly self-defense." The guy admitted on the stand that he had a gun. In fact, he was, ironically, what was his name? Gage. He was illegally carrying a weapon. And so, yeah, he got shot. But no, Kyle Rittenhouse, he's bad. He's the bad one.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he
I
took
think basically everything that we watch. I think everything we watch is a psyop. It's all scripted.
And they ruined his life. At least for a long time, everybody knows who he is.
I mean, it sort of made his life too, but I think Rittenhouse is an actor. I think that all gangster rappers are actors. I think basically, I don't know if I call them actors specifically, but our politicians are not what they're just in a role. They don't make this.
It's showmanship. You have to be charismatic to be a politician.
Biden is guys running the show game.
Whatever you think about him, he puts on a good show.
The politicians are the guys running the show game. And one thing that gets switched off is who's in control.
Gage, whatever the name is. That's right. That guy.
Do you know Rittenhouse? How did you come across this knowledge about Rittenhouse?
Well, I sort of go with the Occam's razor thing that generally the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. But
I could see that.
You didn't
I
see
get
the
it,
video?
but you got to remember how like how contrived that those entire years were. Everything was so fabricated from the top to the bottom.
Wasn't that during all the protests and stuff like that?
Yeah, you had those. You had the cough thing. You had,
And don't you like how all the liberals decided that COVID doesn't exist anymore and we can all group together and protest? Like it just went away. I'm like, oh, so you don't have to wear a mask if you're protesting. You won't get COVID.
Yep, that was true.
All right, words. I'm about to wrap up anyways.
Yeah, y'all have a good night. Nice talking to y'all. Thank you, Flo.
Good meeting you all.
Leave links backstage. If you're new here first time, leave a link backstage so I don't have to track you down. Assuming you got a channel or something. Even if you don't upload things very much, that's what a lot of people.
I don't post anything, but
well,
I'm not gonna put anything, so I'm just gonna go till the next time. Y'all have a good night. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for having me up.
Bye.
And sorry if I was triggering Sov. It's
No, you're good. You're doing it on purpose, and I get it.
It's been going on for years.
I know. I've seen you guys. We've talked before over at Sov's, so it's all good. I appreciate you coming around and being a good sport, at least with me.
Well,
what would you guys do without each other? You're like
my
Batman and Robin, or
sort of
Batman
makes
and
me-
Joker. Sorry.
I'm exactly like 2 marbles in a bowl.
2 nuts in a sack.
But I'll try to stop by later. I've sort of been AFK from the internet, but today I just wanted to go meet people. So cool.
Yeah, and today it was your sack.
It was my sack. Luckily, I can empty my sack if I need to.
You self-castrated a couple times there.
I need to figure out how to get my wife to sneeze on command.
Y'all have a
If
good
you
one, man.
figure that out, you let me know. This is something we need science to contribute.
I
towards.
will. I will. I just won't show you my raw data. That'd be kind of weird. Can you do the thing with that knife where you like flip it around and open it up?
Not this one as much. I mean, it is a butterfly knife. I'm not good with this one because all my other ones. This is the only one I have anymore. I used to be able to do it, but this one has squared. The edges on the handle are squared, and it doesn't spin as freely as when you got the smooth, rounded edges.
I think it looks so cool when people do that.
Yeah.
Anyways, good talking. I'll see you later.
All right, take it easy.
Yeah. Thanks. I'm about
Bye.
to take a nap because I'm be at court later. Yeah. So much fun.
All right, well,
So see you
have
again
fun at court.
next time.
All right,
Oh,
until
yeah.
next time.
Always. Yep.
Lindsay and Tarek, please report backstage. Lindsay and Tarek, please report backstage. Everybody else, please rub my thumb on your way out if you haven't done it yet. Hit the share button and then copy it, because even if you don't send it anywhere, just sharing and copying counts in the algorithm. Thanks for watching. And check out the merch. There's a merch store now. I keep forgetting to plug it. But there's a link. I think there's a link in the video description. If not, there's one. There's a tab on the channel page. And I don't know. I guess that's all for now.